Yeah, ay, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. I don't really want no static. I came in the game for the cabbage. Put a little cheese on my salad. I came from the bottom of the boat. Out for the streets with the caddies. Out for the streets with the addicts. Trying to go get this package. I can see the hate coming, yeah, like from a mile away. I can see the fake coming, yeah, like from a mile away. I'm part of way. I call little baby, little powder face. I call little baby, little powder face. She don't stay up all night. I call little baby little Xbox. She don't stay up all night. I call little baby little Xbox. She don't play no games. She don't play no games. She don't play no games. I call little baby little PlayStation. She don't play no games. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit. Just party and shit. Just have a look. Just have a look. Just have a look. Yeah. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit. Just party and shit. Just have a look. Just have a look. Just have a look.
Open bar, man, everybody drinking. I'm so high that I ain't even thinking. Eyes closed, I ain't blinking. Every day the weekend, the line she geeking. But they find out when you need them. Gotta talk it with diva. Have a shot, we even. Party till the evening. Son, I can't believe it. Do it up for no reason. Do it up for no reason. Shot for shot, nigga, bottles pop, nigga, models coming in, panties drop. That's the way it is, fuck the cops. We don't give a damn, we gon' party up. They panties off, man, they don't got no panties on. I do this shit, they got no panties on.
Hey, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah.
Me dicen la loca, I'm smoking la mota. No sabe que pegue, me ven en la tele y quiere que venga, but this ain't no reggae. Selena me quiere, los Grammys me quieren, la fiesta es un pegue. Yo quiero que venga, yo quiero que vengan, la fiesta es un pegue, la fiesta es un pegue. Yo quiero que vengan, yo quiero que vengan. Yeah.
Yeah. Ay, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. Yeah, we just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. We just wanna party till the damn sun come up. Let it come up. Just drink a little bit, just party and shit. Just have a look, just have a look, just have a look. I don't really want no static. I came in the game for the cabbage. Put a little cheese on my
All right, family. What is poppin', fam? First and foremost, y'all, thank y'all for tuning in, man, to another episode of Rich Rhetoric, man. I am your host, Born Rich, man, for sure, and I am in the building. I am so sorry for being late, y'all. I am, man. I don't know what the fuck is going on with Instagram, but Instagram keeps deleting my keeps fucking deleting my account. And so sorry guys. I was watching videos of how to get my account back. I don't know what the fuck is going on with my Instagram account, but that's some shit I'll figure out tomorrow. I don't got time. I wanted to come and talk to the people. Wanted to come home and talk to the people, man. So yes, thank y'all. Come on in the room. And as y'all know, the link, this is an open panel. I'm gonna do better with my hashtags. I was supposed to hashtag this video open panel, but I'll probably do it when the conversation gets flowing. But yeah, man, I think I got a great topic, man. Why are we so divided as a people? We have all of these different little factions and all of this type of stuff. Hold on, man. All right, hold on. Sorry guys, hold on. Cause I do want to show y'all a video from Instagram. That's why I was trying to get on here before the show. But Instagram is wild. I guess it's saying my shit's been disabled, man. This shit has been since. I'm gonna get back on Instagram. My bad, guys. I shouldn't have went live, but I am definitely because I do want to find this video. If I can't, then we'll just play it another time. But let's see what happens. Let's see what happens, guys. I'm sorry you guys gotta sit through this, but hit the like button. Hit the like button. I promise y'all I'm about to get started real soon. Instagram is now doing something that you'll be able to. Okay. Do I want to log out though? I guess I have to. Alright, fuck it, man. We'll come back. I'll come back to it. Yeah, what's up? Peace, y'all. Peace. But yeah, I have one video. I have a video I want to review with the family. So if some people can jump on the panel, I want to discuss this video that I'm gonna play for y'all. But damn, that just kind of hurt what I was trying to do. But yeah, man. Another day, another dollar. I ain't gonna let Instagram piss me off today. But it's really pissing me off, if I'm honest. If I'm honest, it's pissing me off. Let me see if this will work. Because I really want to show y'all this video. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. I do have a video on here that I want to show. Yeah, not now. Just let me go. Okay, hold on. We got something. Oh, we got something. Family, hold on. Bear with me. Which one is the official one? That's not it. Oh, come on, guys. Oh, gosh. See, this is why I need my Instagram. This is exactly why I need my Instagram. Hold on. I'm about to find this, y'all. I'm sorry. Y'all gotta bear with me. I could play another song, but I don't want to. Y'all gonna have to bear with me. Gonna have to. Bear with me. We're gonna find this video. This is fucking crazy. How this won't show. This will not let me find what I'm looking for. Damn, I actually, you know what? I'm sorry, y'all, but you know what I'm looking at? I think the guy's who page I was trying to show, I think Instagram done fucked with his shit. That's crazy. Ah, this is crazy, man. All right, fuck that. I can't. All right, y'all. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm back. I can't waste too much time on that. So let's get into it. Let's get into this video, man. Like I said, why are we so divided? And when I say divided, I guess I'm talking about it's so many subgroups of us, and that's my thing. why do we have so many subgroups? You know, you got the Pan-Africanist movement, you got the ADOS movement, you got the fucking black Republicans and the black Democrats and blacks for Trump and blacks for this and I know we're not just a what they call like a monolithic people, right? I understand that. But what I think eventually, if we just keep breaking off into these little splinters and subsections and subgroups, then eventually I don't know what will we be able to unite upon, right? Because I always say like one thing we can say is we unite upon the uniform, right? The skin color, right? That's one of the unifying factors, right? But we're going to need more than in my opinion. I think we're going to need just a little bit more than just that to unite upon. And and then we have to ask, okay, so if we are going to split up into all of these splinter groups and all of these subgroups, then um what is too many? You know what I mean? What does it look like when we have too many subgroups? When does it stop? And then you have to ask if we're gonna and then if we're gonna be in all of these different subgroups, if we're gonna be in all these different subgroups, then what is everybody's role as in the collective, right? Because we always say, look, all right, this person is gonna stay in this lane. I'm gonna stay in this lane. I'm gonna stay in this lane. Cool, cool. Everybody has a lane. Everybody has a job. But are we going to make sure that everybody has a job? And that's it. And I'm gonna show you this. Hold on. Let me go. Let's just play it. So this is a conversation with Dr. Umar. I found this conversation was pretty fascinating. I said, let me share with the people. Let me find it, guys. Shit, I've been looking for so much shit. Here it is. So it's called Dr. Umar Johnson Conversation with LGBTQ plus members, and this happened. All right, so let's do this. Yeah, man. Damn, my bad, y'all. They showed a little advertisement for a new. Let me share my screen. They shared an advertisement for a movie David Banner was in. That shit look fire. All right. But yeah, family, y'all make sure y'all click that link, man. Pull up. Somebody pull up and talk to me. Let's review this, man. Let's review this. This is a wild conversation. But let's get into it, though, man. Yeah, it says it's 29 minutes. Y'all know that I will be stopping it. Y'all know how I do. I'll be stopping the video a little bit at a time, a little bit at a time. And we're gonna break this down, man, because this is kind of crazy, right? This is when I play this is I guess why I'm saying the dangers of so many subgroups. Because eventually we're probably gonna get to a place where nobody is going to recognize each other. You see what I'm saying? I can understand the jokes, and we may joke on each other's culture, or joke on each other's background, joke on our looks, joke on the food we eat. Like I understand jokes. Like jokes is jokes, but at the end of the day, when it's time to work and put boots on the ground, the jokes are just gonna be the jokes. Same thing with religion, right? We may disagree on all different types of religions, but when it comes to me and my group, like we put that religion shit to the side when it's time to work. You see what I'm saying? Like even here in Tennessee, man, you may the fucking nation, well, let's just say the Muslims and the Hebrew Israelites, they will fucking debate until both groups turn blue in the face. But then when it's time for boots on the ground and to get out and help the community, I see both of the brothers, both of the groups putting the differences to the side, working on shit. You feel me? Same thing, even if you want to go Crips and Bloods, the Crips and Bloods, yeah, they may beef and shoot each other and kill each other, but then when it's time to really do some work in the community, the real ones are gonna put that shit to the side, put them colors to the side, put that flag to the side, and get boots on the ground when it's time to work. So let me, you know what I'm saying? Without further ado, let's get into the video, guys. Make sure y'all hit the like button, man. Thumbs up this video, man. Get them likes up. Get the likes up, man. Let's get it. Man, I know I keep harping on it, but I am really upset about my fucking Instagram page. But I'm gonna quit bitching about it though.
What do you mean you straight today is Thursday, brother? Be honest with me, brother. Are you straight? Are you gay? What? I really want to solve a problem. With the Malcolm X photo?
Yeah, what's going on?
All right. Are you homosexual, bisexual, trans woman, or heterosexual?
Yo, your question, and I know your intentions is to not be disrespectful. So as somebody in the community, I will say
somebody in what community?
In the queer community, that
okay,
your approach is a bit harsh in terms of your language.
Okay, so let me ask you a question, because I'm here to be educated, my brother. For sure. Okay, I'm here to be educated, and we're here to educate you guys as well. And of course, we all coming in the spirit of respect. Now, when I ask people if they are lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgendered, or heterosexual, I'm asking that so I can understand their personal frame of reference. So, for example, last night's conversation was about light skin supremacy and dark skin supremacy in the Black community. So everyone who came on, I asked them, are you light skin, brown skin, dark skin, or mixed race? So I need you to explain to me, my brother, when I ask you, are you homosexual, bisexual, trans woman, or heterosexual, why is that considered harsh?
Because that language is for you. I said I'm in the queer community, so that.
Okay, so how does, and again, I want you to educate me. You're in the queer community. How does queer differ from homosexual, bisexual, trans woman? Queer means what? Educate me.
Just in the community. I mean, you will really have to sit down and you're trying to talk political, so I'm trying to talk politics too.
Okay. I'm just well, tell me what it means to you to be queer. Because when you say you're queer, you're saying that you're not. Are you saying that you are or you are not homosexual, bisexual, or trans woman? When you say
I am not straight.
Okay, you're not straight. Stay with me. Okay, because I'm learning. You're not. Stay with me.
I am.
Okay, you're not straight. I got that part. You're not homosexual either. Is that correct?
Yeah, see, that's where it's funny, because I'm sure when you say homosexual, you're talking about two cis men, right? Two gay men.
No. When I say homosexual, for me, a man having romantic interactions with another man.
Just checking on y'all, family. Y'all okay? Y'all okay? Let me know. Is anybody else confused? Anybody else confused right now? I'm a little bit confused, but well, I'm a lot of bit confused, but let's get back to it.
Man,
right,
is having romantic interactions with another man,
right,
is homosexuality. No. So you do not have relations with other men?
No, I don't.
Okay, so you're not homosexual. So which automatically means you can't be bisexual, right? Because if you don't have relations with men, you're not bisexual either. You're not a trans woman. So help me out, my brother. You see me trying to get some clarity from you. What does queer mean? That means your sex is what? What are you?
Hey, shout out to Dr. Umar. He's trying. Dr. Umar is really trying to get some clarity, man. Trying to get some clarity. Gotta admire the brother's patience. He's trying to get some clarity, but Shit is confusing. This shit is just confusing, man. I don't know what this person is talking about. This person has said, okay, I'm queer, but I don't date men, but I don't know if this person is a, I don't know, man. It's a lot going on. Let me just play it. Shit. Let me play it. There's a lot going on already. And we only like 3 minutes into this video, and it's a lot going on. Let's go.
Out, my brother, you see me trying to get some clarity from you. What does queer mean? That means your sex is what? What do you do? What is queer? We trying to learn from y'all now. Y'all can't get upset at us, and we trying to understand you. What is queer?
Great point right there he made, right? Great point, right? Because this cancel culture is quick to label you homophobic and try to cancel you, right? And what Dr. Umar is saying, okay, listen. This is what Dr. Umar is saying. Like, listen, I don't know the lingo. So you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know the lingo. So yeah, I may call you homosexual, or I may call you a man. If I see a man with a dress and a wig on, I'm still gonna say that's a man. Like, we don't know. But the thing about some people in that community is they will get aggravated, frustrated, and then not want to speak to you about it, or expect you not to say anything about it. You know what I mean? Like, to me, that's kind of crazy. Like, if I see a man in a dress and they want to have some sort of conversation, I am going to say this. Yes, this is a man in a dress. If I walk down the street with a big ass knot on my forehead or a big ass puffy eye, you cannot unsee that. I have a big knot on my head and a big black puffy eye, like I've been beat up, and everybody sees that. So it's not like, oh shit, we bet not mention that big knot on Born Rich's head or that big black eye. We shouldn't mention that. We should act like we don't see that. No, we're gonna say what we see. That's just how human beings work. We're gonna say what we see, and you can't get frustrated and say, well, yeah, no, I don't really want to talk about that and all of that. But man, let's get to it. It's weird though. Shit is weird, man.
Yeah, so you're trying to understand, right?
Queer, yes. What does queer? You said you're queer. What does...
You're trying to understand what I do in the bedroom or what my political ideology is?
Both. What does queer mean?
You told us what you want, and we built it for you. Editor X, the advanced website.
Sexually, what is a queer? I would like to know that. And politically, where do you stand?
So queer by definition means weird and has been, reclaimed to an extent politically and socially and culturally by the quote unquote non-heterosexual community, because there's lots of labels and ways in which people identify. It's not very stringent as the quote unquote LGBTQ alphabet, but queer just means pretty much, outside of the norms, outside of the stringent relations. So
I got so does so
talking about outside of that.
Okay, question for you. So you could engage in homosexual relations as a queer person, correct?
Sure.
Okay, gotcha. So queer is you're not choosing any specific. You're not choosing homosexual. You're not choosing bisexual. You're just queer. You're outside of the heterosexual dichotomy.
Absolutely.
I got you.
That's a pretty good intro.
Okay. Now let me ask you this. I assumed by your voice that you were born a biological male. Was I correct in that assumption?
I would probably stay away from assumptions.
Well, no. Well, what were you born? Were you born biologically a man or a woman?
I also would challenge this idea that those are the only two options, but we haven't gotten to the politics. So
but no, we going right to the politics. But
All right, come on. Hey, listen, guys. Since I'm the only one on this panel, y'all gonna have to talk to me, man. Come on, because maybe you guys know something that I don't know. So, at birth, right? You're born. Maybe I'm ignorant. I always thought at birth, right? You're either born male or female. Somebody let me know if you guys know. If you guys know that you can be born something different besides just male and female, y'all let me know in the chat. What's the name of it? Yeah, let me know. Yeah, yeah, I see you, right? I see you, Robbie. Let me know, bro. At birth, right? At birth, if you're not considered a male or a female, what's the other one? I want to try to be as sensitive as I can and respectful as I can. So Marshall, reanimated. Somebody let me know what other I guess gender could you be born? Could you be labeled as from birth? Besides male and female, and forgive me for my ignorance, but that's what I thought. Now I understand as you get older, you may change some shit. You may, you know what I'm saying, maybe want to get some shit clipped and snipped and tucked and pulled and all of that. All of that. You may want to do all of that as you get older, but when you come out that womb, I always thought that you were either male or female. That's it. I know. I mean, listen, family, I got 3 kids. And at the hospital with all 3 of my children, it was either male or female. The doctor didn't bring me my baby and say, hey, born rich, here's your new baby, such and such. No, you know what I'm saying? It's like, no, this is a beautiful, healthy baby boy, or this is a beautiful, healthy baby girl. But that's me. That's me. I'm like you, reanimator. Maybe I'm old school. That's what I'm saying. I am in my late 30s, guys. So maybe I'm too old for this shit. I'll let some of you youngsters tell me what's going on. But I don't know. And Robbie, you already know, brother. If you get a chance, you got to come up here and shoot the shit with your homie, man. If you got a chance, I know it's a little late, but if you got a chance, Robbie, come shoot the shit, bro. You know it ain't we ain't going crazy tonight. You feel me? I know, Robbie. I know you don't like the foolishness, man, but no foolishness tonight, man. We talking real shit today. We talking real shit today. And I know some people probably is gonna click on this and say, "Why is Born playing this shit, man? The Bati man, and why is he playing all of this shit, man?" But they're going to get into something real. They're going to get into the topic that I want to discuss today. They're going to get into it, but I just want to just catch all the little nuances of this conversation. But let's go. Let's play some more, man. But you know how it is, Robbie, man. You know my brother, man. Hopefully some of my Tennessee brothers, if it's not too late, they'll come through. It is midnight around these parts, man. Robbie, you good, bro?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I have issues sometimes with my headphones connecting, but
You
as long
say
as you can hear me, I'll chime in.
you say that every time you get on here, but you good, Rob. I'll tell you this: you've been good the last 3 times you've jumped on the panel, man. So
Nah,
you,
like literally what it is I have some Bluetooth headphones
yeah,
that I will be able to put my phone down. But now I'm literally holding my phone sideways like a microphone just to make sure that so it's kind of odd. That's what it is, what I'm saying it. But
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
But I mean,
man.
you can try to fuck with your Bluetooth, bro. I'll be patient with you, man, because
Nah, I've given up on it, man. I think I just need to buy a new set. Maybe they got dropped. Maybe they got water in them. I don't know.
and I ain't gonna lie, maybe StreamYard acts funny with Bluetooth though, because that's why I don't really jump on like other panels when I'm at work. Because I use my Bluetooth at work, and every time I get on there, everybody's like, "Born Rich, you sound like you're in an airplane." It's like, "Fuck," you know what I mean? So
Right,
I
right, right, right.
understand the struggle, my brother, man. You got to
Yeah.
get your laptop, man. We got to start a GoFundMe to get Robbie a laptop, man. Get Robbie a little Acer. You don't need nothing but the little Acer joint.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now,
Nah,
yeah. What I was gonna say was, I think when it comes to sex and sexuality, there's a psychological component, and I think that that plays out later as people get older. You know, you got some people I think just looking for love and affection, and they get confused when they get molested when they're younger or witness abuse. And then for other people, as we see with like Harvey Weinstein or say a Jeffrey Epstein, for some people it's about pleasure and power, self
Now
gratification.
hold on, real quick, Robbie. I don't know if you, I don't want to misconstrue what you're saying, bro. But that's a mean term if you're saying it. Are you saying that most people in the LGBTQ community were molested at some point?
From my interactions with people and talking to them and getting to like the square root of
Uh-huh.
make, because you know what's funny, that the same energy that you're hearing from the manosphere and and manifesting in the feminist movement
Yeah.
in private conversations with people like that, right? It could even be somebody as simple as say you meet a stripper, right? And then you talk to that woman, and then you find
Yeah.
out later she's bisexual, and then you ask that person later on why they feel the way they feel, and they may come up
Trauma.
and tell you, "Look, I was molested, I was abused, I don't trust
Trauma.
men." You get what I'm saying? There's
Trauma.
there's some
Trauma,
psychological trauma
Robbie.
there, right?
Trauma, Robbie. That Robbie, another thing. I apologize for the how the show went last time, but we're coming back to that trauma. We're coming back to that trauma. I already got a show lined up, Robbie, where we're gonna really break down post-traumatic slavery disorder. We're gonna break that down because you have some naysayers that don't think that's a real thing. But I don't want to get too deep in there.
Nah, but like with me, I guess you say my presentation, I am putting the LGBTQ community in two categories. You have people who've been traumatized, right? Then you have a handful of people who may say they identify. I'm not saying there aren't those possibilities. I think the vast majority of people have been traumatized, and maybe they may not even remember the trauma subconsciously. It happened so long. And then you have people I think that are just actively abusers, people who abuse power. And the greatest way everyone abuses power is through sex and money, you know?
mm, yeah. So yeah, man. I'm happy you took it there though, Robbie, because it stays on the trauma narrative that these next few shows are gonna be about. So good shit, Robbie. Good shit. And I can't say I disagree, Robbie. Because I mean, I guess in my personal life, I probably know only about two. I don't know the words after listening to this person. I don't know what to call them, but two people in that community, and yes, both of them had trauma. Both of them have had the trauma that Robbie's talking about. Let me play some more Dr. Umar, guys. Hold on, real quick. Reanimator, don't let me forget that. Don't let me forget this point either. Don't let me forget that, Reanimator. Great point. Great point. Great point. Great point.
Haven't gotten to the politics. So are we
Okay, but no, we going right to the politics. But can I get some clarity on that though, my brother? Because again, y'all cannot be hypocritical. And what I mean by that, when we're trying to understand you, now we might forever disagree, but I at least want to understand you. There's people who disagree with me, but I at least want them to understand me. I don't care if they disagree with me, but I want them to understand what they're disagreeing with. I don't want them disagree with me for what I really stand for, not for what you think. So when you just said you would disagree that man and woman are not the only two gender options at birth, could you give me some additional gender assignments that can occur at birth? Because I thought you could only be born a man or a woman. So how else can you come out of your mother at birth?
Well, firstly, you were born a baby. Secondly, as it regards your sex, there are also intersex individuals who are anywhere it is a spectrum in terms of your biological or your physical makeup, whether that's your secondary sex characteristics, your hormonal levels, your genitalia, all of these things.
I understand. Some folks are born. Some folks are born different. What were you born?
Okay.
What were you born?
I was assigned female at birth.
Okay, you were assigned female at birth. And how do you? I know you mentioned queer. Now, is queer sexual orientation, or is queer also a gender preference.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
both.
It's all the above.
It's all of the above. Okay, so when you say
Yeah.
you're queer, you're not assuming man and woman, and you're not assuming any particular sexual orientation.
Facts.
Got you. Thank you for that education. Give me your politics, my brother. What is it that the heterosexual Black community needs to understand about you in particular and the Black LGBT movement in general? Give us some political positions.
The first thing Black people need to understand is that the experience of Black people is their primary experience, period.
Okay.
They're just like you cannot choose to be heterosexual before you choose to be Black.
If you want to achieve better results, make a great impression, and save time at work, you should get Grammarly.
With Grammarly,
Now, we'll pause it right there. I will pause it right there. Robbie, I have a question for you, brother. Now, you hear people talk about all of this black first, black first, black first. If the fuck, how can I say this? I guess if the LGBT community wants to be part of the quote unquote black liberation movement, are we demanding that they identify black first, or is it cool if they identify as queer first? Or does that even matter, Robbie?
I think all of it has political implications. And when it has political implications, it's all about social mobility and people protecting themselves within the system of white supremacy. So some people may feel like, man, you know what? The LGBTQ community has more money, has more political influence. So maybe if I ally myself with them or be a pawn, it's almost like it's a political party. But I think the thing that gets controversial with the whole thing is when they say sexual orientation,
Uh-huh.
okay, that obviously implies gender, but generally in speaking, when you think of LGBTQ, you think of sex. And then people themselves will bring up a sexual connotation about it and the freedom to love who they want to love and do all that. So let's just be honest. First off, you can have sex without love. And like I said early about power and all of that, I think sometimes people just have fetishes. And I
Oh,
think now something that was a fetish or preference that maybe got somebody off has now become a political agenda.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Who you think is pushing this political agenda? Right?
I,
The question I like to ask, Robbie, who benefits from pushing this political agenda?
I think people who are powerful and want to look, no one likes to stay in the closet. It's like what's the book I was reading? The Laws of Human Nature, and there was some other videos that were talking about like human behavior, and they're like, look, we all have a dark side, we all have an instinctive side where we want to just kind of like express ourselves, but we know that society determines what social norms are, so some behavior is just not acceptable. And I think some people just want to feel like, you know what, dude, I don't want to have to go to certain type of clubs or certain other places to
Mm.
express myself. But you know what? The funny thing is that's become the norm now. So to be honest, I question what the aim is now, because it's like everything that everybody says that they were fighting for, similar to the civil rights movement in regards to that, there are gay clubs and nobody's attacking them. You know what I mean? There are people can get married now. I think somebody said a long time ago that, see, and that's what I'm saying, where it goes into perversion and power. That's why I say you got people I think that were abused,
Mm.
made a preference and a political decision because they want to feel love and they want to feel accepted and they want to be themselves, right? To have psychological comfort, no judgment to them. But I do believe that you have some people who have predatory nature and their end goal is pedophilia. In other words, they want to take it all the way back to Rome and just be able to just let it all hang out and let all kind of hedonism and perversions be unleashed on society, and they just keep pushing the boundaries of what's acceptable.
So, Robbie, what do you say when I tell you they're just fighting from, because what you just described sounds like integration? So, what do you say when I tell you they're just fighting for integration? Human. I mean, civil rights.
And that's what I'm saying. And they've essentially achieved it because the biggest moneymaker and stronghold in this country is marriage. Even though people get divorced, even though people can argue all day about, gender issues within our community, at the end of the day, marriage gives people certain tax benefits. It gives people certain access to benefits when their partner dies and all of that. So I think it all boils down to money and power. Those are the ends to politics. Look, politics and military options are just, look, when you can speak and articulate your viewpoint, it's called politics. When you can't speak your viewpoint and you want to exercise power and throw your weight around, then it's military.
Okay, brother. All right, let's get back to the video. Great, good shit though. Good shit, Robbie. I want to keep playing the video, but man, Robbie, you going in some nice directions with this convo. But let's play a little bit more.
Okay. Just like you cannot choose to be heterosexual before you choose to be black, right? If that is a choice you make, okay, you are seen as black before anybody knows what you got going on. I agree. The blackness is just the experience. So I think it is, even though it may not be intended to be disrespectful, to ask somebody if they're gay first or if they are black first, it is a facetious point at this point. I don't think it's facetious though, my brother. And the reason excuse me, my sister, the reason I'm saying that, and I want your response, is because a lot of black LGBTQs, they wave that flag and they only come out to protest or stand up when it involves the sexual agenda. You don't see them when it involves regular black issues. I'm not talking about all of y'all, but I don't think you can call it facetious. We cannot assume that black LGBTs feel that they are black first, because I've heard black LGBTs say that they were not black first, I've heard some say they were gay first or queer first. I've had others say that they were both. So not everybody in your community, good sister, assumes black first. Out of respect, Prince. Yes. Yeah, I'm gonna keep it to a strict he him pronoun on this stage. Okay, I got you. Make things super simple. Okay. And I hear what you're saying. I would urge, like, people in the crowd, yourself included, to do a little bit of digging, because there are quite a few queer, homosexual, gay, whatever you want to call them, leading figures in terms of black liberation politics. Oh, I agree with that. But don't confuse the individuals with the group, though. You understand? No. That's just like saying a individual included, to do a little, make things super simple. Okay. And I hear what you're saying. I would urge, like, people in the crowd, yourself included, to do a little bit of digging, because there are quite a few queer, homosexual, gay, whatever you want to call them, leading figures in terms of black liberation politics. Oh, I agree with that. But don't confuse the individuals with the group, though. You understand? No. That's just like saying a couple gangster rappers who don't spew misogyny in their music, or a couple gangster rappers who don't promote light-skin supremacy. Just because you might know a couple rappers who don't use profanity in their music, the truth of the matter is the hip-hop genre, you understand, is a very skin color prejudiced community. You understand? So you can't say just because a few people are looking out for the whole black community, that means the whole LGBT family is looking out for the whole black community. Do you understand where I'm coming from? I mean, I could say that for any particular demographic within the black community. I agree with that. And I think you would agree with this also, particularly heterosexual black men. What about them? I find that a lot of these protests to protect black men from police brutality have been led by black women and black queer folk. And that's just being present at them. I also think that
So the two things that we do the most outdoors would be hiking and going to the beach, and we always bring our sonos with us.
It's difficult to think that people are choosing their sexuality first. I mean, when people choose to ascend in terms of class to leave the majority of Black people and exploit the majority of Black population. You're Pan-African, right?
Yes, yes.
Right. And so we understand that, class exploitation is extremely prevalent, especially globally when it comes to Black bodies, right?
True. Racism is worse though.
Right. So what do you think that the not the new house Negroes, but the continued house Negroes are those who are actually sitting in the house with the white people? Class wise.
Okay. If they're sitting in the house with the white people, the question becomes, are they advocating for us, or are they simply there to collaborate with the oppressor?
Are they?
I don't know. Who are we speaking of?
I mean, I would say roughly, I don't believe that there is a middle class, so I won't even address those who were making under $1 million or so dollars a year. But those who have ascended past that marker of middle class status, what do you think that do you not think that
most of them are lined up with the white power structure? Most of them are lined up with the white power structure.
So I would say, in terms of my politic, that anti-capitalism is primary in terms of protecting Black people globally.
Anti-racism, Queen. Anti-racism.
I also
you follow me? There would be no classism without the racism. White supremacy invented capitalism. Capitalism didn't invent white supremacy.
That's a gem. That's a gem right there, family. Make sure y'all catch that. Make sure y'all catch that. Because we've had conversation on this show about white supremacy, and people are quick to tell you, yeah, white supremacy, but no, it's more of the caste system. It's more capitalism. But yeah, which one came first? Make sure y'all catch that gem. Great quote right there. Don't be surprised if y'all hear that quote again. I'm gonna tell y'all that. Robbie, what you think about that quote, man? What do you think about that? Why?
I think that it's accurate. The only other thing I would add to it with the topic that you have,
go ahead,
is tribalism is still something that's pretty prevalent, especially in Africa, and it makes it easy for people to practice divide and conquer,
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. Tribalism, and that's really that's the topic of the show. How many tribes are we gonna create, Robbie? You see what I'm saying? That's the thing. Everybody can say we're tribal, but then it starts to become a point that we are creating so many different tribes. What unifies us? Maybe I should have.
Well, that's the thing. See, white supremacy likes to encourage tribalism, especially when it comes to us, because the places where we are, we've had the resources. Any place where there's a high concentration of resources, they will make sure they highlight tribalism. They did it in Rwanda. They've done it in Somalia. They've done it in Nigeria. They've done it in what is it called? Kenya. And here's the funny thing. See, that tribalism is why we ended up getting on those slave ships. Why? It wasn't nefarious. They're just like, these people right here don't practice the same customs that we practice and speak the same language. So it wasn't about racism. It wasn't even about prejudice. People could argue and say, well, tribalism is prejudice. I think tribalism has more or less to do with customs. And like they say, if there was any type of slavery in Africa or a lot of ancient cultures, it was like you had a choice. Even in the Bible, they say with Israel, uh, quote unquote slaves, and I'll use that word loosely, could become part of the tribe. Like once they became part of the tribe and became considered an Israelite, they were no longer a slave. You get what I'm saying? Or they at least had some kind of statute within the society. So you didn't remain a slave forever, and people could it's more like indentured servitude, right? Because hey, your people lost. It's the spoils of war, right? So I just think that Europeans had their own tribalism. They just learn once they, like I said, once they start dealing with other cultures and they notice genetic annihilation after the women were accosted and raped, they said, wait a minute. I went up inside this broad and the baby looked like Lonzo Ball or Steph Curry. Don't quite look white. You know what I mean? So that freaks some people out. That's probably the first thing people look at when they have a child is the tone and the skin tone of their baby. And you know how men can get about that. Like, wait a minute, if you're
Hell
super dark and the baby looks super light, some people question because that's our own
yeah.
ignorance and fear, right? So I
Mhm.
think with Europeans, it became hyperbolic. So they learned how to use tribalism and ignorance, right? Because they were on code with white supremacy when they came to South America, but they took advantage of the tribalism and just highlighted this tribe is different from your tribe and they did you wrong. Okay, we're going to give you weapons. We see the same thing playing out to this day. What is it? Sunni and Shia. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Iran and Afghanistan. Iran and Iraq. Same
All
thing.
right. Yep. All right. Yep. They went in there. They pretty much picked the side and pissed the other side off. You're right. You're right, bro. I mean, come on, man. All right, let's play some more. Let's play some more. Cause I don't know, man. See, when you say shit like that, I want to bring up the gang comparison, the Crips and the Bloods, right? Or you even know about the fucking Nation of Islam and Black Panthers, or just the Nation of Islam and period. You feel me? The Nation of Islam, period. Like, you're gonna go in, pick a
What
side,
what
and
was the
turn them
aim for
against
COINTELPRO?
exactly.
Misinformation to cause division. They were literally writing letters to cause division. So that's what I'm saying. We have to get on code and stop thinking from a tribal standpoint.
Yeah.
But I think human beings naturally are tribal. It's just, and not all white people are unified or even think the same. But you know what? They know how to get on code, some of them, or at least enough of them, when it comes to dealing with us globally.
Yep. That's a fact. That's a fact, brother. Let's play some more, man. Let's play some more. Good shit. Good shit, brother.
And I also
You follow me? There would be no classism without the racism. White supremacy invented capitalism. Capitalism didn't invent white supremacy. If you let me ask you this: if you take away class, do you still have racism?
absolutely.
Absolutely. So racism is the issue. In other words, let's destroy racism and its capitalist child.
Okay, so I would say that capitalism as a mode, as a global mode, was born out of the transatlantic slave trade.
I'm gonna let that person get into his bag. But great point. Because what I tell people, the goal is replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice. You replace the system of white supremacy, you will be attacking the system of capitalism.
Well, see, you got to understand, racism was a necessity for them to carry out some of the extremes of capitalism so they could justify being extreme because everything's about the profit, right? So
Yes.
you can sleep easy at night if you say, hey, well, I worked these little kids to death and a couple of them, blew up with some dynamite in a coal mine, but
Yeah.
my profits increased and we need all this coal because the military needs it or we're expanding out to the west, so people will come up with ways to justify what they're doing. And that's why, like Tariq brilliantly put, he said white supremacy is a religion. See, when you to me, racism is kind of like a seasoning that you can add to a recipe. So they're like, okay, well, we got religion, okay, make Jesus white and preach a twisted, perverted version of the scripture so that it has racial overtones, so it can give people this false sense of entitlement and for them to feel like they're special people. So then everything that they're doing, they can do no wrong. Look, when somebody makes you feel like you could write a blank check to God and never go to hell, you have the world that you have, because you'd be like, even though this feels wrong, either because of my religious standpoint or because I can pay the Catholic Church, in gold shillings or whatever, my
Mhm.
sins are forgiven, my guilt is resolved.
Absolutely, brother. Absolutely. And I'm happy you said that. Because we'll pull it up. Y'all know this is my old trusty, list right here. Let's pull up the Born Rich trusty list. We're gonna go to the 9 areas. We'll go here. Y'all see them. The 9 areas of human encounters or human Yeah, human encounters that's controlled by white supremacy. The first one on the list is economics, guys. So when people say, yeah, and I'm going to keep saying this, when people say, no, it's really not based on race, it's based on the rich and the poor, and it's a caste system and the have and the have nots. The first thing on this list is economics, man. Everything is about a profit. Everybody know the system of white supremacy will do anything to make some money. Put your mask on while you listen to what I'm saying, family. System of white supremacy will do anything to make some money. I think the brother brought this up.
Hey, and the
I think
education system ensures that they'll make the money because they're miseducating you. They're not teaching you to be an independent person, how to manage your credit, how to actually become system smart and understand the law. They want you to just have this basic naive understanding of how the world works so you can fall into all the traps. You're literally born in debt. If your family doesn't have generational wealth, you might as well say you're born in debt.
I agree. And you spoke on number 7, religion. You know? So yeah, that's the old trusty list that we can always go back to. That old trusty list. I saw the word sex in there too. But matter of fact, yeah. I'll just keep that list on standby just in case I need to pop, pop, pop. You know what I mean? Just in case I need to make sure
Remind
that,
people.
yeah, make sure they get this word.
Hold up. We gonna get this work.
So if we gotta go there, we'll go there. But let's play some more of the video, man. All right, hold on, fam. Let me mute my mic so we don't get the echo.
Born out of white supremacist ideology, etc. It is racialized capitalism. There is no separate. So when I say capitalism, I'm insinuating the inherency of racial and white supremacist ideology embedded in that.
What is your position on the Black LGBT community uniting with and integrating with the white LGBT community? Where are you on that? Are you an LGBTQ integrationist? Are you a nationalist? Do you believe y'all should fight your own fight separate from the whites?
No, I'm pro-black, and I would urge the rest of Black people to hop on that bandwagon to protect all Black people, regardless of if they are cis heterosexual men or any of the other bodies who are typically experiencing intracommunal violence from cis heterosexual men. But yeah, so no, I think that the only people who are the closest that we can even get to in terms of like the house Negroes or the weakest links or the people who are exploiting us the most are actually straight and are actually men, because they are able to ascend in this patriarchal society in particular ways. Whether you want to look at statistics, whether you want to look at intracommunal violence, whether you want to, whatever you want to look at.
Okay,
right? I don't think.
Are you talking about straight Black men? You're not saying straight Black men are the culprits, are you?
Culprits of what?
Of what you just spoke of, those ills, the exploitation and all of that, because Black men.
So I made 2 different points. I said that one, if we're going to talk about people who are quote unquote in the house Negroes, right, are the people who are able to ascend most and even participate in the exploitation of, right, quote unquote field niggas, right? And so that has to do with class. That also has to do with the fact that we live under patriarchy, right? So that also has to do with the fact that you have men. But then if you also want to look at violence in our communities, right, perpetuating violence, I am pro-Black. I would like to reduce/eliminate the amount of violence experienced within Black.
Where's Mommy?
Oh, hey, sweetie. Mother Nature is at work, but Father Nature's here.
I'm hungry.
Okay, let's.
Black communities. And so oftentimes, intracommunally, because we know violence is proximity-based, right? Black cis, which means you born a man and you still identify as a man.
Wait, and clarify again, Z. What was your gender assigned at birth?
But I don't understand the relevancy of that.
Umar, hey, Umar, motherfucker with that. Umar funny. He funny with that. He said, I don't understand the relevancy of that. But Umar, you gotta ask that. Yeah. Great question. Great fucking question. Who is that? Buddha Bing?
Yo, big up, bro. Long time, man. How you doing? You
Yeah,
okay?
man. I've been good, Buddha. How you been, bro?
Yeah, man. Not too bad. Ticking over. You know how it goes.
Yeah,
Duck
man.
and dive, bro. You survive. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Salute to you, brother. I see you come through with the comments, man, and I hope you hitting that like button as you come through and show love.
100%. You know that every time.
Absolutely.
I'm not staying on too long.
Yeah.
Born Rich is it's like 6:30 in the morning over here. I just wanted to raise awareness to our brother Terry Swoop, who died yesterday. I don't know if you know Terry, but yeah, man, big him up every time.
Terry Swoop.
Yeah, he's from your side. He's an American brother. He used to have a channel. Maybe if you get a chance, just have a look, and I'll post a link or something, and you can check it out. But he was part of the community. He was doing good works, and he was raising up the awareness of the women as well. You know, that's the one thing I loved about that guy. But yeah, he passed away yesterday. Big him up still.
I'll check him out.
Big you up as well, bro. Every time, love the work you do, man. I've been listening.
Thanks, Buddha. Buddha, on your way out.
Yes, sir.
Tell me this, brother.
Yeah.
What I guess what role does the LGBTQ community have in quote unquote black liberation or black betterment?
Oh my Lord. Oh man.
I'm working on my interview skills, brother.
Can I be you know me, bro. I'm always gonna be honest. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the only way I want you to be, brother. Go ahead.
It's somewhat of a double-edged sword, okay? Now bear with me. I'm gonna go on a little bit of a tangent, but bear with me. Ultimately, I'll make some sense here. Yeah. You remember Black Lives Matter, BLM, yeah?
Absolutely.
You remember I never backed them. I never rolled out for those guys. I didn't want nothing to do with them. And the reason I never want nothing to do with them because it was a fad. Yeah. It was something that was en vogue at the time. But then after a while, everyone forgets about it. Where is BLM today? Where is the protests worldwide, etc., etc.? Yeah. Remember what I said. It was during lockdown. It was something to do, something to get yourself out of lockdown and go and do something, you know, because the pubs were closed, the bars were closed, the clubs were closed. Now they're back open again. Nobody could give a rat's ass about BLM. You understand? All right, cool. So when we look at the LGBT kind of protest or their space in society that they occupy, we're still out here fighting that black cause. We've been doing that. We're still doing that. We're still going to do that. But guess what? These guys have been here for what? A minute. And look how much fucking space they get, how much recognition they get. Why have we not got the same recognition, bearing in mind we've been doing this for like hundreds of years now? How is it they just turn up out of nowhere and get all the recognition?
Like the brother Rodney said, man, political. It's all political. Who benefits? So then I have to ask you this, Buddha. Who benefits from this political push?
Okay, so let me just finish off the point. The point being is this, yeah? Listen, man, I'm obligated by my spirituality not to hate on whatever they're doing, and that's their life they want to lead, that's the life they lead. But what is the impact on us? You understand? On one side, I look at it like this. They bring up their way in which they get discriminated against for being gay and black. So in one hand, they're illustrating or they're bringing up the question of being discriminated for being black. That's one side of the sword. The other side of the sword is this. they're making a fucking mockery of us, man.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
We out here trying to be fucking normal people and get recognition, but not recognition for being a faggot. You understand?
Oh, okay, Buddha. Okay, Buddha. You went there. Okay.
So
All
sorry.
right. No, you good. No, you good. I mean, that's where you
You
go.
know,
But
like, you know, how, you know, I personally don't want to be tarred with that. Like, you know, oh, I feel sorry for you because of the way in which black people are being treated for being gay. Fuck that. How about you feel sorry for me for the way in which I can't get a job like you get a job, or the discrimination I get for in poverty? You know, look at those things that make a real difference to people's lives. Don't look at me and feel sorry for me because some guy. Listen, I'm gonna start swearing, bro. So, but yeah, that's how far I go with that.
Yeah. Oh, you didn't answer that question. You didn't answer that question, Buddha. But let me ask you this question. I won't even ask you that. Let me ask you this.
Sorry, what did I answer? Did I not answer something?
Well, I guess I asked you what was their role in the fight for black unity and black liberation, and you know.
Right, and so that's what I'm saying. It's a double-edged sword. They shot because they do the whole discrimination for being black and gay, and as part of that, they're actually highlighting the discrimination towards black people in general. You understand? So that's the part they may bring, but it's a double-edged sword. The other side is they're making us look. I mean, come on, man. It's like, you know what I mean?
I got you now. I got you, Buddha. I do, Buddha. I do.
Basically, what I feel, it's a Trojan horse opportunist agenda, where it's like, look, when the civil rights movement happened, they at the very last minute they attached gender orientation. Why? Because you have white LGBTQ gay people who were not accepted by Judeo-Christian white people, or WASP, white Anglo-Saxon Protestants. They, outwardly and publicly shamed you for being gay. So they're like, look, black people are being oppressed. So if we can latch on to their movement, it'll allow us to give us a pedestal to speak from. So what they'll do is they'll find, a few black people who may be LGBTQ, and they use you as like the battering ram. But at the end of the day, when all the money and all the funds come in, I said about it earlier, it's about making their lifestyle more acceptable. So that's really what it boils down to. If you want to know why they had those political gains, it's like you always had wealthy white people who were engaging in that, like I said, for either one or two reasons. Either A, they were somebody who was maybe victimized and they wanted to express themselves that way, or you got people who were predators, which I still feel like the predators do exist and they have a long-term goal or agenda. That's why you had Weinstein and Epstein, because it wasn't even about sexual orientation. It's about someone having the opportunity to exercise and abuse their power, right? So I just think that even with the BLM movement, they knew that the police brutality was a big issue, but to put it in the psyche of people, they try to say, well, black people are the face of all oppressed people and groups. See, so we need to get some sponsorship dollars. Then, in other words, if we're going to be basically we're like the social media influencer of the oppressed. They put our face is like Aunt Your Mama on that bottle of syrup. Like when it comes to oppressed people, boom, they put our face. Poor people, when it comes to that, people who get, caught up in gang violence, they put our face there. That's the stereotype. The thing of it is we are the most, look, they brand us the best, but we don't get the benefits from the branding. Vice versa, we get the negative fallout from it. But they benefited from it because they used our pain as an opportunity to promote their agenda too. Think about it. When they had all those cameras out there, they had make sure they had gay signs. And when people speak at some of these events and protests, they'll throw LGBTQ in there. So that's really what it boils down to. Everybody's an opportunist, and now we're not even capitalizing off of our own pain.
I hear you. I hear you. So Buddha, let me this is the question. Like I said, I know you said you're about to go, Buddha. So I want to ask you this question: who benefits from making sure that this community get gets what it needs to get?
I'm not quite sure what you mean. So, who benefits from the
From the
LGBT?
LGBT, I guess this new age LGBTQ push, the what some people would call sexual confusion. Who benefits for that if we're sexually confused?
Do you know what? Born rich, my brother. I'm
Hmm.
not too sure what's going on in America at this moment in time. Okay,
Yeah.
but from what I've been observing, there's a lot of how can I put this now? There's a lot of tensions in America now. And again, I'm only knowing what I see over here in the UK. I don't know what's
Yeah.
going on because I'm not boots on the ground over there. Okay.
Okay.
But you've got issues around the COVID and First Amendment rights, and you've got people saying, they're weaponizing this whole I don't want to wear a mask, all these Karens, like it's crazy over there. Okay. Now I feel like this LGBT thing is a hardcore leftist propaganda tool. It's like
Okay.
it's like this. Um, there's a lot of from what I'm hearing, there's a lot of forced white guilt. You understand? From the
Okay.
left. There's a lot of forced white guilt. And what that does is that the John Doe white guy that's out there,
Yeah.
he feels oppressed now. He's feeling like
Yes. Yes. Yes.
he feels like if I don't agree with this narrative, then I'm a racist. Okay.
Mhm.
Now, this whole LGBT thing, the black LGBT thing, I feel like if you don't agree with it, you're considered a racist as well as a homophobe.
There you go. There you go.
Understand?
Yeah.
So, who benefits from that? I don't know, because it's a very dangerous thing they're doing. And it's not coming from us, it's not coming from the black community. It's
No.
coming from the leftist white community.
Mhm.
And it's a dangerous thing because they're going to trigger something big over there.
All right, so this is what happened, man. This is like, and y'all know what, man. If you really been watching these shows, man, these shows all string together, man. It's a common denominator, and of course, y'all know what I'm gonna say. White supremacy is the common denominator. It's people who got in, like when black people were fighting for civil rights. You had the white feminist group that moved in and was like, "Hey, black woman, think about this. We know you're fighting racism, but not only racism, you're fighting patriarchy. You know what I'm saying? You're in a patriarchal society, and even in your own community, you're being oppressed by your own men. And then that way they got a couple sisters to go over there. Same thing with this movement. Yes, absolutely, you guys are facing racism, but guess what? You're also facing homophobia. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We know people are discriminating against you in your own community because the way you live. And that
Okay.
is the thing.
I,
It's white supremacy. So when I ask you, Buddha, who benefits from, I asked the question the other day, who benefits from the gender divide? We all said white supremacy. Who
but
benefits
break that down
from,
to me, though, Boom, because I'm a little bit confused. Okay.
Tribalism. What he's basically saying is people are more manageable if they can put you in tribes, because it goes back to what I say about game theory. Your options and choices are predictable. So that means they can predict your behavior. And more importantly, especially for black people, if we're all in these different divided groups, then we're going to have confusion and we can't unite. And then just as Americans as a whole, if everybody's Republican, Democrat, this and that, the third, all these different little groups that people are on, the more you're segmented and the more you're divided, you can't function. Think about it. Our body has different body systems, different organs, but they all work together as a organism to function properly. When something stops communicating with the other part, the rest of the body, what do we say? It's sick. Well, there's a lot of sickness and pathology going on because nobody's communicating with anybody. But the people up top, the brain, they're making sure they're again coding our brain writes code, right, and encodes chemicals to make sure they go to the liver, make sure they go to the heart, make sure you know to breathe or to not breathe or to go to sleep. All of these things are coded, right, and communicate to make the organism or organization work right. Well, when you disorganize people, you still maintain control. It's just now you make sure they don't communicate between each other without going through you first. In other words, you're not going to have any type of communication or order unless everything is processed through the brain. Everything's processed through the media. Everything's processed through cultural norms and pop culture.
Okay, my brother. I can't quite see your name, but big up. I think we spoke before once or twice. Um, all right, that's cool. So look at this now. I wanted to know from Born Rich, because he's saying the 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 supremacists, the white supremacists benefit from this whole confusion. I accept that, and that's true.
Yes.
But where I'm confused is this: are you saying that the white supremacist groups are behind the whole push from the LGBT community?
Yeah, I don't know what white supremacist groups are, but I'm saying the system of white supremacy. The
Okay.
whole system. So you're saying white supremacist groups. So I guess if I name a few white supremacist groups, I guess I could say the Democrats, the Republicans, and the government of the United States of America. Another group would be the United Nations. That's the white supremacist group. Yeah, it has
Okay,
some black, it has black people in
well, how much influence does the United Nations have on America itself,
yeah,
though?
yeah, exactly. The not much because
It
America,
actually has a lot. You know
but
why?
America runs it though, right? Because
Right, yeah, it runs it.
I don't want to go too far, but Buddha just asked me for some groups, and I just didn't want Buddha to be
Well,
thinking
Buddha,
about.
if you want to look at the
Robbie,
groups, oh,
Robbie, let me land because Buddha asked me that question, and he said something real specific. He said which white supremacist groups, and I don't want my dear brother Buddha to be confused and think that a white supremacist group is the Ku Klux Klan or the I don't know, the Proud Boys, or you name any racist white group that the media will tell you those are white extremist groups.
Yeah.
Let's call them what they are. You know what I'm saying? They're not white supremacist groups. When I say the system of white supremacy, I want you to look at governments and international law and international people.
100%. When you phrase it like that, it's quite clear and abundant to see. But the point I'm saying is this: so these leftist groups that go out and say, "Hey, you're not just being oppressed because you're black; you're being oppressed because you're gay." Now, are they being manipulated by governments to say that? Because at the moment, it would appear that they are the enemy of the government. Because
well, I was going to take it a step deeper, and
of
I
course, it
didn't mean to cut.
appears like that.
Hold on.
It appeared like Black Lives Matter was the enemy of the government,
right?
But you guess what? Listen, man, the system of white supremacy will send Democrats. They'll just send their Democrats, the people who normally deal with black people who maybe become a little irrational at times. They'll send the Democrats to go deal with them. So all you got to do is send a few black Democrats, and now the whole Black Lives Matter movement is voting Democrat.
Okay.
Hey, Born, can I chime in real quick? Go ahead,
Robbie.
All I wanted expanded beyond government is the obvious shadow hand in this, and that's the merchant and business class. Because you got to understand, all these politicians are just like those cars and NASCAR. They put the stickers for their sponsors. It's just when you look at somebody in Congress, you have to dig, or in Senate, you have to dig, and you'll see like, okay, who are their donors? Who contributes to their campaign? Those are the people that have a hand up their butt and controlling them like a puppet. That's why you get people who refuse to vote on certain policies or will back something before it's even presented to the floor. So you follow the money. And at the end of the day, we live in a capitalistic, profit driven society. So the top 1% that control the world and control this government specifically, they're into eugenics. They're into pushing a racist agenda. They're into dividing the people as a whole. They like the sleight of hand of telling the poor white man, as long as socially you're better, you're considered better, right? In terms of social status than a person of color. That's all you need. Just keep hoping and dreaming that one day you'll become a Bilderberger. Just keep playing the game. Oh, and by the way, people of color, when we want to divide and conquer and push tribalism, we can reward you with the title, the social title of white. So that's why you got Arabs who will say they're white. You got Hispanics that'll claim they're white. You even have some Asians that will claim they're white. Now, common sense tells them when they come here, they're not necessarily white, but in their respective countries, or depending on when they're dealing with interacting with black people and white people, and as those being total ends of the spectrum, people know how to be fluid. So we've had race fluidity before we had gender fluidity. Everybody knows how to play white when they need to play white, and they play people of color when they need to play people of color. But all of this confusion is orchestrated by people in the business sector, people who are merchants, people who have generational wealth. They have so much money that it's not about making a profit, it's about maintaining control and who they can put in their pocket to control like a puppet.
All right. So listen, Born Rich, you've asked me a question.
Yes, sir.
I want to ask you a question.
Let's get it.
What's the solution to this equation?
All right. Solution is, I guess that's why I'm kind of asking this question. Now, the solution is to replace the system of white supremacy, right? I guess what they would tell you in Alcoholics Anonymous is the first thing is, to me, we have to admit that it's a system of white supremacy. You don't have to agree with what I call it, but that's what I want to call it. But I guess we can start by agreeing that there is a system, right? And then what we have to do, Buddha, is figure out how do we replace this system. Now, we all have our different ways. The first thing I can say, let me give you the easy, simple. Hold on, Buddha. Buddha, I don't want to go too far, but I don't want to go for real, because some people's gonna say that's I'm fantasizing, right? So let me say this, Buddha. First and foremost, listen, man. This is what I'm doing. Try to build a business. The first thing what I am trying not to do is know how to go out and get some money, get some capital without depending on, I guess, clocking in, right? A 9 to 5, a regular job. That's what I'm trying to do. Even if you're working a regular job, make sure getting money to build a business to leave behind. That way you have a flow of income. And then the next thing to me is to get some land, right? But I know it's a bunch of black people who think like me. That is just the simple, what can you do tomorrow to replace the system of white supremacy? And some people will argue that you can't do it like that. Money is not the way. But living in this system that I'm in, I'm gonna tell everybody, if I was to die today, Buddha, I want the world to know that, bro, I wanted you to try to build a business. You're still gonna have to pay the white man's tax. You're still gonna have to, I mean, this is what people say. You're still gonna have to pay the white man's tax. You're still gonna have to live in the white man's system. You're probably gonna be buying your business, paying your mortgage from the white man. All of that, you're gonna have to deal with that when you're in the system of white supremacy. So that's the immediate thing you can do. Have a plan.
I agree.
And I will add to that to say, I think the
Sorry, my
vaccine.
friend. Sorry, listen. I would agree to everything you've just said. However, I wouldn't say business. I would say property, real estate, as you'd call it. Okay. But the question I was going to ask you is this:
Go ahead.
you said replace the system.
Yes.
Do you think the system will allow you to do so?
It's an uphill battle, but I like uphill battles, Buddha. That's why I'm a person who's gonna fight for reparations. Right, Buddha? I don't know what category you're in, but most black people will tell me, you think the white man is gonna give you some reparations? I don't know, but I'm going to keep fighting until I die, and hopefully I can teach the next generation to keep fighting. Can we replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice? I don't know, but I'm optimistic, and I'm gonna teach my kids to, if you can, try to replace the
Can
system. But go ahead. Go. Hold on. Let Buddha go, Robbie, and then
No,
I
no,
got.
let Robbie go,
All
and
right,
I'll
go ahead.
come
Go
back
ahead,
after
Robbie.
Robbie.
Go ahead, Robbie. Go ahead, Robbie.
I just wanted to back up what you're saying and to say the other component to it to make everything that you said work. You'll often hear people say, "We need to be on code. We need to be on code." Well, I'm gonna make it a little plainer, and we discovered it tonight, and I think it's a great thing to build on from here on. Put an end to tribalism. Whether that's political tribalism, whether that's literal tribalism in Africa, because all of those borders, all the borders that you see in South America and in Africa were created by Europeans, and they were created strategically. So even if we don't get rid of those physical borders or governments, we need, and within our mind, we need to get rid
There
of
you
some of these
go.
borders,
There
some of
you
this
go.
tribalism and tribal thinking, because that's what's going to make it easy for the system to still continue doing what it's doing, because it's a mindset. So you could be all for yourself, but if your mindset isn't healthy, then you're going to be supporting a system that with an effect is destroying you or destroying your future generations. So changing our mindset, and I don't mean it in a figurative way. I mean literally. That's something people can start doing right now. Put an end to tribalism. Petty tribalism is not helping, and that is getting and impeding the way of unity. So that is the antidote for white supremacy right there. Is getting rid of tribal beefs and a tribal way of thinking.
Okay, brilliant. All right, let me address a couple of things. So, no disrespect, brother Born Rich, but
Yeah.
in your response, you said I don't know. You used the term I don't know a couple of times. Okay,
Yes, yes,
now,
yes, because I haven't figured it out. It's gonna take a team, Buddha. Right there.
oh,
Hold on. I have to say this, Buddha. I know I keep interrupting you, brother, but I look at white supremacy like a prison, right?
mhm, yeah,
Now the ultimate goal is to fucking escape from this prison, right? That's the
mhm,
ultimate goal. But Buddha, only thing I can do is my little piece, right? I can just keep maybe my job is to figure out the prison layout. So all I can keep doing is try to figure out the layout. I am still going to need a strong team that can actually do the work. I can figure out the layout and tell you, hey, this is where this door goes. This is how this operator works. This is, you know what I'm saying? I can do that, but I'm going to need a strong team. So while I'm over here building my business, trying to buy my land, I am still going to need a strong team to replace this system because this is a big system, Buddha. This is not a small task. So I'm
100. I agree. And one of the key points I agree with you a lot is the land thing. That's a beautiful thing. All right.
absolutely.
So for me, Born Rich, okay, I, I it's such a big undertaking what you're suggesting.
Yes.
There isn't, in my opinion, any spaces for I don't know. So that being the case, let's work with what we do know. We
Okay.
know there's a system. We know how the system works.
Yes.
So for me, it's easier to work with the system and use it to our own advantage. For instance, I'm sure everyone on this panel and in the chat will agree that black-owned businesses is a beautiful thing. It's an integral part of this whole thing. Yeah, black-owned businesses, black economy. This is
Yes.
beautiful.
Yes.
We need this. Okay. All right. Beautiful. So for me, I would not have an issue having a black owned business and having a whole heap of white people working inside the shop. So, for instance, if there's a restaurant,
Mm-hmm.
I don't have an issue with a white waitress, a white chef, a
Okay.
white what everything. I don't
Yeah.
have an issue with that
Yeah, that's
because
business.
let me finish, my brother. So, why do I say that? Does that not go against the whole thing? No, it doesn't. Because the bottom line is it's money that works, it's money that talks. And for instance, if we have black waitresses, we have black chefs and black whatever, okay? How many people do you think will patronize that business if comparing it to a white business? You're gonna have more patrons coming in if it's a white. If the white people see white, they're gonna go to white. Who's having the last laugh? Because the money that's being generated goes into a black pocket and furthers the cause. You understand? This is what I say about manipulating the system to work in we favor. You understand?
I think that's location too, Buddha, right? Me being a restaurant owner, that is location also, Buddha. And I agree with that, right? Because I have to be honest, shit, the white people do it when they come to my community, Buddha. You see what I'm saying? When it's a white shop in my community, you're gonna see black when you walk in the door. So I agree. That depends on location to me, Buddha. Like my restaurant is in an all black community. Now, could I hire a white girl and would I hire a white person? Maybe it's beneficial if
No, that
I
doesn't
have
make
black.
that doesn't make sense. If you got a restaurant in a black community, that's even better. That's better than having a restaurant in a white community. But I would suggest having both, having one for us, one for them, and
Absolutely,
then you're
absolutely.
attacking it. It's called a two-prong
But
attack.
let me tell you a little secret, right? Me being a restaurant owner in this day, Buddha. When you're in the black community, a lot of white people just order. You got Uber Eats, you got DoorDash, you know what I mean, Buddha. Like, yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Brother, listen, like Malcolm said, by
Yeah,
any means necessary.
yeah,
I
absolutely,
don't care
absolutely.
what color the hand is that's putting the money in my pocket, because guess
Yeah,
what? That money is
yeah.
still going to be the same color green. You understand?
Absolutely, and
All right.
absolutely
And
that's
if that can
capitalism. And
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 if,
and one,
and
and
if
one
that can
thing is,
benefit if that
go
can benefit us, then that's good. I don't care where the money's coming from.
ahead. I agree. I agree that one arm of white supremacy. Well, we're gonna support damn near all the arms of white supremacy. I can pull up the 9 list. Fuck. Matter of fact, let me pull up. Let's go to Born Rich's old handy list again. Well, let's go to the list. But I'll tell you this about the list. So let's fuck. I thought I was already there. Hold on, guys. Right here. Right here. All right. So we'll go to the list again. So we have to go back to the list. Oh shit. What did I do? Hold on, guys. What the
Tell me,
hell?
what's this list about, Bonrich?
What the hell? These are the 9 areas. I see what's going on. I'm sharing. Hold on. Here we go, guys. I'm tripping. Something's going on with my computer though. I see that now.
This is why these conversations, certain conversations, need to be held behind doors. I mean. Anyway, listen, my brother, it's good chatting to you. I'm gonna have to bounce, but we'll catch up soon. Yeah, big up whole crew. Take it easy.
All right, salute, brother. Salute, brother. Hold on. Let me pull this list up, though. So it's Buddha talk about the 9 points, man. Great point, Buddha. Way to get us here, right? And Buddha said uphill battle, right? And we know it's an uphill battle. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Why am I doing this? Let's just stop. Let's stop. Let's stop and let's try this again. But as I pull up this list, guys, listen, the areas, the 9 areas that when am I trying to go to? Hold on, let's select the preview. All right, it's this one. So if I go to the list, all right, there we go. So as I go to the list, right, and we see the 9 areas of human activity that is dominated by the system of white supremacy, then this is what you have. Now, the goal, I think this is what Buddha was asking me, but this is 100 though. The goal is we have to figure out a way to control these 9 areas of human activity. We have to figure out how to control these in order to replace the whole system that controls these 9 areas of human activity. That's it. My little part, deal with economics. My little part is deal with education. It's gonna be hard on a mass level because the system got this shit set up where we have education systems, educational programs. You have fucking, come on, man. It is a fucking Secretary of Education of America. It is somebody's title is like the secretary, or you know what I'm saying, or the chief of education of America. We got to figure out how to fucking replace these ideologies with the system of justice. So even when we make sure the economics, make sure the economics are fair. We got to make sure the education system is fair. Entertainment, we got to, come on, man. Like, and this is the list that we have to go back to. So when people tell me white supremacy don't exist, we're gonna have to go through this list. We're gonna have to really go through point by point on these 9 areas and see which one is not manipulated or controlled by white supremacy. Period. This is why this list is important. Period, man. But good shit, Buddha. Buddha has some good shit, y'all. Shit. Finally, Robbie, you ready to get back to the video, brother?
Yeah, go for it, man. I'm here.
Talk to me, Robbie, man. You know what I mean? But shout out to Buddha, man. For real. Shout out to Buddha. That's the brother. He come through. And all of you guys should do like Buddha and hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, what are you waiting on? It don't cost you a dime. Shit. You damn near being a hater if you don't hit the like button. Really. But let's get back. So this is a conversation with Dr. Umar, and if you guys missed it, cause shit, if you knew, you already missed 15 minutes of it. But Dr. Umar is having a conversation with a member of the LGBTQ community, and shit's dope. It's a dope interview. But let's play some more of it.
And you still identify as a man.
Wait, and clarify again, Z. What was your gender assigned at birth?
Well, I don't understand the relevancy of that.
No, because you answered it early. I just want to remember because somebody said I called you queen because I thought you said your gender assigned at birth was a female. Was that correct?
No. I said I was queer. I said I was queer throughout this process.
No. I got the queer part, but what was your gender assigned at birth?
Right, I was assigned female at birth.
Okay, you was assigned female at birth. That's why I called you queen. Okay, so because somebody I'm on fan base, just so you know, Z, as we have the conversation, I'm on my Facebook and I'm on fan base. And somebody on fan base said, did you call a man queen? But you was assigned the gender of female at birth, so I was appropriate. I thought they were saying I was misrepresenting. Okay, go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
You are misrepresenting me, but
okay, so
concerned with the language.
No, I want to be educated, Z. No, I want to be educated, sis. When I call you queen or sister based on the gender you was assigned at birth, is that disrespectful to you?
Absolutely.
Okay. Why is it disrespectful to you, and what would you prefer I call you?
Well, you can stay away from the royals because
No. That's just who I am. You don't have no control over that. Do you understand where I'm coming? No. I want you to make sure you stay within the zone of what is eligible to be critiqued. In other words, I have black women who will say, don't call me queen. It's not up to them because calling black women queen is second. Stay with me. Is second nature. You understand? It's like I'll call a grandmother queen mother. She might say, I don't want to be called queen mother. It don't matter. I'm going to give you the title of respect, whether you like it or not. So for you, getting away from the royals, calling you sister would be disrespectful if I understand you. Correct?
If we working in the politics, you can call me comrade.
Okay, but comrade is political. Comrade political. What would be the appropriate gender pronoun for you?
He, him.
He, him is a one. That's one.
He, him. I mean, it's a pronoun. You asked for the pronoun.
No.
So
But what I'm saying is he, him, one pronoun, because that's two words. So is that a hyphen between them, or are you giving me two options? Are you saying call me he or call me him, or is he, him a single descriptor? You follow where I'm coming from?
I mean,
are you putting those two together, or those?
No.
Okay. So even though you was assigned female at birth, you identify as he. Am I correct?
Yeah, let's keep it simple. That yes.
Okay.
Robbie, I'm going to bed, Robbie. Robbie, I'm going to bed.
Yeah, that's real confusing. I'll tell you like this. That's the kind of madness that that Democrats should stay away from if they're pushing that, because those people don't even understand. In other words, the more and more they talk, the more and more it's something psychological and mental. And to be honest with you, the gay population openly, right? At least people who openly express it is very, very small and minute. I do believe that there's a lot more bisexual people than we let on to believe. But at the end of the day, I mean, bro, you can vote, you can get married, you could become president of the United States, and then there's a lot of gay people who are wealthy. So trying to change cultural norms, see, that's the problem. You cannot change the rest of the culture for everybody else. Everybody has accepted you up to the point that they're willing to accept you. Ain't nobody killing you, ain't nobody hurting you. You even have the law protecting you against discrimination for employment. So I'm like, what is the problem? Now you're trying to drop like a gay bomb on everybody, and that's not right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know, man. See, this is and this is what I'm saying, guys, about us being so divided. It gets dangerous, and even Robbie is saying, okay, we have to stop being tribal. Robbie saying we have to stop being so fucking tribal, but now it's getting dangerous. It is like, man, look, I was born this way. And now I don't want to be this way anymore. So don't you tell me how I was born. I'm gonna start saying this, Robbie. Fuck it, man. This could be a hit mute, Robbie. You got a little echo. I hit myself, Robbie. But this is what I'm gonna do, guys. Fuck it, y'all. Listen, man. The way to replace the system of white supremacy with the system of justice is we change our fucking identity. Let's become transracial, right? And let's just tell the white people we are y'all. Yeah, don't look at my skin. Who gives a fuck if I have dark skin? I am you. You are me. I don't know. I feel like if other communities can do it, maybe we should try that. Maybe we should try that approach. I
Well,
don't
that's what
want
the
people.
sister's saying. The raceless society, essentially, that's what you're
Oh
doing.
my
But
gosh,
the brilliant
maybe
thing
I need
about
to
that
get her
is
back on. Yeah,
it'll confuse
yeah.
people when you apply for cars or job applications. Because if they are discriminatory, say in the future they start having computers evaluating people, you better believe I'm gonna put white on everything.
Yeah, if I'm transracial, so my name is DeQuantarius, but I'm a white man. If we gonna go to the point where we can identify with whatever the fuck they're going to let us identify as, why not, man? Why not, bro? For real. I don't know what's going on. The shit is just getting crazy, man. Shit getting crazy. What's going on? Why so religious? You alright, bro?
I'm well. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, my man. Chilling, man.
Good to hear.
What's going on, man? What do you think of what do you think about this, man? What do you think about this um self-identification and all of this? Why so religious? Talk to me, man.
I'll be honest. I haven't listened to the stream other than for a few minutes. My work's holiday pay and vacation pay resets on Monday, so I had to take my time tonight. So I just left work. But as far as self-identification, I don't know, man. I think it's total bullshit.
I mean, I guess what does it stop? Why so religious? If you can be born a woman and then I don't know, it 17 years old say, you know what, I'm a man.
You
Like,
know when it
mother,
stops? When
yeah.
you ask questions towards them. That's when it stops. Because it's like, I was watching this thing where Biden said uh, he's going to, do the first Supreme Court black woman, right? Now, if the media was honest with the way they portray things, they would have said, now, are you saying trans woman or real woman? You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
are you
yeah.
talking black or identify as
Mm,
black? But they don't
I
want to
like
bring up
that.
those questions because that's their narrative.
I
You know
like
what I'm
that.
Nah,
saying?
it only becomes an
I like that.
LGBTQ issue when the person that you're talking to refers to themselves as LGBTQ. Like if they let you know from Jump Street they're LGBTQ, then they'll start speaking all that.
Yeah,
But the
but
That
vast majority
that's
of
not
people,
really.
what I'm saying is the vast majority of people still go by the normal way. So that's just basically like somebody being petty, and the vast majority of people are still
I
going to
don't
say male
know.
or female.
I don't know. There's like that Microsoft video that
yeah.
came out like 3 months ago where they everybody introduced themselves with their pronouns, and now in Twitter you have like Kamala Harris, like even her handle, and Elizabeth Warren, and all these people are like in their bio they list their pronouns and shit. It's like
Mm.
it's all about.
Well, yeah, because those people have enough money again to get lobbyists and to have influencers to represent their cause. So there's no,
But that goes
as long as
against
they
what
have
you
a
just
hold
said,
on, wait,
though.
wait, 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 wait. As long as they have a big what is it, a war chest? As long as their war chest is not depleted, I mean, who knows, man? They could have a blimp fly up at the Super Bowl, but that's still not going to influence most people to think a certain way. It's all
But
about
that
getting
wasn't
people.
what you just said, though. What you just said was that it doesn't get brought up until it's the person that you address with that. That's
Meaning, no, I said it doesn't become an issue for that person. Meaning, if he was to nominate somebody to the Supreme Court, but they don't identify themselves with the LGBTQ community, I don't think they'll make a big deal about it unless they identify themselves
shit.
or they're a supporter. Hold up, or they're a supporter of it, meaning like they are donor. Like they have donors that are, telling them, "Hey, can you represent this for us to be a voice for us?" But at least speaking in my mind. I don't know. I don't keep gay stuff on my mind.
Well, that's the Democratic Party, though. So I hope you don't vote for them because their whole shit is about LGBTQ plus one twos and binaries with algorithms and shit. Like
Yeah,
that's
well, we don't vote. I mean, so we don't vote for either one of them, either one of those systems of white supremacy. We don't
the
vote for
point that.
either one of them.
Okay.
Look, see,
Well,
that's what I'm saying. See, that's what I'm
okay.
saying. See, non-black people start to get uncomfortable when I say the system of white supremacy. See, other people
I don't
just
get
want to say
uncomfortable.
the
I think
left.
it's funny.
I know, yeah, I know, but see, people like you, whites are religious. You want to say, let's blame the left, and then some people will say, hey, let's blame the right, and I'm like, fuck that. That is the fucking left,
No,
yeah, left wing, right wing, same bird, right?
no, I would
Left
Exactly.
wing, right wing,
no, I would
left.
blame. I would blame whichever side is to blame. It's
I
not
blame
about.
the system. See, that is the thing. We keep trying to blame arms of the system. You don't fucking listen, bro. When you have a body, what's the most important organ in your body? What's a religion?
To me, I'd like to keep my penis.
Yeah, yes, but we're gonna say the brain. Some people's gonna say the brain. Some people's gonna say the heart, right? But we can't blame the other branches when the main system. I would say the brain. I would say the brain is the main system, but we can't blame the other organs when they give out. Blame the brain. Look at the fucking brain. Look at the whole system. Don't tell me about this arm capitalism of the system, or don't make me pull up the list again because politics was in that list again. So we
Well,
can't say,
I guess. Are you happy that that list is only 9? Because if it was 10, it might be impossible, right?
I don't know. I think that
No,
was
it's not
that was a
impossible
joke.
because
Hold
we
on,
can.
hold on,
So
Robbie,
it's
real quick,
feasible.
Robbie. That's a joke that he made that
I'm
joke
just
in the
joking,
chat.
dog.
It fell flat, and now it just kind of falls flat here. Let's just worry about those 9. See, that's the thing with us. That's the thing with humans.
Well, like
No,
Tariq
Admit,
says,
yeah,
we
instead
don't
of
call
admitting,
everyone a white
born,
supremacist.
born.
We just say
The point of
suspected
that
white.
joke,
thank you.
the point of that joke is, if you do succeed in all these 9 points that you think you need to conquer, will a 10th one occur? And then after that 10th one, will there be an 11th one?
Well, we'll deal with it now, but I'll say we have
Hold
thousands.
on,
But
Barn.
We have
Let him repeat his question, because the way
that's
he
the
said it was very telling into his psyche and his thought process. Can you please
so
repeat that statement?
the point of the joke was, if you conquer these 9 points that you
The
personally
fact that you
feel.
used the word conquer, that stands out. And then I think I saw you in the
I
chat
didn't say it
section
the
say,
first
"Ho-
time.
hold
I
up."
said it
In
the
the
second
chat, I was
time.
reading, I was paying attention to the chat. Now that I hear that you're, who you are, you said something about black supremacy. I guess that was another joke that
I
fell
didn't say
flat way.
black
Like,
supremacy.
you said we're going to replace the system of white supremacy, but with what? Black supremacy?
Oh,
Because you
no,
were
he didn't.
arguing with somebody. You were
I never
arguing with
said
what's his
that.
face, the other
No, he
brother that
didn't say
came
that.
on.
Robbie,
No,
hold on real quick,
scroll on
Robbie.
the chat. Scroll on the
Robbie,
chat.
let me jump in. I'll scroll up, but he wasn't the one that said that. But I will give you this, Robbie. He used that word. See, this is the thing. These are trigger words. See, somebody else used the word and said, okay, Born, you want to replace the system of white supremacy with what? They didn't hear me when I said replace it with the system of justice. They said replace it with the system of black supremacy. I ignored that comment, Robbie. I read it, but it wasn't him. He just used the word conquer. See, do you hear these
You're
words, man?
you're
These words.
complaining.
He said conquer. We're not trying to conquer you. Let's use the word
Exactly.
replace.
You,
I keep saying replace. I
okay,
never
then
said
I'll use your
conquer.
terminology. It
Let's
seems
use it.
like it's more of a battlefront concept, because you even mentioned Malcolm X, and Buddha Bing quoted him too, by any means necessary, which is
Yes,
more
to
of a
replace. Any
which
means
is, hey.
necessary to
So
replace
can I
the
finish?
system.
So
We don't
by
we
any
don't have
means
military.
necessary.
Listen, why so religious? You need a military to conquer something.
Are
We
you
don't have a
sure?
military.
Is that the
You pretty
definition
much
of conquer?
in 2022 you do. In
Is
2022,
that
yes.
the definition of conquer?
I
That you
am just
have to have a
asking you. I am
military.
asking you.
We're
Listen, if
saying
I
if you're
want to conquer
applying
the system,
politics in a military fashion, if you're
thank you.
trying
If
to
I want to
apply
conquer the
politics,
system,
good.
go ahead, Robbie. I'm sorry.
I'm just trying to say, if you're trying to apply politics in a military fashion, then yes, you need a military. But that's the whole point. Like, in our time being here, we have never tried to have a revolt or a rebellion to the point that I'm saying, that it was like a all out
So
military
this is
option.
a
I think
semantical
every
game you're playing.
excuse me.
Like this is a semantical game. Like, you're asking me
No,
about
I'm not
what I
playing
think of.
semantics. Hey, you know what I
Real
think,
quick.
Barn?
Yeah.
Seriously,
What
I
up?
think I think this guy is kind of a little bit of a troll. I would be curious to
No,
see some
he's
of
a
his videos on
debater.
other
No, he wants.
platforms.
No,
No,
he
wait,
wants
wait,
to
wait. I
debate,
like this.
Robbie.
Wait, wait, wait. No, don't defend him. I know a white supremacist troll when I see one. So I'm gonna just be quiet at the minute for the moment. But
Okay.
but the
Let me
funny
say
thing
this.
is
Let me
though,
say this, Robbie. Robbie,
the
I'll give
funny
you
thing
this,
is
Robbie.
though. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Robbie. No, I'm gonna say this, Robbie. I'll give you this. Maybe he is right because that was my first. Because that was my first. My first. The first time I ever met. Why so religious? Right. He was this, and I'm gonna tell you this, Robbie, and this is not going to help his case at all. First time I ever spoke with Why So Religious, I heard him on a platform speaking about single black fathers in the household and how they're arrested
What
and
was
not
the
in the
topic that
household.
JLG
Yeah,
talked about?
so
What was
so
the
I ain't gonna
topic?
lie. I ain't gonna lie, Robbie. I got the same vibe, but I have spoken to Why So Religious, maybe a suspected white supremacist, but
Remember, I told you the objective of trolls are to get entertainment, get a good laugh. They're not there to make any solutions. They're either there to make fun or
Dude,
to
I
provoke.
tried to offer
And I
solutions.
would just say,
Great
like with
topic.
me,
What are you talking
I'll
about?
let trolls be trolls. I'll let trolls be trolls.
I got you. I got you. I hear you.
love
I hear
how
you. I
I love
hear you.
how within 3 minutes,
But we'll talk
four
about it. We'll
minutes,
talk about it.
within 3 or 4 minutes, you're allowed to just cast aspersions on me. But if I did it on you, it's instant racism, dog. You
No, I
understand?
wouldn't care. Actually, I really wouldn't care.
No,
And I'm
if
not
I
even saying that you're a racist. I just said up to this point. What did I say? Suspected. I said I
really,
suspect. he could be a white supremacist troll, which means I'm going to observe your behavior. And I
You're
wish I could just look at some of the other. Look,
Great
I wish I could
question.
look at some
Great.
of the
you're a
other
joke
platforms
to
that
me,
you're on,
dude.
and then that would give me a better idea of
Yeah,
what
Robbie.
your intentions are when you
Yeah,
come
it's
on the
a
platform.
yeah, it's okay, Robbie. We'll just this is a guy he's not here
So
every
he
day.
asked me to repeat my question, and then
Mhm.
didn't even let me finish what my question that he asked me to repeat was. Right?
Yeah,
He
fuck
just
this.
instantly
All right, fuck that. Fuck
digressed.
that. Why so religious? Let's get to it because I have to keep the chat going. Thank y'all for tuning. I mean, thank y'all for typing in the chat. Make sure that you keep dropping your questions in the chat for any panel member or any question you want to ask in general. Drop it in the chat, man. I will get to them. I promise. So I have a question right here for you. Why so religious? Ask the non-African. What is the difference between white racism and black racism? Yo, why so?
No, I'm thinking because I've never tried to think of racism as a separation between races as opposed to just any race can be racist, if you get what I mean. Like,
Not
um,
really.
so any race can be racist towards any other race. If you want to go with the historical concept of racism, it's the concept that a person or a group of people believe that their race is superior to any and all other races. Now, if you want to go to modern day, uh, I guess you would say, inflection of what racism is, uh, then a lot of people have attributed it to economic standards, educational standards. Um, I would say that the that to the majority of people, the difference between uh, white racism and black racism is that black people cannot be racist. Like that is a big like argument that has
Yeah,
been made for the past like 10 years
yeah.
probably is that black people cannot be racist
Racist. Yeah.
and made out to
Prejudice and racism, basically.
Yeah, but yeah,
be.
Prejudice
let
plus
him land.
power.
Let him
Prejudice.
land though.
Yeah,
Hold on, let
yeah.
him land. I want to hear this. I want to hear this. That's a big argument. So what do you think? Why so religious?
So I'm
Can black
getting to
people
it.
be racist? Go ahead, go ahead.
So in modern day, I would say that most people, maybe not most, but a huge percentage do lean to the concept that due to historical factors um, and commonplace divide, I guess you might say, whether it be economic, educational, social homes, and things like that, that they would lean towards black people still cannot be racist. But if you're asking me my personal opinion as opposed to what is the difference between them, I would say that there's a that the idea of white racism is all encompassing. Like there would be no consideration of like separation of white supremacy, whether it be like theological like religions or whether it be sociological, whether it be economical. But with black racism, I would say that you could add like a historical, like the Kemets. A Kemet belief does kind of have, at times, not all Kemets, but of course, hashtag. Um, but they will
Yeah,
have.
this is 2022, and if we're gonna do the Kemet's and ruling civilizations,
No, I'm
then
talking, but
the,
I'm talking about
I
the
don't know
people
what
now that
I
have
don't know what you're
colonized.
talking about. Hold on, really
Bond,
quick though.
Bond, can I come in
Hold
for a
on,
minute?
hold on,
I
guys.
thought you were gonna let me
Everybody,
land.
hold on. Why? So you have to have new panelists. I have to make sure I don't get porn bomb, bro.
I
You know what
get
I'm
that.
saying? So slow down. I heard Ask Getty. I know that's you, Kale and Leo. Talk to me, brothers. I just got to make sure y'all ain't fake accounts because people are creating fake accounts and they will create a fake account of you, believe it or not. Is that you, brother Kale?
How you doing, brother boy?
Yeah, I know y'all laughing, man, but these Troy Robbie.
How you doing?
Hey, salute to you, Kel. I know you laughing, man, but I'm telling you guys, man, a person will come up on here and put Robbie Blue, and I let them on the panel, and they show some porn and shit on my
Nah,
YouTube.
you're telling the truth, bro.
Yeah,
That's why I'm laughing.
yeah,
Well,
for
well,
real, bro.
go on. Can we go back to the
Hold on,
top?
Ask Getty, one more new panelist, Leo. Talk to me, Leo. You gotta talk to me, brother.
Yeah, I'm in this bitch.
My guy. All right, cool. Now that I know everybody is everybody, Ask Getty, talk to me, brother. Shout out first off, salute to you, Ask Getty, and salute to the
Respect and
panel.
equality
Shout out
to
to
all
the
my
panel.
brothers
No, Ask
and sisters.
Getty. Salute to you, brother. How you doing?
Well, it's a blessed day, brother. And
There you go.
I think
And as
you
Getty,
further.
hold on, as Getty. It's a lot of panelists up here. Let me remove these comments because as Getty, like we gotta come in like we people, right? Just like my father would say, if you walked in my house, you couldn't walk in my house and then just go and come and holler at me. You gotta say, how you doing? You gotta speak to everybody in the house, brother. So we got other people on the
I was
panel.
on that, bro. But all right.
I'm
Well,
sorry.
respect
Go
to
ahead,
everybody,
bro.
bro. Respect to everybody. I wish we had more time, and learn more about this information we're learning every day, But one thing I have put a lot of time in studying into, is the understanding of white supremacy and these type of people we're dealing with today, right? So the common question, we keep asking these people is that they don't, one thing I've known that these people don't really understand what white supremacy is, but they're walking on the footsteps of their ancestors, meaning that they're the defenders of the system of white supremacy today, even if they don't know, right? So majority of these people are not politicians, right? But they already talk like politicians. So when you ask them about what white supremacy is, they will never understand your information of, what you're going through as a black man, or your understanding of what you're going through on a daily basis. It's like a gift passed over by generation and generation by their ancestors, you get me, to keep their system in check. You have to understand these people have only been this powerful for the last only 400 to 500 years, right? We've been more powerful for the last thousands of years. So for them to keep that system going, they don't know it of themselves, but it's a system is a gift, to be honest. That's what I've learned about the white supremacy, because they will never tell you, they will never, brother, one thing, let me just add one thing, brother. These people never understand your suffering,
Hold
basically.
on. Why so?
The point is that.
We're not going. Yeah, please, we're not going to Islam, guys. I mean, go ahead, ask Getty. But come on, guys.
So
I don't
the
want to
point
go
was, bro, these people don't understand your suffering, right? So you could spend 2 years, 3 years, even 100 years, bro, explaining what your people are going through. But for them, you living with these people in the modern day right now, they're saying they're not racist. The point of being racist is, in their mindset, is treating somebody directly different, right? What about if you are backing a religion like white supremacy? Because you have to understand, to these people, white supremacy is a religion. It's a way of life. Because
I agree.
When you listen to this white so religious guy, right? He's defense mode right now. He's defending something that he doesn't even know the full understanding of that system, right? Because he knows this is beneficial for him. In the end, it's gonna be beneficial for him and his children.
He was raised in it.
When did I hold a different
I know one thing I do say, yeah, my black brothers, they do understand what I'm saying, though. That's the problem with white people not understanding these messages we're giving out to them. Because we've been doing it for years and years. Our parents have been doing the same things. Their grandparents have been doing the same thing. So it's only been for the last 400-500 years, bro. And one message I do want to understand, who can really who could help us, is the far left. So the understanding of this thing is, they're both fucked up, right? But if you look at it, if it's a system, the ones in the middle is the system, right? The government and that. So you have the Democrats and the Republican, as we call it, left, conservative and labor, right? So those in the middle. So it's spreads out further and further. So right now you do have some white people that understand fully what you're telling them information. But these type of people like Bone Rich and many of these people we've been talking to for years, they're in denial of the truth. It's like they're holding back. So these people, they're born with it, bro. There is no more understanding than saying this is a religion they're born with. They're born with this way of life, right? So we can call it ignorant, but they're not really ignorant, because they're defending something very precious,
No,
bro.
I hear you. I
And
hear
this is
you.
my
I hear you.
message, you know.
I hear you. I hear you,
King,
Asketti. I hear you,
can
Asketti.
can I address as Getty?
Yeah, you can, and
Yes,
then I
bro.
want,
I'm here.
and
I'm
then
here.
I want Leo. Then I want Leo to come in, Robbie, because Leo's new to the panel. But
You
go
know
on.
what? No, let me let Leo come in, and
Yeah, don't forget your
I'll hold my
point.
thought.
Don't forget your point, Robbie. You know how we do, brother.
Okay, so the thing is that you have so many people who like the white people, they see the black people who has, like, say for instance LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, whatever. You have these white people who see these people and they are locked in like, man, you black people are making excuses. You just having excuses. But the problem is that when you get locked into this situation, you are going by the system. Like, a lot of people are forced into the system. If LeBron James wasn't LeBron James will be in the system of oppression. You feel me? Like, you can make it out of the system of oppression, but that's like, oh, you made it out. No. Like, this system is what it is. So white people look at certain black people like, oh man, we that person, he's cool with white people and he's okay with us. We are all the same. No, you see that certain group, what you call it, that dynamic of people or whatever, and you think that all black people should be like that. It's just like black people. It's some white people who can understand our struggle, but then the majority, they don't understand the struggle of coming from the black community, the black place. So everything is not the same for everybody. But I ain't in tuning enough of this conversation. I'm trying to like, you know what I'm saying, understand more of what y'all talking about. I did
Yeah.
just hop in.
Nah, you good, Leo. It took a mean left turn, but I got a video I'm going back to, Leo. Don't you stay right there. Stay right there. Don't you move a muscle, Leo, because when I get back to this video, I'm sure a lot of these brothers will have something to say. But go ahead, Robbie. You was next with the floor, brother.
Yeah, all I was basically saying to respond to King was, see, the truth of the matter is now the reason why we're having these discussions that we're having now is back in the day when they ran propaganda with poor and rich, you had poor people who could feel supreme, right? Notice I say feel. There isn't a white supremacist on the panel because there's nobody that's superior or supreme over us, right? The thing of it is that feeling is now fading. Why? Because due to greed, due to mismanagement of the government, due to all the progression that we have now in the country and out the state, the truth is coming out now that there's way more poor people than we suspected. So if you want to talk about come out the closet, like I said, they've always put us as the face of the oppressed and the face of the poor. But the reality is coming out that there's a lot of white people that really feel poor. There are a lot of white people that may not necessarily be taking advantage of everything that was promised in terms of the idea of American exceptionalism and that you're racially superior and you're special people. It's a bunch of hogwash now because, like, I can tell somebody if you're superior and you had a 400-year head start and you still live in a trailer or you don't have generational wealth, then you're not much better off than anybody else. So that's why I say as soon
Brother,
as we can put an end to
Yeah, hold
tribalism.
on, Ask Getty. Hold on. Let him go. Go ahead,
So
Robbie.
what? So what I'm saying is, a lot of times, and that's why I was telling the brother on the panel today about being a suspected troll. I get it. Like at the end of the day, a lot of people are realizing that they're had. We've always known from Jump Street that this was a Ponzi scheme. The thing of it is now you have more people than you have jobs. So what is the weapon that's always used by the rich? Racism. So that makes some people feel better. So it makes somebody feel better to, to punish or to act out a little bit of their bias. But in terms of having actual power for themselves, it's dwindling and dwindling every day. And sadly, because people have been so indoctrinated, I think as some of those benefits and privileges dissolve, you are going to have more racial strife. History has shown us that when economics goes down in the toilet, people look for a scapegoat and they look for somebody to blame. Historically, we've been that scapegoat. I personally think everybody should point their cannons at, like I said, the merchant class and the super rich who even has duped the white man. And more white people open up. That's why when Steve was on the panel the other day, we could have the same discussion and nothing was triggering because he knew I'm not a white supremacist. And I agree with you. White supremacy is a problem. And guess what? It's a game that they ran on us. They'd be like, don't look behind the curtain. As long as you're better than the nigger, it's okay. As long as you go out your front door and you don't see too many black people on your block, you're successful. You don't have any power. You don't own any land. You don't own any property. But you know that the game is flawed, but you're hoping, just like Squid Game, that some kind of way you're going to beat the odds, and that's going to prove, this whole idea of eugenics, that you're superior, like
Got a
strong
question.
people.
All right, bro. Before you go into too many points, can I just address
Hold on,
something real quick?
Ask
got a
Getty,
question.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm
hold
done.
on. Oh
got a
no,
Because, bro,
hold
I
on.
think we address this.
Ask Getty. You have to hold on because I have a new panelist, guys. That's why I got the full screen going. I just have to make sure because I don't know what Web Funk is doing, but I just want to see is the brother can get on. Hold on, Web Funk. And then another thing, Ask Getty, we're gonna have to share the platform because the brother Kill hasn't said anything. We got a lot of people trying to say something, but hold on, real quick, Kill. I'm coming to you next, brother. But
Okay.
Web Funk, what are we doing, Web Funk? Like, come on, Web Funk. I don't want to have to kick you, brother. I don't want to have to kick you off the stream. Web Funk, is that you there? You still have a icon here. You're on the panel on one device. I don't know if you're trying to get two devices working, Web Funk, but we got to get it together, brother. All right,
All right, Born. I appreciate you having me on. I have to spend I have to spend about an hour or so.
Can you not just stay on for 2 minutes? Can you just stay on for 2 minutes?
I want to ask
I know everybody
before you
wants
leave.
to ask why. Everybody wants to ask you a question, White Soul, but I'm sorry.
that's what I wanted
already
to.
cut me off 2 times. What are you
Yeah,
talking
but I have to moderate, White Soul. I have to moderate
Dude,
this
you cut me
new
off
people.
2 times. You even said, I quote, let him land. And then, what are you talking about? A dude cut me off in the middle of asking me a
Are
question.
you gonna yell? Why so religious? Why are you yelling, brother?
Because
Why are you yelling?
here's the reason, dude. You
But don't
asked
yell.
me.
You don't have to yell. Don't yell at
Here's
me.
the thing,
Don't
dude.
yell.
You're like, don't let
yell.
people want to ask you questions. And then what's going to happen? 2 times from 2 different panelists, yourself and the other one, y'all ask shit and then cut me off before I can even fucking finish. So what do you think? I'm going to just stick around and let this happen again?
Are you feeling oppressed, bro? What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
No, I feel like you're being a jackass, dog. I know how you run your channel. I've defended you against Lady Divine on how you run your channel. I'm just saying, dude, I'm going to go off and I'm going to prepare for tomorrow's live stream of Hamza's Den. Why would I wait around for you and your panelists to...
Kick him, bro.
Yeah. We ain't gonna trip. Right? We not tripping.
Point.
We not as Getty. You know we not tripping on that, bro. Like we not gonna do that, White Soul. But thanks for joining the panel. Hit the like button on your way out, White Soul Religious. Is this Wab Funk? Wab Funk, you gotta say something, brother, because you just keep jumping on and jumping off. I don't know if you're trying to porn bomb me, but you gotta say something, Wab Funk. Yeah, see, that's weird. I don't know if that's a fake Wab Funk. Wab Funk. Web Funk. Okay, you got to get it together in the back. All right, go ahead, Kill. Go ahead, Kill.
Vaughn, I wanted to ask why so serious the question, right? But he's gone now.
He's gone now, Kill.
Yeah. What I do believe that we should do, though, brother, whenever a non-African is on your panel, you need to ask the Africans on there that they need to ask certain questions and certain type of statements to get information out so we can learn off it. Because there's certain languages that if you use, right, what it does, it closes a person down and you don't get the information you need that will help out people. You know what I mean? We have to be very mindful how we orchestrate questions and talk, because one thing we want to do is get information out the non-African who believe that there's no racism. So, but I'm going to jump off anyway, brother. I just wanted to ask. I more wanted to center with why so religious, because he's very valuable in this situation that we could learn off. Well, he's not here no more.
Kel, let me ask you this, Kel. Hold on, let me ask you this though, Kel. Is he really that valuable if he's gonna flip out and yell and like, come on, Kel. I can get any white man or any white woman on here to flip out and yell. So I don't think that's me personally, brother. I don't think that's those type of people are not going to be valuable. Let me tell you this, Kel, because everybody's a lot of non-black people ask me, Born Rich, what can I do to help the black cause, right? And I tell them, go infiltrate your family members and infiltrate your community, and come back and tell us who is the people in your community or your family that's practicing white supremacy. But all non-Africans are not going to do that, Kel. If you understand what I'm saying, bro. It's gonna
Yeah,
take
you're
a
right.
specific few that's willing to go back and listen to what grandpa and grandmother is saying, and they may own 6, 7 banks here in Tennessee or 4 or 5 banks in New York. It's gonna take a special type of ally that's going to be willing to go back and get that information and bring it back to us, Kel. Those are the non-Africans that's beneficial. These type of
I,
non-Africans that come on this panel, they're
bro,
going to say there's no such thing as white supremacy. Matter of fact, I believe in black supremacy, and you guys are racist, and yell and kick and scream and go back to their fucking farm or barn or wherever the fuck they go. But go ahead, brother.
bro.
Let me just say one thing, brother, before we go in, because there was a question asked earlier, right? Like I was mentioning, you know, why I believe white supremacy is like a religion to these people, right? It's because like for them, like I was saying earlier, it's a system where the government is set in place, and on top of that, that's, you know, those people sitting on the table and thinking they're God, right? So you have someone like white so religious who's already very he's hateful against Muslims, Christian, and all religious. That's why he always comes on with white so religious, right? He wants to maintain this white supremacy of confusing the people's mind, right? So they can be in check. So it's like a system, you know. But for us black people to step forward now is to just to understand one thing that's clearly understandable by studying these people, is that these people will never let you go, bro. They know what they're doing perfectly. They know this. They've been planning for this for years and years, hundreds of years, you know. It's a system that's been set up. But for us just to understand this in all of us understand what the problem is. And like where I always come from, the point as being a black man, I always start my point from speaking for Africa and African people, right? Because this is where I believe we should speak majority of our problem from, because like this is where we really will benefit from if we get free, right? And meaning by free, it means economic freedom, right? Like I was saying, look, once you hit these people with economic freedom for Africa, they will have to be in check. They will have to listen now, and this is how things should be run, you know?
No, I
And
get
justice
you. I
will be
get
brought
you.
around every corner. And I understand, brother, you man live in America and that, but the
Yeah.
point I was trying to say again, you know, with why so religious, and many of these other people we see on the channel is they're just programmed to believe like this, you know? And so it's like a
Yeah,
curtain in
I
front of them.
agree.
They don't see
Yeah,
the
I
difference.
agree. That's all they know. That's all they know. Listen, I don't expect non black people to understand my struggle, or understand when I say I'm oppressed, or understand when I am trying to replace the system of white supremacy. I expect every non-black person to look at me, or their eyebrows and antennas go up when I say white supremacy. I expect all of them to be like, wait, what? White supremacy? That shit doesn't exist. What are you talking about? That even Buddha Bing did it earlier. When I say white supremacy, do you know what
Brother
the
Rich,
average, bro? Hold on,
Brother
let me
Rich.
say, hold on. When I say white supremacy, do you know what the average person think? They think KK, the Ku Klux Klan with white hoods on. Or they
That's
think
what I'm
Donald
saying, Brother
Trump.
Rich. Listen,
They
listen.
think
I need to
Donald
say
Trump.
something to Ask Eddie.
Oh, go ahead, Webphone. Salute to you. Hold on, Webphone.
It's
I
got
gotta.
something to do. Look, it's got
No,
Peace
something
and
to
love,
do with
brother. Peace
Islam.
and
no.
love. Peace
Ask
and love.
Eddie.
I'm not listening,
Peace
bro.
and
There's
love.
Relax.
no point.
Ask Eddie. Relax.
So he's
And
another
Webphone.
spectator. You get me?
Webphone.
Peace
Relax.
and love.
Webphone. Yeah, there we go. Because look at all these beautiful black people on this panel, man. And you
Oh,
just gonna come in and
fantastic.
address Ask Eddie?
Boy,
I'd
you
like to
know,
say
the problem
something.
is, bro, we have some black people in the
Well,
community, right?
look. Ask Eddie, chill,
One
chill,
second, one for
chill,
one,
brother.
Hold on,
they have
no,
a
no.
problem
Ask
with
Eddie. You
Islam.
gotta let him go.
Chill.
Ask Eddie.
But don't
Ask
forget,
Eddie.
behind
Ask Eddie.
Islam,
I'm
we
not
still have
gonna
a
Chill,
make
black
brother.
skin, you know?
Ask
We
Getty.
still have
Ask
a black
Getty. I don't
skin
want
Brother,
to mute.
behind
brother,
Islam. We
I don't
still
chill.
have a black skin.
Chill, brother.
Okay, guys. I
Brother,
don't want to mute,
chill.
guys. I don't want to mute y'all, but come on. Let's have fun. You see all these beautiful black people on this panel. So make sure
Yep.
you salute to not only me, but to the panel, brother. Salute to everybody.
Salute to
If
everybody.
we're a family, we're a real family, guys.
Okay, so it's like this. You see, Africans need to understand one thing, that the African American struggle is different. It's different. We know colonialism as African descendants of the continent, just like Asketi. Yeah, the African American struggle is different. It's totally different. These guys have, and I'm talking about African Americans here. These guys got culture in a different paradigm altogether. Altogether. Asketi, you need to understand this. It's pivotal. Right?
But what's the difference between the
No,
white
no, no.
supremacy system of colonialism and the white supremacy system of America against black people? What's the difference? It's still a system,
you and
brother.
I
It's
on
a system.
Asketi. You and I on the same plane. We understand colonial history, African history, all that sort of shit.
Well,
African
it's just a
spirituality,
system, brother.
Asketi, chill, Asketi.
Let him finish.
Your children will be following African American culture. You get me? You get me, bro? That's what they're going to be following. As far as people of our identity and ilk are concerned, right? There's a different culture altogether. And African Americans gave birth to this culture. You get what I'm saying? You are an African just like I am, Asketi. But our variation of current culture. No, Asketi, chill. Our variation of current culture. And you're a Muslim, right? I've had my father is Somali.
Well, fun.
You get what I'm saying?
So what?
So we understand this. We understand this, bro. No, listen. You need to
all
stop
fighting
this.
on the
You
same
need to
fight
stop it.
against white supremacy.
What's the fight?
It's white supremacy. Like you said African colonialism, and you said American, right? What's the difference between this system?
You look at TikTok.
Dominating black people
today.
It's still black people at the bottom.
African music.
They're still at the top today because of black people.
TikTok
so
videos.
The point is, Wi-Fi, you just keep talking, bro, but you just keep making more points, right? You said something about Islam. This is the problem we keep seeing about African brother coming on here and talk about African spirituality and that, right?
He's born rich.
No problem with Africans. Hold on, one second, bro. Look, I can't be going back and forth with you, bro. I just want to make my point
with this guy.
That's something.
And his audience. You can't get anything out of it.
I try to let out message, bro, that I don't let out too many times anyway. I don't have time to keep, because people don't give me time to talk, right? You have brother like Shakara and even you, right? You man are targeting Muslims. Look, you targeting Muslims.
Hey, family,
bro.
Guys.
Am I gonna be able to talk, bro?
Yo, guys, I'm getting back to the video. We don't win way.
Bro, if I can, let me just make my point, bro. The guy asked me something. He won't let me even make the point.
Hey, I know. King, ask Getty. Listen to this, man. So I'm getting back to the video, family. Let's get what the fuck, guys. What in the fuck? We done got way off the video. Let's get back to the video, man. This is why I started the show. Let's talk about the video. So the video is titled Dr. Umar Johnson Conversation with the LGBTQ members, and this happened. So
okay.
So let's get it back. Let's get it back. All right. So where am I at? I'm 17 minutes and 40 seconds into the video. Dr. Umar is having a conversation with a black member of the LGBTQ community. I'll rewind it about 30-40 seconds for the people who just got here. But family, everybody mute your mic and let's get back to it.
Well, I gotta take care of some business, brother. I have to come back, man. I've already seen this. I've already seen this a couple of times on your stream now.
There you go, my brother.
My brother, big up. But if you want me to address that point quickly before you go further,
we'll get it next time. We'll get it next time. I
keep it to 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Go on.
The point is, bro, this LGBTQ is more important than racism. These people are saying they're not racist, so they're trying to divert you further and further. This is the point.
But we're talking about it as Getty.
I understand. That was my point.
Listen, I already know, bro.
I said what I said.
This is an example of tribalism.
But hold on.
Tribalism. So it is
exactly.
relative.
It's tribalism. Just like as Getty is gonna tell me he's from Somalia, he's a Muslim, he has his tribes. He has his tribes that he is. So we can't we can't say Well, and I'm not even caping for the LGBT, but we
And you
can't
know,
say that let's shit on this tribe. This tribe's struggle is not important, but
right?
this tribe's struggle is
You know what's
important.
cold?
We're not gonna be
You
able
know
to
what's
do that.
cold, born? Before you go back to the video about that whole Islam point they're making, I did a little bit of research, right? When I was checking the military powers in Africa, and it seemed like all the Arab leaning countries, right? I'm talking about where the majority of the people look like actual Arabs. They're the ones that have better military, better funding from the UN and all that. So again, if a black Muslim or somebody's attacking somebody that's black, that's Muslim, again, that's just all buffoonery and coonery, because I bet you even those Arabs treat us different. You know what I mean? Like
No, I get you,
why
but
are we caught up
shit,
in tribalism?
shit, not yet, not today, Robbie. Shit, Robbie, please don't open that can today.
All right,
All right, let me
respect,
play the
brother
video.
Bone. I was just gonna say, brother, respect for the show, and
Salute.
let's just try to all understand. You know, we all fighting one fight. We have to leave Islam, Christianity, American culture, all of this behind, right? We all want to be free at the end of the day, and it's only happening to us because of the race of our skin. And like I was saying, this is a system that it takes all of us to understand one time and start addressing it on one point and moving forward together as
No, I
once.
got you. I
Respect for
got you.
everybody.
And
Everybody have a good day.
yeah, salute, as Getty. And I'm gonna bring that up, right?
Peace.
I'm gonna bring that up, and even in this video, right, as Getty. It's kind of weird. You would say everybody has to be on one accord, but like I said earlier, what is the role of the black people, this LGBTQ? But all right, let me play some more video. No, nobody answer that. Let me play some more video.
No. I want you to make sure you stay within the zone of what is eligible to be critiqued. In other words, I have black women who will say, "Don't call me queen." It's not up to them, because calling black women queen is second. Stay with me. Is second nature. You understand? It's like I'll call a grandmother queen mother. She might say, "I don't want to be called queen mother." It don't matter. I'm going to give you the title of respect, whether you like it or not. So for you, what would getting away from the royals? Calling you sister would be disrespectful if I understand you. Correct?
If we working in the politics, you call me comrade.
Okay, but comrade is political. Comrade is political. What would be the appropriate gender pronoun for you?
He, him.
He, him is a one? That's one?
He, him. I mean, it's a pronoun. You asked for the pronoun.
No.
So
But what I'm saying is he, him, one pronoun, because that's two words. So is that a hyphen between them, or are you giving me two options? Are you saying call me he or call me him? Or is he, him a single descriptor? You follow where I'm coming from?
I mean,
are you putting those two together, or those?
No.
Okay. So even though you was assigned female at birth, you identify as he. Am I correct?
Yeah, let's keep it simple. Yes.
Okay. I got you now. Let me go to the next.
Yo, what's up? Yeah.
Peace and love, brother. Are you homosexual, bisexual?
I don't want to disclose. I don't think that it's relevant. I think the people who know in the audience, they know.
But I need to know, brother, because you're having a conversation with me.
Well,
I mean,
is it Thursday? I'm straight today. It's Thursday.
What do you mean you straight today is Thursday, brother? Be honest with me, brother. Are you straight? Are you gay? What?
I really want to solve a problem.
Okay, and I'm gonna let you solve that problem, Brandon. But Brandon, tell me how you identify, brother. What's wrong with telling me?
I'm poor.
You're poor. I'm asking about your sexual orientation, brother. Come on now.
I've been here for a while. I don't mind sharing that with you.
Just tell me, brother, and then you could go right into your point. I just want to know your frame of reference, brother. That's.
Allow me the courtesy of going into my point.
Okay, go ahead. I'm with you. Go ahead. The floor is yours. Brother.
Anderson Smith.
All right, so I'll come back to that video, but that person did not want to. I guess they said that their sexual orientation isn't important. Let me ask you this, Leo. Now, Leo, when you meet a person that maybe you have suspicions that they're part of the LGBTQ community, do you think it's dangerous if you ask them what's their sexual orientation? Yo, Leo. Okay, Leo's maybe not there. Kel,
Yes, bro.
talk to me, brother. Talk to me, brother. So, I think one thing that person said is,
Right.
don't ask me what's my sexual orientation. It doesn't matter. If I am for the betterment of African people, then I am
Mm.
for the betterment of African people. What do you have to say to that, Kel?
Well, brother, it's very tricky, isn't it? Because the LGBTQ community is a branch of white supremacy, whether they want to admit it or not. It's funded by them, they're protected by them, and they're disputed by them. So whether they hide it or not, I mean, a great ancestor, he's still alive by the name of Dr. Claude Anderson. He made it clear that when it comes to the minorities, because we're not a minority, African people are the majority on the earth, but as
Yeah,
it pertains
absolutely.
to those who came to America, they were allowed to be classed as white, you see. um the Arabs, the Asian, the Middle Easterns, the Asians, and also the ones from Europe. The second thing, they were allowed access of wealth. you know the third thing, minorities, LGBTQ falls into that. The fourth thing, they were allowed to practice their culture. And the fifth, that they could practice their religious and business under the banner of white. So the LGBTQ, they are a branch of white supremacy, and they have the ability to hide in it or not, brother. They don't have to let you know that they are. They just know when it's time to be protected. They have that card. So it doesn't really make a difference, really. As long as we all know that it is a branch of white supremacy.
Okay, I hear you, brother. Let me play some more of this video, guys. I just want to get through the video, family. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh shit, I forgot it was on there.
So, what I think you're looking at, if the question is to be legitimized, is what you're really examining is a particular thing that plagues all Black movement, which is vibrational disharmony. You've got people who appear to be in community, people who seem to share a perspective or a desire for justice, but when you sort of investigate and interrogate their value system or their priorities, you realize that there's a lot of distance between why some people are showing up and why other people are showing up, and that we're not all actually actively trying to achieve these big radical systemic changes.
Okay.
But I think the core issue with your question is suggest that the only predators or the only traders on the plantation landscape were house Negroes, when in fact there were people who were in the fields who also executed traitorism, that also executed being predators.
That is correct. That is correct. That is correct.
And so I think that politically, I think that in terms of value added, in terms of the weight that's been carried by one particular subgroup of Black people or the other, I do think that it's important to humble people who call themselves straight.
What do you mean by humbling people who call themselves straight? What do you mean by that?
I'll make the point that very much so you are a myth as it relates to the volume and the weight of what you contribute to any of the radical movements around the Black community. I mean, you've been present, but mostly for cerebral labor. But the places in which people experience harm, violence, negligence, I should say neglect, being in community but out of community at the same time, but also adding really invaluable things to our master narrative of progress as Black people on the globe. Well, those people had some lean toward what this brother, described earlier, Z described earlier as queerism. And you've used terms like homosexuality and some other things.
Is there something wrong with using the word homosexual?
No, guys. Yo. Yo. I don't know if y'all heard that, man. Hey, man. Fuck it. I'm gonna say this shit straight up, man. That person just said that the black straight men only had a minute part to play in, I don't know, black liberation movements, such as the civil rights movement, such as the Black Panthers, and I don't know, man. That is weird. That is weird right there, man. I don't know. Maybe y'all didn't catch that, but that's crazy what that person is saying. Yo, who is this? Is that you, Web Funk? Come on, Web Funk. Is this you? Who is this? Waza K? See, I don't know what this shit is, man. Let's go in the back, man. Let's go in the back. We ain't got time to play like this. I don't know. Hold on, let me ask you guys on the panel. Did y'all just hear what I just heard? Or am I tripping?
Man, really, I can barely hear him.
You can barely hear that?
I heard. And I'm not surprised by the comment either.
And that's how you know that it's a political agenda behind it. It's so
Exactly.
it's so much of a divide. That's why I said why are our people so divided, man? Because this person just said, I don't know, man. You know how we always talk about whitewashing history? Like people are going to fuck up our history 100 years from now, guys. Do y'all understand what's happening? Like this person on this fucking show just said that the black straight male role in the civil rights movement, let's just go civil rights movement, was so minuscule. It was mainly to do with quote unquote queer people. This is what Robbie was talking about, man. When people come into your movement, hijack your movement, and then 100 years from now, you was minimum in that movement. This is dangerous, guys. And I don't give a fuck what you call yourself, what you label yourself. This shit is dangerous. Leo, I mean, talk to me, Leo. Like you've been a lot.
We gotta be honest though. Like in that time, the black gay, whatever. I mean, the gay person period was minuscule in itself. Nobody was coming out to be gay so anybody who was gay who was leading any kind of movement, they wasn't even acting like they was gay. So.
Man, I know. I guess we could say James Baldwin, right? That's who America's give us, right? James Baldwin.
Yeah.
They give us James Baldwin, but I don't really know what too many.
Yeah, they give us Little Richard. What that mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't really know many more that they give us. Hey, real quick, guys, let me check. Let me check. New panelist. IC3, is that you, brother?
Yep, this is me.
My
Greetings, panel.
Greetings, Alden. Greetings, Alda.
This is a heavy subject, man. It's a heavy.
Yeah, who is this? Waza K? Waza K? See, that's what I'm saying, Waza K. You gotta say something because if you don't say anything, I don't know.
Maybe he's on mute.
No, he's unmuted. Waza K, your mic is unmuted. Speak. Okay, well, jump back out, and then return to the panel, man. Like I don't know what else to do, Waza K. Let's just kick you from the studio so that way you can jump out and jump back in. So yeah, I see three. I mean, what are we saying, man? What?
Yeah, I did. I mean, that statement, I missed it. You know, maybe because I couldn't believe such a thing could be said. I knew something was weird. I thought he was saying that Umar Johnson was the word cerebral. It's like it was like saying only you only made a cerebral contribution
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
black structure. So it's only mind,
yeah.
but
It's only the
physically
mind.
in is that right? What did
Yeah,
I miss it?
yeah. I guess he was saying boots on the ground
Yeah, it
was
was the gay
really,
people.
really the gay people who did that. And I don't know. I mean, maybe my history is fucked up, but I saw a lot. I saw mostly black men getting sprayed with water hoses and dogs sick on them. Now, of course, shout out to the sisters. Of course, it was sisters out there, but my history shows me that it was a lot of men. A lot
Yeah,
of sisters too, but we're gonna say, even if I say it was 50-50, I didn't see a whole bunch of men in dresses out there getting water hose sprayed on
Hey,
them.
Born, you
Fuck
know,
that. I gotta be 100. Go ahead, Robbie.
you know what he's really referring to?
What's that?
That guy, I think his name was Bernard Rustin, the guy who was like an advisor for Martin Luther King that had done some activist work, and then come to find out he was a CIA agent,
Yeah.
and he was the one who encouraged Martin Luther King to put the whole sexual orientation thing into that speech. So they already had a gay agenda even back then. So that's what he's talking about. They highlight people, who helped aid the civil rights movement, but it was always a Trojan horse.
right.
And Stanley is vouching for this person, right? Bayer Rustin. That's who Stanley wanted me to speak about. Bayer Rustin was
Was he
very
gay?
impressive. I don't know, but people are saying he was very impressive, but at the same time he worked for the CIA. So
Yep.
you can
He was
be
a CIA
impressive.
agent.
Listen to me. Let me tell you something about white supremacy. White supremacy will let you be great
Yeah.
as long as you subscribe to the system of white supremacy. So
Simple as
yes,
that.
Bayard Rustin was great. He did great work. But
Yeah.
at the end of the day, he worked for the CIA, which is a different branch of the government, of the American government, which is up under the umbrella of white supremacy. So salute to everybody who did great up under the system of white supremacy, but
Right.
fuck you at the same time. Like I don't know what else to say.
A lot of people as well, born, don't realize that even in enslavement of African people in America, a lot of the lesbians, right, had a lot of enslaved Africans. That they like to hide that as well. The LGBTQ community, particular the European ones, that a lot of lesbians had enslaved Africans.
They don't want to
So,
talk about that. They don't go. But go ahead.
yeah.
Give me an example, Kel, if you have any.
Well, the thing is, brother, their names, I can't remember the names, but if you look, there were two lesbian women Jew in the South. I can't remember their names, but it's well documented. They were also had slaves, and there was many others, particularly the lesbians, had enslaved Africans in America, which they always hide, but it is well documented.
Now, you know what, Kel, and I do know one, Robbie. I don't know if you remember, but I did hear one of the brothers, and I ended up researching it. It was like a lesbian in fucking Louisiana. She was one of the worst slave owners ever. She was fucking killing slaves, and she was doing these transitional operations before they were popular.
Right.
She
Well,
was
see,
doing that
remember?
shit on slaves.
Remember what I said earlier? You got two types. You got people who are victims that change their sexual orientation, right? And then you got people who get pleasure abusing people sexually because it's a power trip. So for her, that was a fetish and a power trip. Why do you think when a lot of them get into this new age, anti-religion, occult practice, you see a lot of that rampant because it's about embracing hedonism, embracing your lower self, and just acting off animal instinct. So yeah, they'll screw anything.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And
So, bro, how do you deal with that shit? How do you deal with it?
How do we
It's
deal
a
with it?
serious question.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to find out today, Wab Funk, right? How do we deal with the LGBTQ and black liberation or black betterment? Great.
Well, brother
No,
born.
it's not about that. I'm talking
Now
about
hold on,
brothers
Wab
on the
Funk,
Brother
panel.
Wab
born.
Funk.
The
But where
brothers on the
funk?
panel, how do
But
they
where
deal
funk?
with that shit?
I know where
brother.
funk.
Because
I
you've
wanna.
got no control
I
of
know where
what
funk. I
the
know
media
exactly where
presents
funk.
to you.
Where funk. We don't have any control about anybody's sexual preference, but I do want to ask because you know what? When I look up right now, it's all black men on this panel right now. So now I'm gonna start with Kel, but I want to ask black men, right? What is their role? Or like Web Funk said, how do we deal with the black LGBTQ
And the black man's role is
and the
thin.
hold on,
It's
Web Funk.
thin. It's very thin.
I know, but hold on, Web Funk. Let's make sure. Let's get this question, and we're gonna go all around the panel with it. How
Yeah.
does the black LGBTQ? What is their role in our fight for black liberation
Considering that
or black betterment? Web
considering
Funk.
that perfectly black
Oh my
men
gosh, Web Funk.
can
I wish
have
you would let me land,
a
brother.
child
I know, absolutely.
that's
So I know, Web Funk. Web Funk. Come on, brother. Go ahead, Kel.
I'm chill.
Go ahead, Kel.
Chill.
Well, brother Born, Dr. Claude Anderson made it clear in his key points to handle the LGBTQ as well as the other identified whites. He made it clear that we have to identify with a name, right, that separates from all the labels that non-African people ascribe to, right? Then he made it clear in that name that you practice group economics, meaning that you develop all your money and you create a business. When you've done that,
Is that gender specific though?
Brother.
I'm just saying. Is it gender specific?
You'll get the gender specific when you hear the blueprints, brother. We're on about
Let
solutions.
them finish. Let them finish.
Keep going with the blueprint.
We're on about solutions, brother. Solutions.
But consider that.
Right. So when you've developed the group economics amongst each other, right, then the money goes on to buying a politician. If you can't buy them, then you rent them for a bit. Then he says, right, when you've got that, then you tackle and buy the police and the court system. Then from there, you buy the media, you get the radio station, television, in order to make our agenda popular. That is the solution, brother, with these minority groups. They exercise the power, brother, because they practice all these things, what Dr. Claude Anderson made it clear. So if we do that, this will stop the division. If we have a name, then we can collect our money together as a community. Then we use that money from the business, by the politician, then from there, the police court system, then the media. That's how we can tackle the LGBTQ. And then from there, brother, as I always say, then we move on to the African continent. But
okay, very easy to say that you can.
I agree.
You can gather a name. A name. What's your name? What's your name?
The question is, do we
group
need
of people
name?
have to agree on that, bro. What we're saying is quit the tribalism. Like, are you asking them that so we can find another tribal name to
You
attack?
can say quit the tribalism as much as you want, but you've got
hold on, wait. I wanted to make
Atlanta.
No, I got you. I got
you've
one.
Got folks
I'm from Atlanta. But let me just say this. Man, sometimes I think we get where we don't practice emotional intelligence and then we make a point and it's kind of like, let's put the spotlight on the point. Okay, ta-da, you made your point. All right, now let's get back to just conversation because none of us are Thanos.
Until one of your kids,
none of us are Thanos and can snap our fingers. You just finished saying the world's not perfect, so we're not going to operate under those ideals. But I was trying to, when you guys were talking, right, and we were talking about the LGBT community, something clicked in my brain. I said, why do the white supremacists push against LGBTQ so much? At first, somebody may say on the surface, well, it's because of religious reasons.
Are they?
But wait, man, Jesus Christ! Just
I know.
Can you just exercise? Can you just exercise? I don't need the Gucci Man ad lib.
Be disciplined over here.
Yeah, I'm hearing Gucci Man ad lib. It's like, are they? No, but what I'm trying to say is this all goes back to the fall of the Roman Empire. When the Roman Empire was in decline, not only did they have high inflation, but a lot of their leaders, from the Senate on to the emperor himself, were practicing open homosexuality. And some of the ones that were the most flaming open homosexuals or bisexuals were bloodthirsty. So you're talking about Caligula, you're talking about Nero, and then even if you want to talk about,
we're talking about Atlanta in this day.
You're talking about Atlanta, bro.
Today.
You're talking about where
bro. I'm bringing it around, bro. Let me land. I know you want to gay bomb Atlanta. We know that Atlanta's like the gay capital. What I'm trying to say is
And that could be propaganda too.
Listen,
Hold on. Let me say this though. Let me drop. I got you, Robbie. But I don't like that Atlanta narrative. I'm gonna tell you another narrative. I don't like
But
that.
it's a fact, though.
People
It's a
get, that's
it's a
not a
fact,
fact.
bro.
Who told you it's a fact, Rap Funk? Do you live in
I
America
was about to
in
tell them
Atlanta?
it's not a fact
Do
because
you
not
live in
everybody I
Atlanta,
tell is gay.
Rap Funk? Rap Funk.
But
Why
but what
some
is
This
wrong,
this
right?
is what it is. We're here to
I'm
learn.
missing my point,
So
bro.
you
And
guys
this is
tell
what
us about it.
Go on, man. Go
I'm
ahead,
missing my
Robbie.
point.
Go ahead, Robbie.
Listen, and this is why they win because we too busy nigga babbling and fighting each other, and y'all
That's right.
understanding that what they did was they refined. That's why they have fought so hard, right? To never let flaming, open debauchery in their society again because they saw how it destroyed Rome. So then they started embracing religion. That's when they became Roman Catholics and they started adding white supremacy to it. When you had England become the remnants of Rome, they still remembered that. That's why they fought it so hard. It had nothing to do with just maybe for the common white man, it was about religion and saying, oh my God, that's debaucherous. That didn't get rid of gay people. All it was is they learned while we sit here and debate, they learn from history and they learn from the past and they know how to reorganize and reformat and say, you know what, this right here didn't work. So it's okay for some people to be homosexual or whatever, but when it's rampant in the society, historically there's a decline because it points to other things that are pathological in society. It means you don't have no regulation. You're not protecting children. You're not protecting women. When people can just act on their animal instincts, you don't have any order. So it's not so much the homosexuality. It's like, look what those leaders did. And look when it was just open. I'm talking about it was rampant in the society. If you were a senator, you could have a slave and rape him, penetrate him. And what's interesting is when we go back to Tariq Nasheed's buck breaking, you had the slave masters, again, being in power, understanding Western culture and history. What did they do? They practiced the same thing. Why? Because it seemed to be like a rite of passage or almost like a sense of entitlement that when you are power, when you have absolute power, you can do it any way you want and abuse. Now, somebody protesting in a rally, claiming that they're gay, trying to have the right to marry or French kiss in front of us and make our stomach turn. They really don't care about that because that's more tribalism and that weakens us. That's actually more effective than HIV, how they dropped it in South Africa, right? That's just to keep us doing what we're doing right now on the panel, having a defeated attitude and fighting each other instead of looking at the autopsy of what failed and seeing how we can make it work, because that is why they're against it. And notice their brown shirts will be these extremist white supremacists who say they're against gay rights and they're ready to bash people's heads and so forth. And then they'll throw Jews in there. But when it really comes down to it, they do not want to repeat history. They want to keep us repeating history. They don't want to repeat it. Just like they really don't want America to splinter like Rome did into an East and a West. They fought a civil war to keep the Union together, right?
Right.
Because they understood. Now they want us fighting over civil unions, black unions, FBA, ADOS. I mean, the more alphabets we have, we might as well crack open some alphabet soup.
Yeah, I give you that. And then we can't even look at the LGBT sideways when we're splintering in our own separate groups. You know what I'm saying? But let me play this. Let me play some more of this video. Let me play some more of this video, guys. I'm really trying to get through this video, guys. Let me play a little bit more.
Sexuality?
Well, no, I don't think that, but I do think if you want to assert your straightness, again, if you want to assert that, I do think you have to understand that even tone matters in trying to investigate that. And that in many cases, like I heard you say something earlier with regard to, I can't.
Hey, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. My laptop is moving a little slow, but I spoke about this earlier. So that person right there said tone.
Yeah, did I hear this?
Tone.
Guy's strange, man.
So my thing is, I don't know. We're getting so above and beyond criticism from our own people that is ridiculous. It's talk to me nice, right? I think New Yorkers and up north people say that, and that's weird to me. Talk to me nice.
Tone.
No, black people are passionate. We sometimes we lose control of our tone. Yes, I know some black people would say, well born, we should really control that and show decorum. But sometimes we yell. You can't tell me the tone to speak to you in. Listen, man, if my kids, I have baby girls, I have daughters. If they piss me off, I am going to ask my daughters, what the fuck are you doing? Or what the fuck was you thinking? Now, my daughters could say, hey, dad, that is a horrible tone. I know it's a horrible tone, but I am passionate and I disagree with what you're doing right now or what you did yesterday. I disagree. I'm disappointed. I'm angry. Like, we are not fucking monotone people or people with no soul. We have a fucking soul, guys. So
Look,
don't try to police our tone. Fuck the tone. Listen to the message.
you know what's crazy? We're actually feeling the gay backlash from Obama. See, this is what happened. It was a lot of progress for them to accept a black president, but by his second term, most of the country became comfortable with seeing a black face in the office. It didn't really cause that much of a shock. Where he went too far and those progressive ticked off majority of these right wing extremists and some of these other people that are extremists when they passed gay marriage and when he did the thing with the White House and when he was trying to do the thing in the military and all that with taking away the don't ask, don't tell policy and making it where people can just be openly accepted. It's when he was aiming to do that, I think that was just too much change too soon. So now that makes some people feel like, wait a minute. It's kind of like your white blood cells responding to an invading pathogen. They like, look, man, this is just too much.
Right.
That was the plague before the plague. They like, now we're gonna crack down on everybody because you know what? We've been too nice. We were openly letting you know we really didn't care about black people, but the economy went in the toilet so bad. We just want to have at least a like on the surface look like we're going towards progress because truth be told that inspired the country. But when they start pushing the gay agenda, see, we're the least protected group. That's how you know the whole gay thing is a fallacy because you didn't see them attacking gay people. You maybe had like one gay couple complain because somebody wouldn't do their wedding or all of it is legal stuff that they can handle in the courtroom. They started actively killing us and sacrificing us like Herod looking for baby Jesus. That's how angry they were. Trump expanded it to everybody feeling some of it because now they're reminding all of them who's white and who's not. That's why, in a way, even though I know it's terrible, I kind of don't mind him going into office again because you still got people now with Biden in office being slick, like the Asian lady who went and checked the sister's pockets at her when she went to the store shopping, or some of these other like minorities acting slick. It's like, nah, I want Trump to go ahead and put the laser on you too, so these white supremacists can feel emboldened and let you know how they really feel.
But
Right.
brother Robbie, right? You said you don't mind him being back in office, right? Yeah, that's what you just said there, right? All due respect to it. However, right, we have an amazing blueprint. And I grew up on this as well, and a lot of us, Dr. Claude Anderson, right? You have to put your money collectively to buy the politicians. This is how it's ran. This is the political science. This is how it's ran in this world. Wanting someone to be in office, are we going to control that one who goes into office, or are we just going to allow other people to control? Because if that happens, brother Robbie, then the African people are going to go back. So that's what I was wondering.
Good point.
Are you meaning that we fund him, or we allow someone else to fund him?
No, I don't even. Sadly, that's why he doesn't even try to cater to us. He knows he doesn't need our funding. You get
Facts.
what I'm trying to say? So
Facts.
it's not even about me saying, "Oh, I'm going to cast a
We
ballot."
have
What
the
I'm trying to say
Democratic.
is, I would rather him not be in office. But if he did, to be truth be told, it's like, in other words, it's kind of like us choosing between what is it, the firing squad and the needle. It's like
Yeah,
like
exactly.
at this
No, no.
point. So for me, I'm like, dude, I don't care if the pain gets spread around. If a couple of Asians get called kung flu, I'm like, what were you thinking the whole time? You were looking down on me, thinking that I was undesirable. Or if some of these Indians get reminded, hey, he says India's a shithole. That's one thing I like about him is he is Archie Bunker. That's why I like watching some of them old movies from the past because they show you how they really, really felt unfiltered. And
Facts.
that explains why things are the way they are. Like, we're not walking around In other words, they make it seem like black people get triggered if we get called the N-word. Nah, we get triggered when we get treated like a nigga. I don't give a damn what look, listen, it's like the guy you had on the panel earlier.
Go
He
ahead.
could say whatever he would want to say, but he ain't got no power over me.
That's
Him,
it.
you get
And you know what, Robbie? That's why I say racism is prejudice plus power. Right?
thank you. So you
Anybody
being
on the internet, anybody on YouTube can come on here and say Born Rich is a racist nigger. And I'll say, oh, okay, you know what? That white man or that white lady, she's just, or he, they're just prejudiced. They don't have the power. Now, it's different when they have the power to say, yeah, Born Rich, well, I know we told you we had some openings in this gated community, but
right.
now we have another buyer and we can't sell you this home in this gated community. Now it's
Or
like,
or I'll go even further. They don't even have to say that. They just have a Trump hat on their desk and they say, you know what? We just have no openings.
yeah, that's it. Yeah. After they got after they have after they don't put an ad online that said we have 15 openings. You know what I'm saying? So I understand what you're saying, and that's what I'm saying is the thing about prejudice plus power. That is the thing about racism.
But brother Born, don't you believe, right? In order to tackle these things, you have to be in a position of power. You know what I mean? We
We
can talk
agree
about
with
these
you,
things,
Kel,
brother.
about the economics and getting the bag up to persuade the politicians. They're working on having PACs now. The problem is, or should I say, the challenge is, again, getting the mindset together. Because I keep having to remind everybody, we're all on code on this panel, but when we
I don't
log
think
off
we
of
are,
here,
brother. I don't think we
okay.
are, brother.
Listen. Okay,
Go on.
respectfully, brother
Okay.
Kel, we understand that we are not as synchronized as you would like us to be. But for a level less than perfection, most of us are for black empowerment. Now, speaking for myself, logically, brother, I know I am out of sync and I'm not synchronized, but I'm also letting you know I agree with you 150% that we need to influence these politicians and we kind of need to hit the nitrous like Dominique Toretto, to be honest, because Democrats have basically said, okay, black people, y'all waited too late in the game to wake up. We're just going to start pandering to Hispanics because Republicans were offering them whiteness. Democrats are offering them minority status. So they're able to double dip.
Inclusiveness. It
What I'm
seems
saying
like
is
we're
they're able
more
to
inclusive, but yeah, I understand.
but what I'm saying is they're able to double dip because I'm telling you, like where I'm at, bro, you got you got some Hispanics that are straight up Trump Republicans, and then you have these ones that I think are like chameleons because it's no different than some immigrants who come here. They have a me first attitude. They don't even care about other Hispanics. So those people are perfect coons and agent provocateurs because they'll sell their own people in the ground. They don't care. So whatever fits them lately is what they're going to do. If the powers to be are swinging towards Trump, they're going to pull out a Trump flag. But if Biden says all of a sudden, you know what, we're going to give $250,000 to people who have family members at the border, they're going to be like, we're in it together. You know what I'm saying? Right. We can't play that game. Black people can't get in the closet. Yeah. So that's why whenever there's black gay people, they got to understand when they're a mascot. That's like being a mascot for Coca-Cola, but you're getting like a 5-cent endorsement. Not even that. Like in other words, what black gay people have to ask themselves is, what are the benefits of being gay and black or claiming that you're gay? It doesn't insulate you from racism. So I would just say, look, black people have to stop openly being a tool for white supremacy in the sense of like these causes and these slogans, because that's the same propaganda that Hitler used. And I totally agree with Kale about setting up a PAC and influencing some of these politicians. But I hate to say it, with the way racism is now, especially in this country, how Trump is going, you'll have some of these politicians. I don't give a damn if you offer them double the bag. See, that's what you got to understand about power. They don't care about money. They've had enough money to go have sex with little Filipino girls at Jeffrey
Yes.
Epstein's palace. They don't care about
They
money. It's
print
about
money.
power.
Yeah.
They print money.
Yes. Not only do you
You
have
can't
to have
buy.
money, you have to have influence. to let people know that you can galvanize the people in mass numbers. If you
That's
can't
right.
do that,
Social power.
it's nothing. Thank you, social power. If you don't have that, it's nothing a politician can do with you except take your bag and run off with it.
But brother Bond, but brother
Because a
Bond,
That's right.
politician, they'll
right?
always do that. If
Hey, let
you
me
say, "Hey,
clarify
I
for the
got,"
But,
chat.
but,
yeah,
but
I'm
brother
not
Bond,
voting for Trump. I'm not voting for
brother
Trump.
well,
Bond,
you
brother
shouldn't
Bond.
answer that, Robbie. But
But
go ahead,
brother Bond,
go ahead, Kel.
Dr. Claude Anderson, right? If people listen to what I was saying, he made it clear that you have to sort out a name that is distinguished between everybody else. Then he says the people then practice the group economics, right? Formulate a
Yeah,
business from that. From the money from the business, right? You buy or rent a politician. Then he says that you buy the police and the court system. And then he says that you buy the media. So you control the narrative on the radio station,
I
the
agree.
television. So it's not just buying the politician. It's basically and his scientific of economics is impeccable, right? Is what he's saying is that these are the solutions and science in order for African people globally, right, to get power. So if we don't do that, right, then the LGBTQ will dominate us in all things. The minorities will dominate us in all things. Do you understand what I mean? And that, so that seems to be the solution, what they're doing. Do you
I
understand?
got you. I
You,
got you,
you know
brother.
what's so
Look,
sad?
hold on, Robbie. I
Go
mean,
ahead.
but go ahead, Robbie. No, go ahead,
I was
Robbie.
going to say
I'm
what's
gonna
so
put up
sad
there.
in
Oh,
terms of some semantics and what some white people get confused when we talk about black power. All we're sadly really saying is with black empowerment is we want to be treated equally on the world stage and equally as citizens, either in our own country or within their borders. They think of it, and that's why the guy got triggered earlier. Or somebody got triggered about black supremacy, and when the guy used the word conquer, he had a military mindset. Why? Because it's not about being fair. It's not about equality. That's why racism, white supremacy is still their religion, and why they won't give up white privilege. But what I think is going to help us, I don't believe in the racelessness argument, right? But I do believe that it is helpful and beneficial to us if more white people wake up and recognize that they're kind of in the same economic position that we're in. Maybe they have one generation cushion, but that's dwindling more and more every year, every decade. And number two, if they understand that black people are fighting for equality, right? Economically, I think at this point they really have nothing to lose because we're not a threat. We're not a military threat. Because when I have conversations, I'll be on some other panels outside of this one, and I'll go on panels with just white people just to test how they think. And you'd be surprised how many people in this generation, I can't speak about previous generations, they are totally disgusted and dissatisfied with America. They
That's right.
understand.
yeah,
They're
but
like,
what
man,
are
you know
they?
what, dude?
Yeah,
They're like, man, you know what, dude? I'm not ashamed to be an American, but I realize like how we've all been had, man. It's like if your parents take you to Dave and Buster's for a whole year and you never win the big teddy bear, you go like, Daddy, stop spending your money here. Matter of fact, we're better off making our own teddy bear. You
yeah,
don't
that's a
spent
Right.
fact.
like a
That's
thousand
a fact.
dollars here playing this game, and we still
Yeah.
keep
White
getting duped.
sacrifice.
Yeah,
But
So,
and the
brother
pizza's
Robbie,
shitty.
brother Robbie, they
let me
all,
bring this
brother,
up. So let
go
me
on,
bring this up
go on.
because I think Brother Kale is talking a lot about economics, right? So these are the 9 areas of human activity that is controlled and dominated by the system of white supremacy. Shout out to our ancestor. I mean, not our ancestor, our elder, dear brother Nelly Fuller. So
Oh
this is
yes.
what he speaks about when he says the 9 areas of human activity that's controlled and dominated by white supremacy. So if we're not trying to replace these 9 systems with the system of justice, then we're just chasing our tail. So
That's
we
right.
can buy politicians all we want to, but who runs the political system? Number 6, Elder Neely Fuller tells us in number 6, we have an uphill battle when it comes to controlling politics because the system of white supremacy created politics. They created the political system. They created presidents and prime ministers and queens, and no, they didn't create queens and kings. But once they conquered, they put their queens and kings in power. So what, like, so for us to really try to control this political game, I'm letting you know, brother Kel, it's an uphill battle, brother. Not saying it's a fight that we shouldn't take on and that we can't win, but it's an uphill battle, Kel. We
But it's
have
gonna
to
have to
know
be,
that,
brother
brother.
Born. It's gonna have to be that one because at the end of the day, right, revolution never came easy, right? In the civil rights movement in the US and UK, they did exactly the same thing. All our ancestors, right, with the Black Wall Street, they practiced that system. The Black mini Wall Street in the UK, you know, in the 30s, what they did exactly the same thing. So the only issue is, brother, is what I see that will make this fail is integration. Whether we like it or not, brother, we have to practice that regardless, right? If you're in under a government, you have to, or the other minorities are going to dominate us because they all practice that. And if we don't practice that, brother, then we will be dominated. This is why minorities have the upper hand of us. So we don't really have a choice, brother. It was successful in Black Wall
You
Street.
know I agree.
Successful. You know
You
what I mean?
know I agree, brother.
Yeah.
I agree. Segregation is key. Not only segregation, I say separation, right? But
Yeah.
that is my I don't know, fantasy. That's my fantasy, right? Give us a quote unquote black nation and let us do what we're gonna do. That's my fantasy. But to start at the ground level to create that is, like you said, we need black businesses. We need really all of these nine. I
Hey,
gotta be honest. We need all of
All at the
these
same
nine.
time.
I have one question
Go
to
ahead,
play
Isaac.
devil's advocate, and everybody in the panel can address this.
Go
All
ahead.
right, we're talking about this scenario of having a black nation and then being able to have equality or a black conscious, right? Um, mindset dealing with all these areas of people activity. Well, why is it in African nations where you have African politicians, African Senate, you know what I mean? All of these things, and you still, you know what I mean, have the tribalism and you still have like corruption and you still have issues. Like Africa is troubling. I think the template that we're talking about implementing, I think it really needs to be implemented in one African nation first. And then from there, it can really spread because if we can defeat the tribalism and learn how to deal with the colonialism, because it'll be the same problem we'll deal with here. Fine, we get the bag, we're together as a group. They'll look at us just like they look at a nation, but even worse, they could deal with us even easier because again we don't have military power.
Military,
With-
yeah, there you
at
go.
least with
There
some
you
of
go.
the
There
African
you go.
countries, they do have some degree of military power, but you have countries where the majority of the people are black, but you still have some of the same issues. That's what concerns me.
And you're absolutely right, brother, brother Robbie, which is why, right, what I'm about to say is gonna cause controversial, but it's definitely the cure and the solution is that we have to generalize all non-African people. I know this is gonna be controversial, however, it's a political scientific tactic that has worked before us and will work after us. You have to generalize every single non-African person. You don't have to attack them. You don't have to be horrible to them, but you do have to understand that the
Yep,
power dynamics that they
that's right.
exercise that more than you do. The thing with the tribalism in the Africa, no different in the West. We have to stop assuming that we're all the same. We're not the same natures, brother. If we stop assuming we're all the same and stop thinking because we're from the same religion that we have the same, if these things were to go by generalizing, and repeat myself again, I'm not talking about that you inflict harm, right? But generalizing that you see them all the same, the tribalism will go away, brother Robbie. Until we generalize as what Joseph Goebbels taught Hitler when he was trying to organize the Jewish community, but he was using Garveyism. He taught him, accuse the opposition what you're guilty of. We may have to, brother, generalize all non-African people for our liberation, man.
Accuse the opposition.
And generalize, right? I
Everybody else
That's
chime in.
right.
Everybody else
general.
chime
Correct.
in. Why do you
Oh,
think Africa, that's a majority black country, still has those issues and it's just black people there?
because they're colonized. The system of white supremacy.
That's right.
Robbie,
Yeah.
that's the easy answer. They was colonized. Come on, bro. We know
Yeah.
the history. Yeah, the Europeans went over there, colonized that shit real quick, sent a couple of us over here, and we still have a fucking still have the whole global
I guess
system
I
on
mean the
lock.
mindset of the people, like in terms of how do African people, say in Zimbabwe and other countries, how do they see themselves? Is there tribalism in within some of these countries, and what can be done to fix the tribalism? Kale gave his example, but I mean further. Let's say take Europeans out of the equation.
I
How can you
like to
fix
say
tribe? How can you fix?
generalized.
How can
I
you
like
fix?
him.
How can you fix tribalism within the country itself?
I'm gonna
Like
tell you.
meaning black people dealing with each other.
What did I say earlier, Robbie? I think Kel is saying the same thing that I came on the stream and said earlier. What I mean, what do we have in common? I hate to say it, but we have this uniform that we wake
That's
up
right.
every day with. I can't
That's
shake
right.
this uniform, Robbie. I don't
Yeah,
know, man. And I know that in my life, I can't speak for Zimbabwe and those tribes, but I know in my life, when I go to a new job or a new school or a new place, an unfamiliar place, I tend to gravitate and have conversations with the people with the same uniform on.
But
right.
wouldn't it be obvious in countries like that they recognize they have the same uniform? Or are you saying that colonialism did
Yeah.
such a good job that the people are that divided, even with their own like customs and tribal beefs? It's
But we
just
know, okay, but we know when the system of white supremacy come in, that they're coming with all type of tactics. Hey, how you doing, brother? Yeah, I know you black, just like everybody else in this country. But what do you think of Christianity? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, okay. Hey, brother, I know you black. You look black just like everybody. You have the same uniform as everybody in this country. But
You-
what do you think about the LGBTQ? Are you
That's
curious? Have you
that's
ever
the
wanted to
tactic.
deal with that? Or how about you want to deal? Have you ever thought about democracy? See,
Right.
they can go to Nigeria, find the king of Nigeria, and say, "Hey, king, have you ever considered democracy?" Okay,
Yeah.
well, you haven't. Well, let me tell you about democracy. You know how salesmen do. Yeah, you haven't. You've never considered democracy. Let me tell you about this little thing called democracy, where everybody's even and everybody's equal. We just vote on it. You know, you guys would do great with democracy over here. Same thing they did to Iraq. Come
That's
on,
right.
Robbie.
That's
We've
right.
seen this in real time, brother.
Yeah. Or we'll sanction you if you don't accept
Yeah,
democracy.
yeah. And if you don't get with
Sanctions.
us, yeah. And if you don't get on board, we'll kill you and put somebody in your place that's on board.
Exactly. That's the model. It's a continual model. That's
And
it.
that's war and
It
counter
works.
war. That
Yeah.
is the ninth area of human activity that is controlled, not only controlled, but dominated by the system of white supremacy. War
Correct.
and counter war. You don't
Yeah.
have a military to fight us. That's what the system of white supremacy says. So shout out to all of my Muslims in Iraq and everywhere, but they will come bomb that. The system of white supremacy will come bomb your shit when they feel like it. Oh, you
Yeah.
guys are living good with Gaddafi? The system of white supremacy says we don't like Gaddafi.
Yeah. Right.
Get him out of here.
That's right.
The
Simple.
system of white supremacy don't like Saddam Hussein. Let's remove him. The system of white supremacy doesn't like whatever they don't. But you know what we like sometimes? Sometimes we like what they call them, Al Qaeda, when they was fighting against the Russians. We like Bin Laden when he's fighting against the Russians.
Right.
But then if you do some bullshit and we don't like it, we'll come and get you.
Yeah.
The system of
Regime
white
change.
supremacy
That's the language.
controls the system of white supremacy controls war and counter war. Do you understand what counter war is?
counter war is them refining the code,
We
like you're
will
saying.
fund, listen, we will fund the system of white supremacy is saying this. We will fund the terrorists and then turn around and tell you we don't negotiate with terrorists and we're going to kill them. That's
Man.
counter war.
Serious.
Oh,
Serious.
the Russians are trying to fucking, but not even the Russians, bro. We don't the system of white supremacy. I'll be 100 with you. They don't really like when they hate it when white people do it, but they really hate it when non-white people do it. So Saddam Hussein, you be cool, but then when you go over here, to try to do some bullshit to a country that we fuck with, or we'll just set up a counter war. America went to Iraq. America and the UK, they went to Iraq, and then all of a sudden in Iraq, you have the Sunnis fighting the Shias.
You know what the cold shit was about the first Iraq war? Saddam Hussein had contacted George Bush and got permission to invade Kuwait before he did it. But the military industrial complex here basically saw it as an opportunity to flip it around, and turn it into. So they basically honeypotted him into his own demise.
Oh,
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact. What's up,
that's
Tash?
interesting.
Tash,
That's
are you
a fact.
there?
That's a fact. That
I
is.
never heard that one.
Nah, that
Hey,
is. Tash,
it's a
are you
fact.
there? I'm gonna let him reiterate that point. I just want to make sure. Tash.
Yeah, I'm here. Born. Just give me a few minutes, please. I put.
Yeah, I just thought you. I was hoping you wasn't a fake, Tash. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah, yeah. No worries, no worries.
400 years. The Maroons, the African Americans, the Haitians, all these people built civilizations outside of Africa. Spain. What are you talking about? These guys were getting rid of their native people, the native people in all these countries, just to bring us across seas, just to build their countries. What are you talking about? Chill. You look at the genesis of Islam. You've got Bilal. This guy was a slave. A slave.
What's the point? I missed the point you made.
What?
Yeah,
Bro,
like
what are
who
you
are you
talking about,
addressing?
man?
Somebody in the comment section?
Bro, I'm out, man. That nigga's tripping.
Brother Wab, what is the solution for the liberation, brother? All due respect to you, religion is going to cause conflict on the panel. Because remember, there's different types of religious people. So the solution is, my brother, political scientific now. What is the solution to combat these minorities when they're reaping the benefits and the protection?
Listen, bruv, it's simple, and it's global. It's global. Everybody is doing what they need to do to combat the shit. You've got Africans, Nigerians, Ghanaians, all of the diaspora doing what they need to do to get into certain academic positions, not just academic positions, but also menial positions. Yeah, you've got people in Scandinavia worried about Arab people coming through and doing what they're doing over there. Listen, bro, this is the great equalizer. It's an equalizer. Yeah, this is what all these guys have been doing over the last few centuries. It's an equalizer.
Yeah, but brother, what is the solution, brother? Because you're bringing great points, and you are right.
There's no solution, bro. There's no solution. You know, you've got politics, you've got theology and religion and all this sort of shit. A lot of these people subscribe to this shit, politics and religion.
Okay.
Yeah,
but brother,
at the end of the day, bro. At the end of the day, bro, you can't deny one fact, and that fact is, it's relationships. You can't deny it.
So that means, brother, we need to relinquish the interrelationship. Is that a strategy, a solution you're saying?
You can't deny it. So you can't relinquish it.
Brother.
It's as simple as that.
You know what's
I can't understand what he's saying.
Brother,
it's simple. How can you not understand it? Like
I
your
can't
kid,
understand the point you're making.
Yeah.
No, I see
Are you
through.
talking about the white supremacy? Are you talking about black people? Who? I'm talking about Africans.
I see through.
Be specific when you speak. Don't assume that people know exactly what you're saying.
I see through. You want to define all these sort of IDs for certain relations. You've got kids. You're probably a grandfather, bro. Right? Can you deny who your children are going to sleep with? You've probably got mixed race kids yourself.
Well, I see he's bringing solutions to his campaigning. We're asking solutions, brother. Are you saying that we need to stop interracial
There's
relations?
no solution. As far as
No,
interrelationships are concerned, there's no solutions.
Because there's no
no,
problem in his mind.
no,
Yeah,
brother.
that's
You
what
know
he's
what,
saying.
brother?
There's no
What we
solution
do?
because there's no problem.
Nah,
Correct?
No, what
Okay.
he's saying is,
I see
and
three.
it's
I see three. Do you have
sex
No,
can be a
watch this.
weapon.
No, watch this.
a full set of whatever your background is? Is it a full set?
Full set of what? What are you talking about?
Yeah, Wabthog.
A full set of IC3.
Wabthog, what's that got to do with practicing group economics, brother?
Listen, we all are related
How
to
come, brother, let me
interrelationships.
ask you something. How come every other group is able to do it, but when we want to do it, you come up with all these excuses? Oh,
That's going to be
it's
non-existent in about
oh, it's
2
religion.
decades.
Oh, listen, every other group has the
2
same
decades.
factors,
2
brother.
decades. It's going to be
Oh,
non-existent.
what do you mean it's going to be
No,
non-existent?
I get what he's
Because
saying. That's why they're pushing the gay agenda, because it's about controlling the numbers of the population. That's why they're always collecting census data and all that, because they're in a genetic decline. They have a negative birth rate.
Exactly.
So what
That
they're
gay
saying is
agenda,
no,
I mean,
one of your
no.
kids are going to be
Listen to what
gay.
I'm saying.
One of your kids
Listen,
are going to
see
be
the
gay.
the
One of
gay
your
agenda is
grandkids are
so
going
that
to
you
be
don't
gay.
produce children. Listen,
this is
they're pushing the gay agenda because that's population control. You don't produce children. 2 men are not going to produce a child. 2 women are not going to produce a child. So that's why they're marketing it specifically to black people. That's why they put a black face on it.
It's not a reproduction agenda. It's a gay agenda.
no. Hold on.
But you
It's
get what I'm
just going to
saying.
be a normal thing. It's
No,
not
I
going to be
get
a
that. But
reproduction.
what I'm trying to
Because
say is that
as far as reproduction is concerned, listen, 2 gay people can produce a child.
they can
It's as
adopt.
simple as that. No, not just adopt. They can produce a child. They can come to you and ask you to give them a child.
Well, then that's not producing. But that's a lot of good practice for me, though. I'll wear a lesbian
That's
out.
not the
Hey,
point.
but what I
That's
was going to
not
say
the
was,
point.
I mean, that's just me clowning. But what I'm trying to say is,
Yeah,
yeah, you're
Robbie,
right, dude.
Robbie,
About
please.
numbers,
Try to leave those
what's I going to
jokes alone.
say about their negative birth rate. Yeah, that's why they're panicking, bro. And they're going to try to do everything to fight that. So yeah, interracial relationships they despise, and in the end of the day, it helps us in a sense because I don't want to say it lessens their numbers because it'll make me feel like
It doesn't help anyone. At one point, in the next, let's say, 80 years, everyone is going to look brown. Everyone's going to be interracial. Whether you like it or not, that is going to happen.
Did that happen in South Africa? How long were those Europeans in
It
South
did.
Africa?
It did.
Now they confused a few people and told them they're colored,
Brother,
but you still got white people there in South Africa, right?
brother, it's very segregated
You
in
still
South
got
Africa. I
colors,
don't know what
though.
you're talking about.
You still got mixed race people that are
Yeah,
an
but
actual
it's
race,
not 80.
just like Brazil.
You're saying 80%. What are you talking about?
Dude, it's
Brother,
not an actual race.
you are
That's a political move.
this brother
The
is
half
about
castes in
confusing.
Brazil are
Hold on, brother.
campaigning
You're
for
using the
their
word
own
half
race.
caste, brother.
They're
You're using the
campaigning
word
for their
half
own
caste,
race.
brother. You're using the word half caste. Half caste is a very disrespectful word to say. In other words,
It
brother,
is 100%. It is.
half, brother, half white is good. Cast the black. Remember, brother, we are black people on here, so be very careful with when you say these languages. Due respect to and that.
Well,
right?
I meant mixed race. How's about that?
Even mixed race as well, bro, is very disrespectful. It is, it's very disrespectful to use the word mixed race because number one in that, brother, it's like they're a variation of all these different colors and a new type of creation, and then not a new type of create, brother. What is the solution for us to get power? All due respect, I'm not being disrespectful. What is the
Who's
solution?
us, though?
Yeah, you
What is
see?
your
Who's
definition of
us? Who's the
us?
we?
Who's
African
us?
people,
You see?
African people, globally on the planet.
How?
Is the solution for our liberation? What is the solution?
It's too late for Africans to
No,
talk
it's
about
not too late,
us.
brother. You see, I
You hear
knew.
that?
You know what? I knew
It's
you was
too
gonna put it
late.
this way, brother. I knew it. I knew. I knew,
You
brother.
got Chinese
Brother,
people over there. You've
brother. You
had
see, brother,
Europeans over there for
brother.
the
I knew you was
longest
gonna
time.
talk this way. I
You
knew
can't
it.
talk about us as far as Africa is concerned.
I knew it.
There's just
I
no
knew it.
way.
Okay, yo, how do I sound? Can y'all hear me?
I knew it.
Yeah, you're a little bit.
Yo? Yeah, Yeah,
Yeah,
I can hear you.
yeah, boom. We can hear you.
Some of the most
I know.
purest people,
Yeah, I
the
know,
purest
but what
Africans
are we
are in the
doing though? Where
Caribbean,
funk?
not in
Where
Africa.
funk? Why are you doing this though? Where funk? Because this is what's going on. A lot of our brothers from the continent, or whose family is directly from the continent, they always come with this movement like it's too late, or Yeah, why that's do right. you guys
Like I
keep
said,
focused on this? Why do you focus
some
on
of the most
racism, white
purest
supremacy?
Africans are
This shit is
probably
not happening.
residing in Haiti or the Caribbean, not in Africa.
But these are
Well, it
unsynchronized
don't matter where you're
languages,
residing
brother.
at, where funk.
Unsynchronized.
What I'm saying is, your people come directly from the continent. Like you know, your mother
Who's your people?
lived
You're one
on
of
that
us.
continent.
You're one of
I know
us.
I am, but you don't make it seem like you're where funk. Like I
I'm
don't
just
know, it's a
saying.
different vibration, brother, and I'm trying to learn how to figure it out and try to learn how to deal with my brothers. Like Kale say, we have to deal with African people as a generalization. But it's just kind of weird when some of my African brothers, man, they just say, well, you know what, bro, I don't know why y'all feel like that. The shit don't work like that. Like
Do
white
you know?
supremacy
Do
doesn't
you know?
really exist.
Do you
I
know
don't know.
that
That's
some
how
of the
you sound, but that's
purest
how you
Africans
sounding. What I'm
are
from.
found
That's like
in the
Exactly,
Caribbean
exactly.
and
The
in the
brother is
south of
exactly
America?
right.
Do you know that?
Is exactly Big Born is exactly right. Because Wab Fong, all due respect to you, right? You are speaking, right, in a language that is confusing and deflecting the reality. All African people suffer from unethical code of conduct of white supremacy. But what you're
True,
doing is,
true.
brother, you are removing Pan-Africanism and focus on tribalism. And I need you to understand, brother, the moment your tribe comes before Pan-Africanism or colorism, you are creating division. I hope you
Oh,
understand that.
okay. No, I do. I don't mean to do that. I really don't. But reality is key. You need to understand what's going on.
We're a people
what is
that's
going on is
support,
white
brother.
supremacy. That's the only thing.
Brother,
That's the only show in town. White
what's the
supremacy.
reality, Web Funk, what's the reality where you are?
The
You're South
reality is,
African or Zimbabwe? Sorry?
Where is he from? You're
What's
from
it?
South Africa, brother. What Frank? You from South
I
Africa?
think South Africa or Zimbabwe. I'm not 100% sure.
That where you from, brother? South Africa.
Oh, he's dropped out.
Yeah, he's from South Oh, he Africa. dropped out. I think the brother's from Kenya. Kenya, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Oh, is he Kenyan? Okay, sorry.
I
Wow.
thought the brother was Kenyan.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the brother's Kenyan. Yeah. I don't know, but I think Kenya. I think Kenya. But shit, y'all. I hate to leave y'all on a panel like this, but give me 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back. Y'all hold it down. Tash, answer me this. What is the role of the LGBT community in the fight for black liberation? Answer that for me, sis.
There, I don't want to comment too much on this. Obviously, everybody knows my belief system, but for me, there is no role they play, and we have to be very careful. I think when we're dealing, and we need to separate the two, because deep down they are fighting two battles, right? And their internal battle, for me, is going to surpass the battle in which they're supposed to work with us collectively. I personally don't think there is a role, and I think we have to be careful when we kind of prop them up and put them in a position of power. But I don't want to be, I don't want any labels put on me after the comments I make, because I know how fickle some people can be. But I watched that Black Lives Matter movement. I'll be honest with you. Initially, I was in support of it. I didn't do my homework on it. And well, I'm in support of the statement Black Lives Mattering, right? The organisation itself. I looked into it, and there was a number of LGBT organisations connected to that group. And I've watched, especially last year, at the end of last year, the amount of organisations that have come into positions of power. Gosh, I don't want people from this community to start having an issue with the comments that I'm making, because this is obviously.
There's no escape.
Tash, what's your name? Where do you work? We're gonna put your picture up now, Joe.
There's no escape.
Protest.
Yes, all that. Yes, yeah. No, I have to be honest.
Tash, I have a question. This is how we can know if you're prejudiced against gay people.
Oh no, hey, Bobby, I'm oh yeah, okay. I'm not going to be answering any questions.
No, it's a joke. It's a joke.
Okay.
What do horses eat?
Okay, Robbie, I know where I can't even.
No, what do horses eat? Somebody answer.
I don't know where you're going to go, Robbie.
Yeah, it's nothing disrespectful. Okay, somebody said, "Hey," right?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay,
what do gay horses eat?
No. See, Robbie, I'm not even going to.
You know what they eat?
That road.
You know, hold on, listen, just brace yourself, buckle up. Does anybody want to know the answer? What gay horses eat? Hey, forget it.
So listen, you guys were talking about supremacy and individuals that make the change. So, for example, the white individual. I think Robbie, you were talking about if they make changes, if individuals under white supremacy, white individuals make the changes, that could support eradicating supremacy, right? Do the panel agree with that, or do they? I know we've discussed the collective supremacy, systematic supremacy. Do people believe that even if individuals, stop practicing it?
Nah, let me clarify that. It has to be a collective movement of white people waking up. That's what I mean. And you got the working class whites now that are started. Look, you know what they messed up? They should have never gave nobody a stimulus check. And they should have never gave anybody unemployment that long, because now everybody's asking questions like, wait a minute, I make more on unemployment, you know what I'm saying, than I make on my job. Something's wrong.
No, it's I disagree there. They know exactly what they were doing. You see, the future plan. You see, if you have your own employment, your own business, you're making your own money in your own way, all this own, it's too similar to sovereignty, because then your mental attitude is that I built this, I work for this, so therefore you don't tell me what to do because I work for this and I built this. They want to get rid of that mindset. So this is my family, this is my job, this is my business, this is my work, this is my children, my home, my house, my identity. They want to get rid of that and just try and bring it into so by giving you money, right, then you're totally dependent on them, and your attitude will not be my. See, so they planned this. They planned this. So all the benefits and all of that stuff is part of the plan. Look, these people, they have, whilst you're at work, they have all day to sit down and scheme, and they have all access to records, the justice system, the cases, and manipulating the data and planning with the information, because they have the information. And they have real history, so they can plan. And they're spending hours and hours just thinking about plans. Whilst yeah, go on.
I got a trick question for you. This is a hypothetical. I'm just gonna have fun with this one, so don't take it personal. But I'm curious what your answer, because I already know what I think I have a good idea of what Kel's answer would be because he kind of answers something similar. But I'm gonna throw this since we're talking about gay people, right? Let's say you have a black gay guy tunes into this channel, and he becomes somewhat conscious, and he thinks black first, but he was already involved in an interracial gay relationship. But he's married now to like a billionaire, a white billionaire. And this white billionaire happens to die and leave his whole entire fortune to this black man. And this black man hits you up and says, I see three. You have a plan. I have $3 billion. I would love to give $1 billion or half of my fortune to you so that you could help combat white supremacy and help, construct something along the guidelines with your wisdom. Would you accept the money or would you reject it because you think it's off code?
Well, the money is the money, right? So if you just give him the money, is it fine? Put that in the project. But if the money comes with something else attached, I want to know what is attached. If he say, I'll give you $1 billion if you do this, or if you accept that, then there's something attached to the money. Then what is that thing that's attached to the money?
Well,
But the
say
money's
nothing
fine.
attached.
The money's
I'm
no
saying
problem.
nothing attached. Nothing
Be an
attached.
attached. There's always
What
going
if
to be
there
an
was something attached?
Nothing
There's al-
attached.
No.
Not,
There's always going to go
no,
on.
I'm saying this is a hypothetical. This is my hypothetical scenario. I'm saying there is nothing attached. Would you accept it? I'm just trying to see how cynical
Of
some people are.
course,
You're
of course,
you're
of
pretty
course.
logical. Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
It's just resources. It's just resources. But if there's a sanction involved, in other words,
But you know
we will
what?
give you
I see
this
three.
money,
I
or so,
see three.
if
If
you do
hey, I
this,
can tell you right now, if you took that money, Tash would look at you sideways.
Well, I mean,
she'd be like, "Wait a minute, how do we know there were no attachments?" So, man, everything you do, it better line up blackety black. Because if you do anything, just like if you buy yourself a Ferrari, it's over. You know what I mean?
well, I would question the code 100% because we have to come with a form of moral code to a certain extent. And I know Web Funk was talking about reproducing and that community is a part of actually, let me not go down this. I keep on putting myself in positions of going down roads of no return. So yeah, but of course I would have to question that person's moral code if that person was to do that. 100%. But yeah, no, going. Sorry, continue, Robbie, with your questioning.
No, I'm good. It was just one of those hypothetical questions. I know Kel last time he was like, nope, and I believe Brother Kel. I believe Brother Kel 150%. Like he would be worse than them people auditing Trump right now. He'd be like, nope, I see something right here that looks like it could be unsynchronized white supremacist infiltration. Sorry, we won't even take 10 billion. Like, what if they say, Bobby, just put a dress on and you'll get 10 billion. Y'all want me to take one for the team? You're like, nope, that is unsynchronized, Bobby. Don't do it. Pull the Dave Chappelle. You know what I mean?
And I think that question you asked is the same things like you're thinking about this person and the billion and accepting the billion, but do you have an infrastructure to accept the resources? The same thing like reparations. It's the same question. What if you want reparations? Are you in a position to take reparations? Do you have a bank? Right? Do you have a state? Where are you going to put the reparations?
That's an interesting question.
So it's a double. It's a double. It's not just taking the resources or the money or the reparation. Where are you going to put it?
This is a question for you and Kel.
Sorry?
How do you build infrastructure? Like, what are the steps? Now I want to sit back and listen to this.
Okay. To build the infrastructure, first of all, you've got to clarify identity. Who is in and who is out? It's got to be tight.
The Muslims are out. We know. The Muslims are out. So
yeah, that's the first step.
Are the LGBT in, just out of interest?
But I mean, the actual infrastructure, like the type of businesses, like how would the economy work? You know, what type of economy would it be?
Yeah, well, that is an emergent system. So once you have people organized, when they come with their intelligence, they come with their resources, they come with their ideas, they will then start to produce a culture. And that culture will then start producing products. So produce comes from people coming together and effectively working and sharing ideas. Then they start to create music. Then they start to create recipes and food. Then they start to create fashion. These are products of people, or products that come as a result of people coming together and being organized. They naturally will they come together with their skills and their shares, and they start to build differently. So they produce products that then other people outside that community, outside that society, will then desire and want to trade. And then when that trade comes in, that's where the killer comes in. You have to say, listen, if you want our products, right, we're not accepting your money. We're printing and we're producing our own money. And we'll if you want to buy our products, you have to buy it with our currency. So before you get our products, we have to discuss the exchange rate.
So you're
The
saying you wouldn't be
exchange
a
rate.
member of the UN then? Because all members of the UN, I think they're on the gold standard. They're like on the fiat currency of the US, right?
All right, brilliant question. The United
How would
Nations.
how would
So
you
hold it,
convince
hold
the
it. So United
why are you
Nations.
shouting?
Therefore,
How would you
if you have a black nation, the black nation can then have a seat at the United Nations.
how are you gonna how are you gonna convince the UN that there is I'm oh dear. I see through it. I think you're so unfortunate. I think you're
Just
so
ask the
far.
Just say it.
question.
Just say it, Tash.
Ask the
Nobody's gonna attack you.
question. I'm not
Yeah.
interested in what you're thinking
You're cool.
about
Okay,
me.
well, if you're not interested in, well, you're
What
But
you're
far
just
off.
go
thinking
ahead and
about
say
me.
it. Go
Ask
ahead
the
and say
question on the
it.
topic.
Yeah, go ahead and say it, Tash.
A
What are you
black.
doing?
Okay, first of all, right, the AU and CARICOM they came together already in September, right? So the black populated countries have come together for a bargaining kind of position in spaces like the UN already. When you discuss a black nation, right, and are you talking about the AU, CARICOM as being like this homogenous kind of group that can now bargain their way through deals around the world? Is that what you're talking about? Or I don't even
Hold that
understand what
point
you're
there.
even.
Hold that point there. I heard you. I heard the point. Right.
Okay, go on.
CARICOM is not a black organization. It's not set up for black people. It sounds black because there's a lot of black people there. No, it's not a black organization. CARICOM is not a black organization.
Okay, I'll answer you again. I don't think that was a question I asked you.
Ask it again.
The AU and CARICOM, black populated countries, majority of the countries under CARICOM are black populated, have come together and done. Sorry, one moment. Come together in September, right, and are talking about having a bargaining hand globally when since they've come together. Is that what you're talking about? A nation, a black nation in terms of black populated countries?
Black populated countries is just a country that could be run by white supremacists that just has lots of black people in it.
Facts. We was giving these examples about Africa, right? We was giving these. Nobody could really give us an all-black government in Africa that's successful.
Exactly. There are
That's
none.
the funny thing. When we really ask
So
about
how would you get this?
Like when we ask about what are the successful,
all right.
Like now let me ask the people this, even people in the chat. Fuck, let's don't go to historical. Let's go right now. 2022. Name me a successful all black government anywhere on the globe that's not controlled by the system of white supremacy. Somebody talk to me. Come on, somebody talk to me. Because
They'll be silent.
yeah, because
I
people
just
tend
have
to
a
tell me
question for
about the
IC3.
Chinese. Hold on, Robbie. Let's let that breathe for a minute. Let's let that breathe for a minute, guys.
That's right.
Because people like to tell me about the Chinese and the Arabs and these people and this
Yeah.
government and that government, and I can
Yeah.
argue with y'all about how those governments are dominated by the system of white supremacy. But let's just be factual. Give me a black government that is being ran today that's successful, that's not up under the domination of white supremacy. Somebody, please, in the chat, on the panel, it's 24 people watching this right now. Somebody give me one.
There's obviously only one, and that's Wakanda.
I was saying, brother,
I mean,
I
you're
was,
laughing, but isn't that what you want? You want a black nation, IC3.
yeah, but
And I'm
brother
not,
Robbie needs
I'm
to
not,
understand.
I'm not
Go on,
sure
sis.
what
No,
you're
it's
laughing
just a
about.
joke, man. But hey,
Oh,
IC3, I was going to ask you seriously, where
really
would
be
this
joking
country
about
be?
these. But
Where
brother,
would
I mean, I
we
can't
should be
understand what
joking
you're
about
laughing about
African.
Wakanda when that's
But
what you
we
want.
shouldn't be joking about anything because Wakanda is based upon the kingdom of Lesotho, which is based in South Africa. Born the most successful black government organization today
Mhm.
is Garveyism, nationalism, right? That is
Okay,
the
where's the base? I mean, I hate to say it, but where's
he's
the
talking about a
base of that?
country? Yeah.
Yeah. Where's the base? What country is that where I can go to and say, hey, I want to sign up for Garveyism and I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Like, what country should I go to and do that, Brother Kill?
wherever Garvey nationalism is being practiced amongst that community, you go there. And by the way, it's everywhere. By the way,
Yeah, but it's not in the UK, brother, because I
it
know
is
the
in the
UK
UK,
brothers.
brother.
Yeah, but
It
the
is.
UK brothers are still being stopped and searched, and we have black brothers killing each other with knife crime, and so I don't know if I can go to the UK and say, hey, I want to sign up for Garveyism, and
Yeah, I don't
let's
even
go
think the
ahead and
parliament
overthrow the
is
government.
like that.
Brother,
Hey,
the reason why that is
Very
the
tiny
reason why
percent parliament.
the reason why that is, brother born, right,
Mhm.
is because although Garveyism is being practiced, brother, but at the same time, you need to join allies with the African continent, brother. You see, we got to be realistically, right? We will get stopped and searched. We will be disenfranchised. However, does that mean you do not collectively bring your resources together and collectively police your areas?
Well,
Does that mean that you
maybe
don't?
let me say you this, brother Kale, and I hate to say this. I only know very few African brothers on the continent that I am willing to build with, because a lot of them, right? A lot of my brothers and
Right,
sisters on the African continent
right.
tend to say, I don't see racism, white supremacy. And it's like, hold on, brother. Like, it's like, yeah, I don't really see that. Then they start talking some other shit that I don't really understand. So I would ask you, brother Kel,
Right.
maybe I would implore you to help me see what we have in common, right? Because the differences are so glaring that it's like, oh shit, I don't know if I could build with these brothers, but
born.
I would
Brother,
listen to a
Born,
brother
you
like
born,
you.
brother.
get
There's black slaves in Africa. Hold on, but
huh?
born there's black slaves in Africa. So I
Okay,
mean,
so
don't
we
take what the YouTube Africans
no, I got you.
are
I
giving
got
to
you.
you. So
Hey,
I'm just saying,
Yeah, I
born.
know,
I,
I
I have
got
a
you, and I got you,
I have a
and I'm gonna say what I've always said. Let's just build a bridge, because right now I don't see the bridge, but I am open and willing to see the bridge. If someone say, "Hey, look, bro, the bridge is over here. This is the bridge from America to the UK to Africa to." If this is the bridge, all right, cool. This is the bridge. Let's go. But right now, I'm not seeing the bridge that
born.
links us. You see what I'm saying? I'm not. I know we have the same uniform, but when I talk to people, their the narratives are different. Like I'm not seeing the commonalities.
Born.
But go ahead, sir.
I have a request, not a demand. You can maybe even make it for a future show, but I think it would be very telling on this show. You have access to YouTube, right? When you can, there's three things that we should look at. One, they have videos that say like U.S. military strength. I think that's very important since they have the top military. And just Google that, and they'll do a short little video, and they'll tell you the exact U.S. military and their entire arsenal, right? And then once you look at the key thing I want people to pay attention to is Navy, right? Then when you compare, let's say Russia or the UK, people will be shocked. And then lastly, the last video you type is the top 20 militaries in Africa. I did that the other day, and it was very eye opening. Very eye opening.
What were the top five?
Yeah,
What were
yeah,
the
yeah.
top
You
five
got to
in
tell me
Africa?
what was
Just
the
out of interest, Robbie.
yeah, especially the top 20 in Africa. Talk to me about that. What was eye opening?
Number one
Yeah, the top
was
five in
Egypt.
Africa.
They were all the basically the Arab nations that had the best militaries.
Oh, yeah, I think you said this the other
And so,
night.
what do
But I'm
you? How
saying,
do
but
you?
don't take my word for it. Hold on, but
Yeah,
don't take my word for it. I
yeah.
think it's important. And type in 2021. I'm telling you, bro, these videos, they have them all the time. They don't take up a lot of time. They're 5-10 minutes
Give me an
long.
example of
How
a
do you
country.
decide
What
what a top
country?
military is
What
though?
country
Like,
stuck out to you, Robbie? Give me a country. Algeria or what? What country?
Algeria,
Ah,
Egypt. What is it? What was the other one? It starts with a T. Um,
Tunisia.
I believe so. Like basically in that North Horn of Africa,
Mm.
all of those Muslim countries, and they even said it. The white Europeans deal with them differently than they deal with the Africans, and it's evident because you can look at the military strength and how they're getting loans and so forth from the IMF and dealing with trade. Because look, your trade and how they exploit your economy is how you can have a budget to build up your military. Now, I think South Africa, see, and this is the thing, they don't play around. You can even look at military ranking. What you don't want to do is look at military ranking for the whole globe. And then you'll find out there's countries in Africa that are like in 30, 40, 50. When you're talking about number one is like the United States, number two is Russia, number three, I think, is China, and number four is India. Or it
Robbie,
might
are
be
you are
Japan.
you are you are you from a position of where if people want to create power, they have to have a very strong military set? Is
I
that
mean, you tell me when you look at their arsenal. I
well?
mean,
I mean,
that's what I'm saying to you. That explains why Africa is in the position it's in. So if we're going to defeat that and overcome that, then we have to understand that sometimes when we talk about some of these political aspirations, for some of them to be possible, it would take military power to sustain it. Otherwise, we need to be very good negotiators. But because of everybody's strong stance about not trusting any outside help, then I mean that means we need to have a very strong military then, because
Brother
that's the
Robbie,
only.
brother
You get what
Robbie,
I'm saying?
do you not think
brother Robbie.
economics could
But
sway?
that's what I'm saying. Before anybody piles on me, just look at the videos. That's why I asked Born as a request.
No,
Look
Yeah,
at
we're
it, and
not
then decide what
piling
to
on
trust
you,
me.
brother. We're
But
not
histo-
piling on you.
No,
brother
no, I don't
Robbie,
mean pile,
brother
but I'm
Robbie.
saying like just discern look at the information for yourself, right? And then you'll see what I'm saying. And I'm not saying it from a defeatist standpoint. I'm just saying
no,
it
but hold on,
just
Robbie.
it's information.
Historically, it's economics and the economy that sometimes wins the battle of power. You know, before the military takes place. So I'm just
Yeah,
and especially
wins the battle.
Okay,
I
fine,
want to
fine, fine,
and if
fine.
and
Let's
so,
just look at the top 20
let's let
militaries
IC3 get in here too, guys.
yeah, but
in
brother, let
Africa
me answer.
and
But
look at
hold
their
on,
economies.
but hold on. If they were to go by what IC3 wants to go by in terms of like this black nation, and you put all the black military together, or all those spaces, what do you think to that though? In regards to everybody coming together, not just individual nations.
That's what I mean. You need to go look. I don't have to break it down. They will literally tell you the military strength. Like they'll tell you, like Nigeria, their navy mainly composes of like naval coast guard ships. They don't have no aircraft carriers. You know what I'm
Right,
saying? You get what I'm
right.
trying to say? They may have a few hundred planes, but then some of them are Chinese, some of them are Russian, some of them are like 10 years old. You get what I'm trying to say? Not even a lot of the UK countries even have a big navy anymore because they all decided when they got together with the with NATO, they basically just said, look, the U.S. is going to be our big brother because the U.S. has the ability to manufacture and build military. The U.S. has the most aircraft carriers. They have 11. China has 2. Russia has 2. Now think about it. Russia, more so than China, is a huge superpower, has had a lot of economic strength, and they can only afford to build 2
Mm-hmm.
aircraft
Hey,
carriers.
Robbie,
Think about
Robbie,
that.
I know, Robbie. I know you spitting them gems, brother. But let me let IC3 get in here. I know IC3 wanted to say something, brother, before he lose his point. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Go ahead, Uncle.
yeah. Economics is the real power. You see, there's people saying that the world is run out of New York and the city of London, and so all these ships and planes and all these large military, they're just numbers, but finance. You see, if the economy of America with all their ships starts to sink, right, they cannot afford to keep the military. They can't afford to pay the wages of the soldiers. So propaganda and how finance and economics is manipulated is where the real power is. Who the propaganda and the finance decides which way the guns are pointed and where the bombs are dropped.
Well said, brother. Well said, man. Well said. If it's gonna be a lull in the conversation, I want to go back to the video if possible. But if anybody else has something they want to say, go ahead, speak your mind out. Speak your mind. If not, I'm going back to the video, man.
Yeah, video is good.
I was just gonna say
My bad,
also.
my bad. I didn't share my screen, but go ahead, Tash. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say also, like, political positions, people being in political positions of power is also important. Because the
Who
structure
runs
of the
the
UN,
politics? Who runs the politics?
you're gonna say white supremacy, but I think there's all and this is going to be a bit controversial for me, especially for someone like myself to say this, but I think there's just the supremacy that lies in other non-black groups as well that play
Yeah,
a role in
but
it,
they are controlled
not
by
just white
white
supremacy.
supremacy. Who taught them first, right?
Yeah,
Who
yeah,
taught
yeah,
them?
yeah. They're the mother, right? But the
Yeah.
reality is that other groups that are really, you know, subjecting black people, to being
I
oppressed. So,
agree. I agree. They are white supremacists. They may not be white, but they are white supremacists.
right.
They subscribe to the system of white supremacy to get them in a better seat,
Mm,
get them in a better position, get their family in a better position.
mm,
And like we
mm.
gotta understand, man, this system of white supremacy is a well-oiled machine, man. It will come and get the lowest man on the totem pole or come and get the highest man on the totem pole. And if you don't play ball, you die. Or now they're creating this shit where you get canceled. Or we take your social media, we take your platform, we take
Yes,
your
yes,
voice away from you.
yes, yes.
We call
Yeah.
you crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to my uncle, man. People always want to say my uncle is crazy and my uncle has mental illness. Man, IC3 is on his shit.
I'm not
What we
okay.
ain't gonna do is let the system of white supremacy put us in a box and say, "Oh, he's crazy," or they told us, this guy is a anti-Semitic, or this guy is a homophobe, and they put these labels. You know what I'm saying? Like we can't. Come on, man.
Yeah,
Come
I'm
on,
not.
man.
I wouldn't. I'm not
Come on, man.
necessarily anti-labels at times, because I think it's
Come on,
necessary,
man.
especially if people are dangerous, right? But I think with IC3, as much as I respect his passion, I still am unsure about the strategies or the actual process in which things are going to take place. But yeah,
What strategy do you prefer?
no, I prefer like very kind of stringent, kind of no disrespect to IC3, strategies that are attainable, which is
Like what?
like, for example,
Political power.
the reparation plan, for example, releasing obviously the Caribbean from debt, putting us in a position of independence. I think these are the kind of spaces that I would look into
And
and
how
try
do
and
we
start there.
achieve that? How do we achieve that? Because you said political power earlier. So
Yeah.
you think we
Well,
need
no, I
to put
mean,
like-minded people in these political positions so we will have a little leverage?
yeah, no, I like-minded people, 100%, but it would have to be collective work.
Yeah.
Right now in the UK, I don't know too much about the politics in America in regarding to the black faces. We don't really have a very this is probably the worst it's been for the UK from both parties, the major parties. We don't really have faces that really represent us and that really are dedicated to our cause. So yeah, I
You
don't know.
don't
Maybe
supposed
some of the
to.
British might
Yeah, you don't
might.
supposed to. Now the British is just saying straight up, yeah, like we don't play those type of games. Maybe eventually we'll play those type of games, but we don't play those Obama games, and they don't do that shit in the UK.
Obama games. You mean like there'll never be a black president or prime
Man,
minister?
I don't think so. Do you think so, Robbie? Maybe because we're going in this liberal, you know what I'm saying? Maybe because I know, we know the UK and the US, so they buddy. So I think eventually, but the UK is more conservative.
Hey, if they get a black prime minister, he'll probably be James.
Man, don't do James like that. Don't do James like that. We going for
Obviously not
Brother
James.
Kale. I'm
Yeah.
voting for Brother Kale or IC3.
You just said they're conservative. That's what I'm saying. They will vote for James. I mean,
James would definitely get a number of votes, that's for sure.
Okay, guys. All right. Shout out to James.
Yeah.
Shout out to James, man. But yeah, man.
That wasn't a shot, James, by the way.
Yeah, but I don't think. But all right, let's get back to the video, man. Let's get back. And family, y'all hit that like button, man. What the like buttons? Anybody watching on YouTube? What the like buttons look? What the likes looking like?
I don't even know.
The like should be good, man.
They're on
I
18.
haven't even promoted the channel on the Discord, so I need to do that. I'll be back. Hold on.
Yeah. Come on, Tash. Come on, man. Get it together, Tash. All right, let me share my screen because last time I didn't share my screen when I was trying to show Dr. Umar. Let's get back to it. Here we go.
Or the other. I do think that it's important to humble people who call themselves straight.
What do you mean by humbling people who call themselves straight? What do you mean by that?
I'll make the point that very much so you are a myth as it relates to the volume and the weight of what you contributed to any of the radical movements around the black community. You've been present, but mostly for cerebral labor. But the places in which people experience harm.
Amazing.
All right, I'm
dropping
sorry. Let me
bombs.
reset. Yeah, I got to reset IC3 for the new listeners. This is Dr. Umar Johnson speaking to a member of the LGBTQ community that just said, "Hey, Dr. Umar, when it comes to you, the straight black male in America, and it comes to the fight for black liberation, including the civil rights movement and all the other movements, you guys are a myth."
A miss.
A mist. Is that what he said? A mist?
Something. What was that word?
I thought
A
he said a
miss. A
myth.
miss. Let me look at
I
that
thought he
word.
said a
You
myth.
are a miss.
I
Let
thought
me
it
look at
said
that
a
word.
myth. Let's
Let
make
me.
sure.
A
I thought
miss.
he
Let me
said a
look at that
myth,
word. A
like
miss.
a
I think it's a
fairy
miss.
tale. I
A
thought
miss. That's it. Yeah. Not quite right. Inappropriate. Out of place. Oh no. So he's saying the straight black males are a miss. A miss means
I said a
not
myth.
quite right.
Hold on. IC3. I thought the word was a myth, like a
No,
fairy
a
tale.
miss, which is
Oh.
AMISS. AMISS, a miss.
Oh.
You guys, you straight black males are a miss. And a miss means not quite right, inappropriate, or out of place, or wrongly, inappropriately. Yeah, that's what it means. That's the word. You guys, he said, you guys are a miss.
The black community. I mean, you've been present, but mostly for cerebral labor.
What do you mean by humbling people who call themselves straight? What do you mean by that?
I'll make the point. That very much so you are a myth as it relates to the volume and the weight of what you contributed to any of the radical movements around the Black community. I mean, you've been present, but mostly for cerebral labor. But the places in which people experience harm, violence, negligence, I should say neglect, being in community but out of community at the same time, but also adding really invaluable things to our master narrative of progress as Black people on the globe. Well, those people had some lean toward what this brother described earlier, Z described earlier as queerism. And you use terms like homosexuality and some other things.
Is there something wrong with using the word homosexuality?
Well, no, I don't think that, but I do think if you want to assert your straightness, again, if you want to assert that, I do think you have to understand that even tone matters in trying to investigate that, and that in many cases, like I heard you say something earlier with regard to, well, I can't judge you, or I'm not against it. Well, you're in no position of authority to judge or be against it, because you don't exist in a hierarchy based off your expression of sexuality in proximity to someone else's expression.
But we're talking about us exclusively within the Black community, my brother. So we're not dealing with the larger hierarchy of the white power structure. We're talking about us living in the same community as Black people. What exactly does LGBTQ stand for, so heterosexuals can better understand your movement? Not that we're necessarily going to agree with it, but at least we can understand you.
You just said it again. Not that we're necessarily going to agree with it,
because we may not. Some people might, some people may not. There's people who agree with me, and there's people who don't. That's just a part of life, Brother Brent.
But you would not make that same statement as to say you may not agree with me being straight.
Tell me about your brother.
He was always making me laugh.
Straight. You wouldn't say that same thing. And so in making that statement, which seems very passive and unaggressive, you're making a very problematic assertion about the authority that straightness has over anything else, as if everything else is alternative to straightness, which in fact I'd argue it's not.
Okay, do this for me, Brother Brent. I got you. Can you?
The word of the day is syllogism.
Okay.
You do not have sex or choose partners in the way that you would like to truly under white supremacy.
Wait, say that again. You do not choose sex. Give me.
You do not have sex or choose partners in the way that you would like to.
We do not have sex or choose partners in the way we would like to under white supremacy. What do you mean by that?
Who heard that question?
Go ahead. So that's nearly Fuller's point again. You see?
Can we break that
white
down? Break
supremacy
it down.
controls
IC3. IC3, if you can repeat what the person just said.
You do not have sex or choose partners under the system of white supremacy. That's what I think he said.
True or false? IC3.
It's true.
I'll say it just for the audience. You do not have sex or choose the person
partners.
you want, choose the partners that you have sex with under the system of white supremacy. True or false? IC3.
That is true, but
now,
that's hard to take.
I guess let me ask Tash. Tash, are you there, sis? Come on, Tash. Come on, Tash.
Yeah, I'm here. Go on. Don't be.
Does the system of white supremacy control who people have sex with?
This is a bit too. I don't know if this is a question for me, to be honest with you, Von.
What do you mean? I don't understand. It's just a question. It could go for anybody. It can go for a man, a woman, a Muslim, a transsexual, a queer. This is a transsexual question. Come on, Tash. You can answer this question. This is a question for you, sis. Talk to me.
I don't. Come back to me, Bull. Come back to me, please. Come back to me. You guys continue your conversation.
Yeah, because and this is and it's funny. All right, I know a lot of people got off the panel, but this is this old shit, Born. They're gonna say, Born, why you showing this fucking list again? Because our elder Nelly Fuller did not lie.
That's
He
right.
didn't lie, guys.
Clear.
He
Yeah.
didn't lie.
Neely Fuller, yes.
Listen,
Sex, number 8. Told you, man. I've been saying this. And people say I'm mentally ill, but it's there. Sex.
No, you know, and I love it, IC3. Let them call you mentally ill. I want to highlight this. They don't want to let me highlight it. And they keep saying you're mentally ill. The 9 areas of human activity that white supremacy controls or dominates. Number 8 is sex.
Yes. It's hard to accept.
You just heard a sexually confused person tell you who dominates sex.
Exactly.
The thought of sex.
Direct.
The ideal of sex. The ideal of sex. And we think it's love.
Yes.
We think it's love. Oh man, it's just love. I love who I want to love. And then now you become sexually confused to the point you have black men saying, I never want to fuck with a black woman again. I only date white women. I only date this woman. I only date this woman. To the point where you have men saying, I don't want to deal with women anymore. I only deal with men. I only deal with this type of man. And then the shit is getting so weird. They are saying I'm trans. I only deal with trans. I'm bi. I only deal with straight. I am and until we're all confused.
Right.
Francis Cress Wilson told us this, guys.
Yes.
Told us we
right.
will be sexually confused. And she said this shit in the 70s or the 80s, man.
Yeah.
You will be sexually confused. The system of white supremacy will sexually confuse you so much that you don't know what's hanging and what's swinging.
Exactly.
What is you talking about, man?
Careful, boy. You know. I don't know.
I don't. What do you mean? We don't know.
That was quite brave of you. No, I mean to talk about interracial and this LGBT thing.
I mean, I'm just saying we don't know, but we have to admit it. First, we made it in close proximity.
Confusion. That
now
might
it's so
ruffle a few
confused.
feathers.
Man, come on, man. Now it's so confused. We don't know what we can do. We can just put a label on it and say, I am this, and I don't want you to call me anything different.
Oh boy.
And I am saying black people, maybe one of our ways to replace the system of white supremacy is to just say fuck it, and us in a mass number just say we're gonna identify as white.
Right.
Don't count us out.
Is that what you guys really see?
I don't know. I don't know what we should do, but I do feel like if you can just change what you are, then fuck it. Let everybody change what they are. I don't. I want to be a rich Asian man. Okay? Right? For real. If you ask me, if you caught me in an honest moment and said, Born Rich, if you could change into whatever, I want to be a rich Asian man. Just identify me from now on, Tash, as a rich Asian man. Lee Young. Call me Lee Young from now on, Tash. Please. Please, guys. And I want everybody to refer to, you know what I'm saying? Just refer to me from now on as Lee Young. And if you don't, you're racial. If you don't, you're racial phobic. You're racial phobic to me.
Right.
Yeah. You're racial phobic to me, and we'll get you canceled if you don't refer to me as Lee Young from now on. I don't know what the fuck we're doing, man. We're going into a dangerous spot, family. And like Robbie said, it's too many tribes amongst us. It's too many
tribes. Where is Robbie? Robbie needs to jump back on that.
But it's still, I mean, I don't know shit. It's fucking 3:45 in the morning for Robbie.
Okay. Yeah.
But like, what I'm saying is, man, like Robbie said, we're too tribalistic, man. We want all of these labels. all of these, whatever the fuck you want to call us, we just want to agree to that to the point we can just make up shit and freestyle as we go. It's like, yeah, don't call me queer, don't call me homosexual, don't call me transsexual. And these are words that this community gave to us. We only regurgitating the words that we come on, man. You know the words. Buddha said it earlier. We know the words that we used to call gay people in the 90s. IC3. IC3. We know the words that we use for gay people in the 90s, bro. So we've already conformed a little bit to call you different names and titles. But now don't mix up the titles and say, well, yeah, don't call us that title anymore. We go by this. That's when the shit gets mixed up. That's when it's too many subgroups. IC3. I know you like to break us black people down into our subgroups, but if we're gonna break down IC3 into 79 different subgroups, then IC3 eventually gets diluted, brother. If that makes sense.
Yeah, you got to clarify. Each group has to be clarification. Just clarify exactly what you mean, what is meant. You know.
So what do you
And
do?
with clarity,
IC3,
you can
IC3,
organize.
IC3. Well, okay. Well, tell me. All right. So now, if we organize, right? It's all right. Hold on. Even on your chart, IC3. What do you identify the Black Americans as? Me, Robbie, Gotta, Jacob. How do you identify? Pull up a chart.
It's already there. I mean that you
Show
see, you
me
got
the
to use the
chart.
system.
Show
Look,
me the
the
chart.
system's already there. See, Black North American. Can you see it?
Hold on.
There's
You gotta
already a
hold it still.
code.
Hold it
See
still.
that?
Black North American. Hold
See
on. What
that?
is that?
BNAM.
Now, what
There's
about
already a
the
code.
LGBTQ that's a Black American? Because they don't want to be called that. IC3. The
They don't want to be called
LGBT.
Black American.
They want to be They want to be called queer and not homosexual. I don't want to disrespect anybody, but I'm trying to get it straight. But how can you force them to just be under the banner of BN? Fuck you, 84. That's funny. BNAM. He put BNAM plus. It's hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. I know that's disrespectful, 84, but that's hilarious. But BNAM, how do we, I guess, for lack of a better term, force someone to be what they don't want to be?
Okay, watch this. You don't force anybody who doesn't want to join the movement or the organization or the nation or the construction of the nation.
Okay.
Right? You don't want them in there. You start from scratch and you build. So when you're laying the foundations, you don't want anybody in the foundation who's not in harmony with the construction, because there'll be a flaw in the foundation. And so as you construct the nation, as you construct the state, right, it's going to cause cracks in the foundation. So if somebody doesn't want to, if you're trying to start a business or whatever you wanted to do, whatever you're organizing to do, you don't want people that don't believe in the mission.
Let me tell you this. Let me ask you this, IC3. And this is how tribal we are, brother. Because you will have some ADOS, right? You said BNAM, but I know some brothers that's gonna say, fuck that IC3. We are ADOS.
Right.
We don't want to subscribe to that label. We created our own label, and that's the same thing that the LGBTQ is doing. So what do you say to that people? Say,
that's fine.
Forget your label.
Let them do whatever they want to do. Might is right.
Okay.
So who is left standing? Right? Whoever's left standing, that work together. It's fine. Whatever labels, but we'll see who is the strongest.
But
Who
All
is
right,
the
all
strongest?
right. Let me
Might is right. Power.
let me ask you
but
this
not just
though. Right?
AWS. What about
Hold
the
on.
Nigerian that
On.
doesn't want to be considered as black? They want to be considered as Nigerian. And
Well, I
many
think
do.
IC3 has a code for them. But IC3 saying if they don't jump on the train, fuck
Yep,
them. I kind of
that's right.
agree with that.
That's
I
right.
do.
Yeah.
I know
Goodbye.
IC3 would never use that immaculate vocabulary that I use, but he feels like me. If they not on the train, Tash, fuck them.
I don't think the thing is, I think that's a poor sorry to say, I don't think for the future of black people, I think that's a poor kind of moment for you guys, right? Because I feel that this really needs quantity. And yes, you need quality, but you need quantity when it comes to black power, as you put it, right? Because you need numbers and you need people in positions of power and you need people
Good
that
point.
believe in those positions. If you start saying, okay, you're not going to go by this code, you're out, or you're not going to go by this, you're out, you're going to be low on numbers, and I really don't see.
Well, let me ask you this, Tash. I know you want to go. IC3. I got you, Uncle. But let me ask you this, Tash. Now you said we need positions of power. The way that this shit is going right now, the way these governments is going, and everyone has a say so, everyone has a seat at the table.
Mm.
What are you saying? You've been a Muslim sister. What are
Mm.
you saying that we hitch our wagons to a person that's in political in a powerful political seat?
Mm.
If they're homosexual, bisexual, queer, are you
Uh-oh.
saying we hitch our
Uh-oh.
wagons to that so we can achieve political power? Because we know that the system is putting these type of people in power.
Mm.
So talk
Well,
to
yeah,
me.
I mean, will we ever know sometimes the, sexual orientation of certain political leaders? Can we ever really even say that we definitely know of any of these, what these leaders are doing behind closed doors? So it's really
Well,
difficult.
we maybe we wouldn't know, but if it's a sister that's
Mm.
dressing like Minister Farrakhan at every press conference that
Well,
she's
okay,
giving,
Bourne,
I think that's a dead giveaway, right?
all right, okay, Bourne,
What do you think?
put it this way: they probably wouldn't go by the code that I go by anyway if they were living in that kind of predicament, right? So I probably would be bowing out from being led or being directed by them or supporting them. So yeah, that's probably where I stand on that question.
Yeah, I know that's crazy, right? See, we have to think about that, man. But go ahead, IC3. I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah. So
Go ahead,
this
Uncle.
issue of quantity and quality. Yeah. The quality is like a seed, and then the quantity grows. Too many people are trying to get shortcuts. We need the numbers. We need the numbers. So do anything to get the numbers of people. No, start with the quality. Set the foundations, and like a tree, as people will join. Don't try and just rush to get the numbers up. No, let the thing grow. Let the thing grow naturally,
Yeah,
and let people
I'm
come
not.
one by one, one by one. The rate is the rate. The rate
Yeah,
of growth is the rate of growth. Simple
that's
as that.
okay. That's a given. Letting things grow. What I'm saying is to convince a Nigerian that is maybe a Yoruba that he has to go by a particular code, or to convince a Sudanese Muslim that he has to go by a particular code, I think is impossible, to be honest with you. And I don't think time it plays a factor in that. I think if somebody is considering themselves to be who they are and has done for many, many years, generations back, I think this is no disrespect,
I
but
got your point.
I think to expect them to drop that is not going to happen, to be honest with you. So
Right, I got your point. The model that I'm promoting, there's no dropping of anything. It's just like when a lot of people start a new job. Yes, when you're in the job, the job may require a uniform, the job may require to wear hats or work clothes. So if you're working on a building site, you have to put on the building uniform. There's
Fact.
no dropping. You're still
Fact.
the same person you always were before you went to work.
Yes.
So the Somali person doesn't have to drop Somali identity to get involved with this counter-white supremacist project of building the Black nation.
Yeah, but
So
hold
when
on.
you're
Hold
building,
on. Yeah, but hold on, ICP. You have said that it is a religion that they are taking on if they come into your code system. So that wouldn't go for majority of blacks in Africa, I think, because many of them are religious or from some sort of religious background. And I think it'd be very difficult for you to convince them otherwise that they are not from that and they are from you or from your code or your system, so to speak. I mean, I'm not suggesting that what you want is wrong. I'm just saying that to expect that would be very difficult for people to do.
okay.
So,
Yeah, so it's like just going for a job, you know. If they say if you want to work on this building site, this is the helmets you have to wear, and this is the uniform, and you have to wear that bright yellow thing so that people can see you. And then some people might say, "Well, I don't like the way the uniform is." Okay, well, don't take the job then.
Facts.
But I'm not against some of the principles that you stand by. I'm saying that to allow people to come through, you would have to drop, some of your policies, some of your initial rulings, because it would stop people from coming into your group. And I'm pretty sure those same people would be happy to be involved in collective black betterment work. I don't think they'd be against that.
Okay, well, there's different structures, different buildings, and well, you just can't work on this building site. Simple.
Okay, fair play.
Yeah, no
Fair
problem.
play.
That's it. You see, some people say I don't like the style. You see, work clothes look very simple. They're very simple, but they're effective.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah. Thank you, IC3. Tell people about the effectiveness of this, because most people would say, "I'm not wearing this." Right?
That's right.
I'm not wearing this. I don't feel like myself. I don't feel like Born Rich when I put this on.
Exactly,
I don't.
man.
I don't feel like a proper Muslim when I put this on. I don't feel like an Israelite when I put this on. I don't feel right when I put this on.
Feelings.
Okay,
It's not fashionable,
Talk to me, IC3. Hold on, Tash. IC3. Talk to me about the importance of the uniform and you putting on that uniform, but still holding your same values, laws, statutes, and morals. Talk to me, IC3. Talk to me.
That's right, because when you're putting on that uniform, it's because you're on a mission. The mission is to construct this building, to construct this entity. This entity will be the entity that solves the problems. Yeah? So you're constructing something that will solve problems. The thing, the system. The system counters effectively the system of white supremacy. You, in all your efforts, you're just talking. It's not. You got to make this. You got to build the machine to do the work. It's the bulldozer was built. It can move earth. It's the crane. The crane works on the building site. You can't lift those kind of weights. So you got to build the system and let the system do the work. Let the tool work for you. Let the tools do the work. You can't saw with your hands. So when you when you were putting on the bright yellow garments of the building site, it's not. It's a culture of the job. You come to work. You come into work, put on the stuff. It might not be fashionable, but you can take it off afterwards.
Facts. I love that analogy, man. That analogy is fucking sick. You are who you are before you put that uniform on.
That's right.
But you're gonna put that uniform on if you want to make some money, if you want to make a living. And everybody say, man, I'm just doing this to feed my family. If you want to feed your family, you're gonna put that fucking uniform on.
Exactly.
Yeah, but Born, no one's against working as a collective, right? No one's against that. What people are saying, right, and I'm going to stand for those that are from a religious perspective, right, is that people cannot drop their religious perspective, right, and then come into something where he has mentioned previously that it is a belief system, and it goes
I
before.
mean, it is a belief system.
Hold on, brother. It goes
Go
before.
on,
It would have to go before and above our own religions. That's
Yeah.
not going to happen, brother. That's not going to happen in the black churches in America, right? That's
Well,
not
let
going
me
to
ask
happen,
you
brother.
this. Let me ask you this, Tash. When I ask you, Tash, to be involved with this, we wear a uniform. This is the uniform that we wear, right? Look at the screen. This is the uniform we wear. I understand you're a beautiful Muslim sister, right? And you are deep in your faith, and I think you practice your faith top notch,
You
sis.
got the hijab
But
for us?
hold on,
Have you got the hijab for us?
hold on.
Okay,
When you
okay.
can wear your hijab, but you
Okay.
know what's gonna cover your arms, collar, chest, and stomach? This. Yeah, you can wear a hijab and
Under
listen.
the helmet.
No, absolutely. Not only can you wear your hijab, Tash, my homeboy from Tennessee, he can have 17 gold teeth in his mouth, and my other brother who want to wear camouflage pants, he can wear his camouflage pants and his bandana. IC3 can wear his hat and he can wear his bottoms, but he can't wear nothing but this shirt. And we leave all of that shit to the side. Like IC3 said, a construction site is the best analogy. When you go to a construction site, Tash, it's gay people, white people, black people, Mexican people, Asians. Everybody's at a construction site. And guess how you identify everybody who works at the same construction site? This orange vest. But it's not taken away from their Islam. It's
I know
not
what
taken
you're
away
saying,
from
Born.
their Christianity. It's not taken away from their Asian
Yeah, but Born, I know,
tradition.
Born, I get what you're saying, but IC3 was not saying the same thing to me in the last I think the last show or the show before that. So I understand where you're coming from. He said that you'd have to put this first before anything else. That would be me putting this in front of God. So I wouldn't be able to connect with this. But I'm definitely one to do collective work and to better the position of our people globally. I would wear a
Now
uniform.
that begs the question.
As long as
Hold on, Tash.
Yeah.
That begs the question to the first, right? And I know now this is what divides black people. First, that word first. What are you putting first? And my problem, hold on, Tash. My problem with first is, hold on, Tash, because you can sit on the internet with me and say, I put my religion first. You'll tell me first all day, right? But then when it's time for Tash to go to work, and then they say, hey, Tash, put on this orange suit. They're not asking you, Tash, what's your religion before you put on that orange suit. They're saying, put on this orange shirt. And you could, some people may say, well, this orange shirt goes against my religion. They're going to say, hey, Tash, put on this orange shirt or don't feed your family. See, that's my thing. See, everybody puts their religion first until it's time to feed their family.
Exactly.
See, everybody puts all of their labels first until it's time to feed their family.
No, hold on.
Exactly.
Hold on. My religion is within me all the time, so it would be there whilst I have that shirt on. It's not something that you put down to the side. You don't take your cap of Islam off when you've decided to come and join black people. You are all, God is with you all the time. brother. So
let me
it
ask
wouldn't.
you this, Tash. Tash, would you
Yeah.
work a job if they said you couldn't wear a hijab or a niqab?
Me personally, at this stage, I probably would say no to that. No, that
Why?
job, right?
Because you have a nice job. What about
Well,
you?
yeah,
What about
there's
your
that
young
too.
Muslim sisters that don't have it like you, Tash? Your
I
young
I
Muslim
would.
sister that's 23,
Okay,
24
I can
years
answer that.
old,
I'm happy to
and
answer that.
go ahead.
I would make a space for them to get jobs as somebody that is in a position to do that, right? So I would get together with those that are in a similar position to myself, and that's what we should be doing as Black people in
So you're
general.
saying don't compromise.
Um. Uh. I believe we shouldn't compromise on our principles and standards, and I think that is one of the
So what
reasons,
about
brother.
if you have to
That
feed your
hold on,
family,
brother.
Tash? All
Hold on,
right,
brother.
go.
One moment.
Okay,
One
okay.
moment. That's one of the reasons, brother. I think that Black people, we are in the position that we're in because we have compromised at times. Yeah, we've normalized moments of well, we've had attacks from the supremacist system, right? And we've normalized that and we've accepted it, and it's become something that we don't attack or dispute, so to speak. So I think it is important that we hold on to our standards and our principles, because we see other communities doing it, right? And they also do group economics with one another, right? And no one's against that. So, if we keep our standards, if we keep our principles, right, I really believe that's one of a strong component to kind of get us out of this position that we're in. You guys may not agree with that, though.
That boy is good.
Why are
Keep
you laughing?
our standards.
Good shit, Tash. I see you on your shit. Look at that. Tash gave that shit. Tash gave a nice monologue right there. Salute to the sister. That's Black Power, man. Such ready for that Black Power, man. I love that. Sister. That we should not conform.
Right.
We should never conform. I like that. I
Keep the
like that, Tash.
standards.
I love that, Tash. I do, man. Good shit.
So
Good
keep
Yeah,
the
and
standards.
I wouldn't say I wouldn't work with the brother with the gold grill and with the do rag. I wouldn't say I wouldn't work with that brother. I would work with that brother, right? Because I would stand by him in regards to group economics. That wouldn't be an issue for me. I want to be clear on that, right? So I didn't want anyone to think that I was
Have you
against.
practiced? Are you practicing group economics now?
Yes, I am in some areas of my life. I definitely am. Yeah, I always have done.
Not trying to get too personal, but any type of, if you could be broad with it, any type of organizations or group or some shit you doing in your family that
Yeah,
maybe the
Caribbean.
people
Yeah,
that could help the people.
the Caribbean. Obviously, since when we come here, we're kind of made, as Schiffer mentioned in the last show. No, the show before that. Sorry, is that we are meant to send money back, and we are meant to work with those in Canada, America, from the Caribbean, and we're supposed to pass our money around. And I do that. I'm a part of those kind of in-house that kind of in-house work. But
Good
yeah.
shit. No,
Yeah.
good shit, sis. Good shit, sis. Let me get back to this video, guys. Let me close out. Shit. Oh, fuck. We 6 minutes away. All right. Let's get back to this video. My bad, guys. But I do want to finish this video, man. Sheesh. Hey, this is good shit. Y'all make sure y'all hit that like button, man. This is a good conversation. I only planned on being on here for like 2 hours to run through this fucking video. But here we are, 4 hours and 43 minutes later, and I'm still here. All right, so let me mute my mic. Let's get through this video, man. Thumbs up the video, man. Like up the video, guys. Like it. And if you're not subscribed, subscribe, man. You know how we do.
That in some very unfortunate ways, wherever you see yourself on what they call a spectrum, that we are all inhibited and restricted in how we express ourselves through procreation, through partnership, through community, through the very simple function of the orgasm. as it relates to the way that we are all under the surveillance of white basically says that has always said and continues to say very subtly that black sex should be illegal, that it is amoral, that our sexuality is something other, in the same way that you, as a straight person, would like to other this thing, homosexual, queer. White supremacy certainly others black sexuality, all black sexuality. Understand that. The white
Okay.
supremacy others and takes
Okay.
away the normality and the value of
Talk to me, IC3. Now,
Yeah, this
all right,
this
hold
guy.
on, IC3, hold on. That was all right. Now let me ask you this question, Uncle, because this person said that white supremacy, you know what
Others.
white supremacy, yeah, yes. The white supremacy disrespects all non-white sex.
Yes,
So
he's
I
correct.
think this other person is saying you're no better than I am when it comes to non-white
Yes,
sex. What do you
yes.
say to that, IC3?
Yeah, the guy now is really talking the truth. He's talking painful truths because to accept that white supremacy is supreme over your activity in your bedroom, your
Yeah.
personal space, is very difficult to accept. But
It is. It
white
is.
supremacy,
It
it
is.
means supremacy. It
It is.
means they've got to be in control of every aspect of every cubic
Fact.
foot on the planet, because if they're not in control of that area, something could arise which could destroy white supremacy. So just like a military operation, you've got to have complete control of the map. If there's any area that you don't know what's going on, that's why Central CIA, Central Intelligence
Yes,
Agency,
yes.
Central
Yes.
Intelligence, you got, if there's something you don't know, there's danger in there. There's
Yes.
darkness.
Fact. That's a fact.
You can't operate. If you're not, if your intelligence doesn't go that far. So they've got to be penetrating every aspect. And it's painful. It's hard to it's hard to believe. It's hard to
I
believe.
agree. I agree. I see
And
three,
it's
but what do
painful to
you
believe.
but what do you say about this type of person, right? Who doesn't even think like you sexually? What do you think about that person making that revelation?
You see, now this fantastic point you raised there.
Yeah.
I should I get personal? But
Okay.
somehow the 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 gay people that I've seen, right? I don't get on with them, but they always seem to know a lot of stuff. I heard my clashes, but they know stuff. They know stuff.
Mm. Mm.
Almost I can say it's that they're almost more intelligent.
Okay. Are you think that's like by nature, or have they, I don't know, experienced more
I think it's
non-black
experience.
people?
I think his experience. It's
Yeah.
part of the management system
Yeah.
of white supremacy. You know, it's like you're if you're compromising a, 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 a token Negro, if
Yeah.
you allow yourself to be a token Negro, then there's certain we'll allow you. We'll remove
In our
certain
spaces,
sanctions.
in our spaces. We will allow you in our spaces. You know why?
Yes, that's
Because
it.
you're
So that because
docile.
you're allowed in the
Yeah,
space,
no, you're
you get
docile.
open.
And you
Yes, you
know
got
why
it.
you're allowed in the spaces? Because you're docile. You're docile.
Yes,
You're not a threat. I see
yes.
through you are a threat, right? A
Yes, so I can't get the
homosexual. Uh,
information.
let me say something, man. Let me say this, guys. Listen, IC3 speaking the way he speaks with that outfit on is a threat. A homosexual with that outfit on that IC3 is wearing is not a threat. He's docile. He's docile. I hate to be like that, guys. I hate to use that word, but he's docile. You're not a threat. What can you really do? What can you really do? Now you're getting a little bit more power because now you can say, okay, you're being homophobic if you say some shit about me. But I'm not even being funny, IC3. But if a homosexual put on that hat and that the shit that you wear, they're gonna be like, yeah, he's just he's flamboyant, he's gay, and he's wilding. Same thing if they put on what I put on. I ain't lying. A homosexual put on a fucking ball cap and a hoodie and say, "Hey, I'm homosexual." Everybody's gonna be like, "Oh, okay." You're not. You become non-violent. You see what I'm saying? Let
Right.
me say this, guys. It could never be a homosexual Trayvon Martin. And I know people's gonna wild out about that. But if that person was chasing Trayvon Martin and Trayvon Martin turned around and was a homosexual and spoke and had the mannerisms of a homosexual, he wouldn't have died that night. I just hate to say it, man.
Yeah.
They're docile. So the system
Allows them
absolutely
access.
it's
They have
like
access to certain information.
Yes. Yes.
So they got a great insight. They've got an
They should,
insight.
man. And so, oh my gosh, I see three. Maybe you answered the question, brother. I said, what is the role of the black people that's a part of the LGBT community? What is their role in quote unquote black liberation or black betterment? What is their role? Maybe their role is the same role as white people. Infiltrate.
Yes, you got
Infiltration.
it. Yes, very good.
Infiltration.
That's what it is. That's the
Infiltration.
power. You got it. You got it.
If
You
the
got it.
system, if the system
Yes.
of white supremacy is
Yes.
going to look at you as docile,
Yes.
cool. And they're gonna
Right.
look at you as an ally, get
Yes.
your ass in there, collect all the information you can collect, bring
Yes.
it back to us, and
Yes.
let's put in this work, family.
You got it. Central Intelligence, Central Black Intelligence Agency, CIA, Black CIA. Right.
Infiltrate, family.
The Black
Shout out to
CIA.
all of my
That's the role.
LGBTQ, queer, whatever the word it is. But listen, you can get indoors that I can't get into. Same
Right.
thing that I tell my white friends, but I'm not putting you in the same box as my white friends because you're black. You're black,
Right.
just like me. You wake up with that same uniform. I don't give a fuck who you sleep with at the end of the night. You wake up with that same uniform on.
Yep.
Infiltrate. We
Right.
should be gathering information at every chance we get.
Exactly. You've got it, Bourne. That is it. That is
And
it. Because
I'm not asking you to do anything that I'm not doing. I am gathering information every chance I get. So
right.
fuck,
Yes.
man, we
For the
figured
cause.
this out. God
This
damn
is
it.
war.
Me and my uncle figured this shit. Me and my uncle figured this shit out tonight, man. Because I
Yes.
wanted to know what is the role of
Yes.
the black LGBT community.
Smashed
Infiltration.
it. Simple as
Infiltration.
that.
That's simple.
Nice and
That's
simple.
That's
So,
it.
so you guys, so hold on, let me get this right. You guys are talking about infiltration in regards to them getting information from the other side, as you see it, the white supremacists.
From the white supremacists. Yes.
But the only thing I'd say is there, when we talk about the white supremacists, we're talking about the white LGBT supremacists, I'm assuming as well,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
they align with them in terms of like bigotry, right? So who's to say they're not going to be on their side in terms of infiltrating
Well, we
and
don't
finding
know.
information?
I mean, we don't know, Tash. I mean, I can tell shit.
Because
I can tell my white homegirl to go infiltrate, and then she say fuck y'all and becomes a double
Double
crosser.
agent.
Yeah,
No,
a
but
double
what
agent.
I'm saying, in
So I
regards to
mean,
what,
anybody, I can send a
no,
black
but
brother. I can
Yeah,
say
but you
I can
can't
put
use
a
that
black.
example,
Hold
bro.
on, Tash. Hold on, real quick. I can put a black brother because you said political power, right? I
Right.
can put a black man into a political seat, and he turns around and becomes a double agent.
No, I think you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm saying they're fighting two fights, right? Bigotry and discrimination, racial discrimination. So they're fighting our fight, but they're also fighting their fight. Right. So you're
Who are
talking
they
about,
fighting? Who are they fighting? Hold on, they're fighting
well,
what?
those the
What two
bigotry,
fights? Hold on, Tash.
those are
What
anti
two fight?
those
Hold on, Tash. What two fights are they fighting?
okay,
Bigotry and what?
those that are anti-LGBT, right? Anti-LGBT, which come in all colors and shades, right? And those that are racist, right?
Uh-huh.
So you can't say that necessarily they're a trusted group, because the reality is they could go back and forth and give information from both sides. That's all I'm
Double
saying.
agent.
Yeah, but
Double
I mean,
agent.
I think everybody can do that, right? We could
Yeah.
say, I don't know, we could say the fucking black pastors, the black preachers can do that. I don't
No,
know.
but the white woman, what fight is she?
I
Is
don't
she
know why
fighting?
you saying a white woman if we're
No, because
talking
you
about.
used her as an example
Hold
when I
on, hold
talk.
on. I don't
Yeah, go on.
understand. Maybe I'm missing the point now, Tash. I don't understand what the white woman. I use her as an example and
Where
what?
she
I don't.
would
What's the
work
point you're
for,
making,
Yeah,
where
I'm not.
she
Tash?
would work for you if she was involved with you, and
Yeah,
she would work be infiltrating for them.
yeah.
But she
No,
couldn't.
she would be
She doesn't.
infiltrating for us.
Yeah, but she could. Yeah, but what I'm saying is she doesn't have. Whereas the black LGBT brother has bigotry, which aligns him with the other group. She's not under any form of oppression. Do you understand what I'm saying, or you don't get it?
I mean, I understand,
I
but
mean, we could talk
but
about the
but but
DNA.
I'm saying
Yeah.
everyone has to practice infiltration, right? So if you're listen, man, if you're a black LGBTQ, and we know that LGBTQ as a whole just
Mm.
just got what you would call political power. They
Mm,
got
mm, mm.
laws changed. They got hate crimes put in effect. They just got they just got political moves done, right? So I know that black LGBTQ didn't get them policies changed, right, Tash?
Mm, mm,
We can
mm.
agree with that, right? So what
Right.
I need is for my black LGBTQ people to go infiltrate, go find out the people who got those laws changed, right? It had to be some type of LGBTQ push on the white side to get these laws changed. I know black people didn't do it. So I'm telling my black people, go find out what these white people did in your community to get these laws changed and come back and help us
Well,
to get
Vaughan,
some
as
laws.
long as you know they're still black. And I was reading an article about
They're black.
one
Absolutely,
moment,
they're
hold on,
black.
let me land. I was reading an article about a black LGBT, sorry, an LGBT dating site, and they had a signpost saying no blacks, no Irish, no dogs, as one of their
Well,
one of their statements. So
absolutely, it's white
just
supremacy. That's white
right. So
supremacy.
just remember that they still remain. You as you may think that they might be able to be some sort of support in that area. Um, the LGBT community itself has these issues with racism and so forth. So yeah,
All right,
I
so
just
let me ask you this. Tash. Okay, cool. If they feel like you know what they are discriminated in that community,
mm,
why attack black men? Attack who's oppressing you.
yeah, you'd have to ask them that
You
then.
know what I'm
I
saying?
can
Like,
tell you that. I think the
yeah,
confusion.
like attack
Uh,
who's
I see
oppressing
them as
you. Don't
confused. Mm,
yeah, don't say black men is our main problem when it's like
mm.
no. Once you over and this is what people don't understand. People always act like they look towards the future, but people don't really look towards the future. Now, once you stop black men, okay, if you are a part of the LGBTQ community, if you stop black men from oppressing you, then what?
But Born,
You
your answer.
still not now
But
you're
Born, you.
going to get come on now you're
But
gonna
Born,
have to face the
you know
real
the answer
enemy.
to. But Born, you know the answer to that because a lot of black people do normalize racism. But when it comes to bigotry, this is the new kind of the trending thing, and this is something that they see is a personal attack on them. It's something that they're not prepared to normalize, but they've normalized racism, which many have that are non-LGBT that are black. So
Exactly,
that's
man. So, man, listen, man. It's none of this LGBTQ shit, man, if we eliminate white supremacy. That's what I think. That's what I think. I don't know how it will happen. You know what I'm saying? I hate to say it, man. Yeah, fuck it. I ain't gonna say it. All right, man. I don't know, man. All that shit is white supremacy to me, man. You can put on a dress if you want to. Look, if I go back to the prison cell, right? Man, the warden of this prison cell don't give a fuck who you sleep with at night. That's it. Just don't try to break out of the fucking prison and then we cool. That's it.
Simple.
White supremacy is a prison. They can dress up and put on makeup and go have sex, and you can have sex on top of the roof, on top of the chandelier if you want to. Long as you don't try to break out of this prison or try to change the system that we've set up in this prison. That's it. That I mean, that's simple, man. We'll give you want another comfortable cell, we'll give you that.
Yeah.
You want to be identified as J cell? Okay, you want to be J cell? Oh, you guys don't want to be J cell. You want to identify as J1 cell? You want to be on the J1 compound? Cool. We'll give you guys another compound. Hey,
Yes,
fuck it.
right.
Let's add another compound. We don't give a fuck, man. We'll add as many compounds as you guys want inside of
Yeah.
this prison. But if
Yeah.
you try to get out of this prison, we'll kill you.
That's right. That's
So
right.
if you're not coming up with a brilliant idea or a PowerPoint plan to break out of this prison, you're not a threat.
Yes.
You're not a threat. And in the meantime, you know what we're gonna do? Because you want to be free with your gender and free with your sexuality, and you want to create a J1 cell. Matter of fact, we'll make sure that the fucking F1 cell don't like you in J1 cell.
Yeah. Just for
Yeah.
fun.
Yeah, just for fun. So you want to create another cell? Okay, I'll create an anti-cell, and that is the
Yeah,
9
exactly.
areas. Let me share my fucking screen again, man. I'm in my bag, man. I'm sharing my screen again, man. So y'all want these cells? Y'all want division? So if you want a J1 cell, we'll create a F1 cell, and then we'll do this. Not only us as the prison wardens will control and dominate sex in the prison. We'll also do war and counter war.
Yeah.
So if you want to create a if you want to hold on.
Vaughan, is that in some sort of order?
No,
Or
man,
is that
listen.
just
If you want to create
that 9 step?
F1 for war, we'll create a J1 for counter war.
Yeah.
You give a fuck about that, man. You still gonna be in a prison. Now,
That's
what
right.
are you saying, Tush? What are you saying, Tush?
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
this in order?
I was asking, is that in some sort of order, the 9 step?
I don't know. It's not in order, but Tash,
Okay.
I'm happy you asked me that question. Now,
Yeah.
Tash, ask me this: do you think that the system of white supremacy controls these 9 aspects of human activity?
Obviously, I'm not gonna
I mean, we
agree
can
with
go through them one by one.
religion.
We can go through them one by. Oh,
Or
you don't think?
economics, obviously, yeah, that's a given.
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Education, I would agree with as well.
Okay.
Entertainment, yes.
All right.
Okay, all right. Let's put it this way: I don't agree with the religion the religion. So
Interesting.
Oh
so here we go.
boy.
Here we go.
Right.
Oh boy. Where you at,
Interesting.
Chemo? Chemo, go ahead and type it in there for me, Chemo. I ain't
Chemo,
even
just
gonna say
relax.
it, Chemo.
Chemo,
Please
relax.
type it in the chat, Chemo, so I can put it on the screen, brother. You
Chemo,
know
chill
you
out.
do it classic. That's your phrase, and it's classic. Please type it so I can put it on the screen. We gotta have the Chemo old boy on the screen right now, man. While we talk about this. Come on, Chemo. Type it for your brother, man. All right, let's go. Let's go, Tash.
No,
So
I
you're
mean,
saying the system of white supremacy. Hold on, let's get this right for the audience. So the system of white supremacy does not control or dominate religion.
yeah, 100%.
Wow. Let's look into that.
Oh, I don't know,
Please.
guys. I don't know, guys.
I mean,
I'm
but
not
we're gonna
sure.
have to. We have to though,
Oh
Tash.
Yeah.
man,
Let's
we're gonna
go
have to
there.
Yeah, we have to, Tash.
all
Let's
right.
go there.
Hold on. Do a separate show because I need to add a few people to this because there's two people in
Brains and
particular.
you. Go get your Akis. Go get the Akis.
We should do a separate
You're
show
gonna
on
need the
that.
Akis.
There's
We
a lot
know
to,
that,
there's a lot
Tash.
to
You're gonna need
unpack
the
on
Akis
this
for
one.
this, man. Yeah, pick up the Akis. But you're gonna need the Akis for this, man.
There's two people in particular. Yeah, I'd have to bring in for this one.
Yes.
So yeah, let's touch down on this.
And I'm gonna hit them with the American. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum to the Akis, man. Y'all gotta pull up. The Akis gotta pull up because I will tell you that the white supremacists control religion. Simple. Let me tell you this, Tash. You know what it is in
They have
America?
to.
It's a black church. Let me ask you this, Tash. If it ain't racial and racism, why is it black churches and white churches?
Why is there black churches and white churches?
Yeah, if religion is not controlled and dominated by the white supremacists, why is it not just one
That's
church
history.
for everybody?
That's history. That's the historical element of when you go into other countries, like for example the UK, we don't have black churches where all of the congregation is black in the way that the Americans have. So you'd have to show me other parts of the world. I know you Americans think the America is the globe.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm not saying we the global, we run y'all, but we're not even talking about that. We're talking about black churches and white churches, and
in America,
yeah.
in America.
Well,
but
maybe
we also have
maybe IC3. Let me ask you this because I know my brother and he's I know that brother follows the elder Neely Fuller like I follow the elder. So IC3. Well, what are the churches? What does religion look like in the UK? Is it dominated by white supremacy? And tell me how, if it is.
I've got a call. I'll be back in 5 minutes.
All right. Let me know, Uncle.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's a very difficult question to prove. How does white supremacy dominate religion?
Yeah.
Let's look at finance. See, because like Nini Fuller says that all these 9 areas they all relate to each other. So the white supremacists have to dominate each of these areas because if one area is not dominated, right, then it's no longer white supremacy. It's no longer supreme over all areas. So they have to control area. So my experience, if you think everybody who says that they're Christian or Muslim or Buddhist or whatever, they all share the same bank account, or the same bank, right?
Yeah.
So if your religion is related to a way of life and a value system, right? It should also be able to and it's a community because that's what banking is.
Yes,
Your
have its own.
community is your pocket. Yes? Just like, can you are you strong enough or are you powerful enough to keep your own money, your own wealth, and defend it in your own pocket? You'd say no. So therefore, you keep it in your house or with your family. So your family, your community is the bank. If you are sovereign, if you are really sovereign, if you really have control over yourself, and your people, you a sovereign entity must have its own sovereign bank. If
Jeez.
your nation or your people or your society or your community is banking with another entity that does not share your identity, that does not share your religion, that does not share your values, that are not part of your people or community, then you are banking outside
With the enemy. You're
with the
banking with
enemy.
the enemy. You're pretty
Yeah,
much banking with the enemy. You're taking, you know what you are? You are a leech. You're being a leech. You're sucking money out of your community, your household, your family, and giving it to someone outside of the community. And that
exactly.
is what white supremacy set us up to
To
do.
do.
That's
Exactly.
it.
Yeah.
They control the banks. They control capitalism. And I said this earlier, guys, and I'm going to say this again. When someone tells you, I don't believe in white supremacy because the system that we need to fight against is capitalism. White supremacy came before capitalism. White supremacy created capitalism. Now it's just
Right.
another arm. It's just like when somebody tells me we don't need to be worried about the system of white supremacy. The way we get up out of that is we need political power. The system of white supremacy created politics, guys.
Yeah.
You can't buy. I hate to say it, man. Oh fuck,
Yeah.
this is gonna rub some
They don't
people the
really
wrong way.
understand that the
This
fullness
is
of
this is gonna rub some people the wrong way. But you can't buy your way out of white supremacy. I know
right.
IC3 don't want to
Correct.
hear that. IC3 don't want. I don't know, but I will say this though, because somebody asked me this. IC3. Someone said, "Okay, Born, you're talking about all of this shit, and this shit sounds like a fairy tale that we're never going to replace the system of white supremacy with a system of justice." And they was like, "So what are you doing, Born Rich, right here, right now?" And I told him, I am focused on economics. I mean, I'm not saying I'm focused on it, IC3, but that's what I'm doing in my everyday life. Like, let's create some businesses for our people. Let's buy us and buy us some land. That's the main thing. Now, I know I need unity and all of that good shit, but I am going to need the basics of economics, right? Because I know I can't fucking pay my bills without money.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't make sure my kids never have to clock in for a non-black person without a black business plan.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I do understand that, guys. I do. I do. So in my everyday life, that's what I'm working on. But the bigger picture is the bigger picture though. But go ahead, I see through. I
Yeah.
just want to
Let's look at this issue of money and economics. Um. Right. By effective management of the resources that people classified as black managed to accumulate, so the little resources or the little money that the people classified as black managed to accumulate within this prison system of white supremacy,
Mhm.
if they manage themselves, so they've got the resources, just a little bit of resources, a little bit of money, if they organize themselves effectively, right, then they can
Yeah.
construct another entity that itself will create its own money. There has to be a black currency. And then you move into people negotiating on behalf of the black nation with other currency. And then there's a currency exchange rate. Currency exchange rate. You have to be sovereign, you have to have your own identity, your own nation, your own state, your own bank, your own currency, in order to negotiate with other entities. That's real economics. That's it.
That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah.
So
Hey,
play the
Gurdeep,
video.
pull
You
up.
got something?
Hey, Gurdeep, pull up, man. Come on, Gurdeep. I know you'll pull up and talk to me, brother. I don't want to read all them long ass texts in the chat, man. Pull up, Gurdeep. I know you'll pull up. You're not just a guy in the chat that won't pull up. But yeah, I see three. Let me get through this video, man. I've been trying to, and this is the purpose of the show. We fucking 5 hours in, and I did not get through this 30-minute video, but I love it. I love it. This is what the show was supposed to do. This video was supposed to make us think, talk, and discuss.
Yeah.
All right,
It's
Gurdeep. Well,
working.
pull up,
You're doing a
Gurdeep.
good job.
Yeah, pull up, Gurdeep, man. When you pull up, well, I'll answer those questions. Right now, I'm not answering those. I'm not answering chat questions, Gurdeep. You know what I mean, brother? Especially not for you, not from you. When I know that you could pull up if you wasn't busy. So, all right, let me mute my mic, fam.
Under the surveillance of white supremacy that basically says that has always said and continues to say very subtly that black sex should be illegal, that it is amoral, that our sexuality is something other, in the same way that you, as a straight person, would like to other this thing, homosexual, queer. White supremacy certainly others black sexuality, all black sexuality. Understand that. The white supremacy others and takes away the normality and the value of all black sexuality. It's always important when you're on a stage that when a person makes an important statement that you amplify that statement. And I would agree with the good brother Z. Anti-capitalism is primary.
No, it's not. White supremacy is primary. White supremacy invented capitalism.
We would agree. I said I would agree.
I understand that, and I'm just clarifying my position that without white supremacy, there is no capitalism. They invented it. Capitalism is the economic system of white supremacy.
Are there LGBTQ agents and ops in the black community? Yes.
I'm sure.
But are there also are there straight agents and ops in the black community? Yes.
I agree. Yes, sir. Nobody said it wasn't. I didn't say that the LGBT community represents the sum total of all degeneracy in the black community. I never said that.
And we know that's true because we understand that we can experience anti-blackness in predominantly black spaces. And so I hope that your conversation evolves to somewhat of a solutions oriented.
When I was 19, I almost died. I mean, it's weird to say this out loud, but I suppose I wouldn't really have it any other way. I was admitted to Duke's Hospital in 2007.
But you didn't give us a single solution, brother Brandon. How are you going to say you want the conversation to evolve to solutions, my brother? You didn't give us not one solution.
Well, I have a book of them. Do you really want them? Or
sure.
Should I make policy? I run a policy group. It's called Campaign X.
Okay, so in Campaign X, can I ask you a question? And then we got to let you go to move on to some more speakers. But I appreciate you, brother Brandon, for joining us, brother. What are the 3 major policies you're working on right now in your policy group? Quickly, name the 3 major policies you're working on.
A $33 minimum wage. We also need to rewrite HR 40 so that we can distribute equitably reparations in this country, and statehood for the District of Columbia to ensure that they receive electoral vote representation and also receive legitimate representation of in both houses of Congress and a structured government that ideally would be majority black and ideally would elevate policies that would improve the overall quality of life for all Washingtonians, whether or not, I should say residents of the Douglas Commonwealth, Even though that's not where I live, I went to school there and have been deeply immersed in an understanding of the hardships that have historically been faced by blacks there. So $33 minimum wage,
Okay.
rewrite the reparations bill because it is not equitable, it's not trustworthy at this point, and statehood for the district of the Douglas Commonwealth.
And I can respect that. And I can respect that. And all three of those that you mentioned, it sounds like they would benefit all black people, not just LGBTQ, correct?
I say 3. Did you hear those 3? Those 3
Yes.
things?
Yeah. Yeah.
If you remember, can you repeat them for the people? If not, I'll run it back.
He said the minimum wage, I
Yeah.
think. Then he said
The HR 40 bill, reparations bill.
Yeah. And I can't remember the last one.
Yeah. Fuck.
Replay.
All right, let's see. Hold on. Let me mute my mic, guys, so it won't be.
A $33 minimum wage. We also need to rewrite HR 40 so that we can distribute equitably reparations in this country, and statehood for the District of Columbia to ensure that they receive electoral vote representation and also receive legitimate representation of in both houses of Congress and a structured government that ideally.
Right. So $33 or something minimum wage.
Yeah.
Reparations.
Yep.
And politics. Politics.
Yes.
So doing something about Colombia.
Yeah.
Politics.
Yeah. Equal representation in these political parties and political houses. Yeah.
That's right. Minimum wage, something to do with finance.
Yeah.
And then reparations. Reparations, finance, and politics.
Yes.
Reparations, finance, and politics, he was saying.
Yes.
So when he says reparations, in the context that he was saying it, and in the politics and in the wage, all of these 3 things that he mentioned are about black people getting acceptance within the system of white supremacy, and then getting a better life within the system of white supremacy. Basically, it's basically asking for a better cell. It's not about dismantling the system. When he says minimum better wage, $33 or something minimum wage, it's like, oh, because you can earn money in prison, can't you? I think you can if you're working in there.
Man, listen. Let me tell you this, man. Not only have jobs. Let me tell you something, IC3. And actually, family, I'm happy IC3 said this. This is a shameless plug. But I am about to start doing a podcast, IC3, with 2 of my homeboys who went to jail for a long time. They went to jail, IC3, and now they're out of jail. They want to do something different. And I said, let's do a podcast. And you know what they're going to tell me, IC3? Not only could they go and work to make money in jail, but they had the same drugs that we had on these streets in jail, IC3.
Right.
So I know I went off on a tangent, but when you say make money in jail legally, it's just a job, right? But illegally, it's a lot of money being made. Like people are making money in jail. But go ahead, IC3. I didn't want to cut.
Wow. Right.
Yeah.
So making money in prison. Okay. So that's the first point. I understand that guy was saying.
Yeah,
33. Yeah. So that's just the same as making money in prison. Secondly, when he mentioned reparations, I understand him to be making in the context of getting justice, reparatory justice in prison. So basically, we're, us over here in G Wing,
Yeah.
we haven't been treated right.
Mhm.
Yeah. So we want to apply to the prison manager, the prison governor, to compensate us, to give us certain privileges within prison. We're not thinking about coming out of prison, reparations coming out, reparations within prison. Right. And then the third one, when he was talking about, which is political, basically, you're still within prison, but you're saying we want representation on the internal prisoners community, because basically the prison may have monthly, within prison they could have monthly meetings, and in the monthly meetings, the prisoners get an opportunity to come and say, how would you like to there's a budget, there's a prison budget, right, for would you like more pool tables, or how would you like the prison budget to be spent, come to the monthly
We want a
meeting.
hot tub. We want a hot tub.
So would you want a hot tub?
We
Do you
want a
want
hot
more
tub.
pool tables? What
Yeah.
would you like? We
Yeah.
listen to the prisoners. We want to make
Yeah.
life as good for the prisoners as possible. So we have these monthly meetings, and you tell us how you'd like us to spend the budget for prisoners. So that's politics. So all of it is prison politics, prison finance. Yeah, and prison justice. It's all within the prison of white supremacy. They're not thinking about dismantling the system of white supremacy. They're thinking about how to improve. So basically, it's like what's his name was saying. We need more good white people in the system of white supremacy.
Oh my gosh, who said that? Who quoted that?
Remember, Stanley said, quote, we need more good white people in the system of white supremacy.
Come on, IC3. Leave Uncle
Stanley said, that's why I had to write it
leave
down,
Uncle
because it's
Stanley.
a classic statement.
Leave Uncle Stanley alone, man.
It's
Come
a
on,
classic
IC3.
statement. He summarized the mindset of so many people.
Absolutely.
In
That's a
one
mean
sentence.
quote.
Absolutely
That is a
brilliant
mean
statement.
quote, man. That is a
Classic.
mean quote, man.
I had to write that down.
Fuck, man. I may need to go clip that. I may need to go find that on the stream and clip that.
Exactly.
For
Yeah,
real.
because
I got a
it's
couple
a
of
classic.
them. Yeah,
It's
I
a
got
classic.
a couple classics that I want to clip, man. That may be a classic. That's
You're gonna replay that as a meme.
Yes, I
You've
think
got to play. You're gonna you got to put that in a record.
I do want to have that as a meme.
You're gonna have a rap around that, some music. You got some music behind this, man.
Yeah, we should do a song.
You need some music behind that, because that is just it just captures so much. You see,
we need more white. We need more good white to defeat. All right, fuck it, man. I'm not gonna repeat that, man.
Yeah.
I'm
And,
not.
and that is the same thing. It captures the whole of the political, the way most black people see politics. It's trying to get more influence on how the prison budget is spent.
Because I'm gonna tell you straight up, man. Black people did not create the political system, so black people don't know how to do politics in this system.
Yes,
I'll be honest, man. Like I said earlier, you can't show me a positive black government in the system of white supremacy. So that means
doesn't exist.
We don't know how to play their game because they made up the game.
Right.
IC3. Let me tell you this, IC3. You will never beat me in American basketball, IC3. Never. Never. Especially inside America, IC3. You would never beat me. Because if I don't beat you fair, I'll just change the rules.
Right. Simple.
Yeah. Once I see, oh shit, IC3 made a couple shots and I done missed all my shots. Well, IC3 now, the rules, well, you know, the American rules are IC3, where
Right.
you got to make 75 shots and I only have to make 4.
Right.
I just changed the rules. Like,
That's
come
right.
on.
Yeah.
No, come on, bro. I don't know. But IC3, let me play this video, man. Let me
Yeah, go
get
on.
through this video and I'm finna get up out of here, man. It's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning, guys.
Yeah.
But I am having fun, man. But let me play this video, man. Y'all hit that like button, guys. Please. Please. You ain't doing shit else. Hit the like button. You're not doing nothing else, man. It don't cost you a fucking dime to hit the like button. So just hit it. Hit the button. Hit the like button. Hit it.
Would be majority black, and ideally would elevate policies that would improve the overall quality of life for all Washingtonians, whether or not, well, I should say residents of the Douglas Commonwealth. Even though that's not where I live, I went to school there and have been deeply immersed in an understanding of the hardships that have historically been faced by blacks there. So $33 minimum wage, rewrite the reparations bill, because it is not equitable, it's not trustworthy at this point, and statehood for the district of the Douglas Commonwealth.
And I can respect that. And I can respect that. And all three of those that you mentioned, it sounds like they would benefit all black people, not just LGBTQ, correct?
I would say that every single one of those policies for me was drafted from the Constitution, from me constituting myself from the position of the queer and bi and gay members of our society. And that's what makes it more valuable for everybody else.
Huh? So
what's that?
I didn't understand that.
Yeah,
those
play that
policies will benefit all black people, correct? That includes gay and straight, correct? Policies will
position it's not trustworthy at this point, and statehood for the district of the Douglas Commonwealth.
And I can respect that. And I can respect that. And all three of those that you mentioned, it sounds like they would benefit all black people, not just LGBTQ, correct?
I would say that every single one of those policies for me was drafted from the Constitution, from me constituting myself from the position of the queer and bi and gay members of our society. And that's what makes it more valuable for everybody else.
Huh?
What? Constituting myself. Did you hear that? Me constituting. So there's a constitution, and then this guy saying he's constituting himself. So therefore he's creating a gay nation. You see, I told you it's about nation building. Constitution. Is it gay nation? Gay nation. He was constituting himself.
Absolutely. He went
You
in
hear
the
that?
Constitution. He went and did the
Constitution.
research.
Hear the language.
Yes, he went and did the research and figured out what can he pick and choose from the Constitution that fits him, his community, his nation, and his agenda.
There you have it.
Everyone has a nation and an agenda except us. Wake
That's right.
the fuck up, guys.
Gay
Everyone
nation.
is doing it.
A gay nation.
So when my uncle IC3 is trying to tell us, guys, create your own nation and go and fight for you and go and fight for what you and your nation is fighting for that's beneficial for you and your nation, y'all look at IC3 like he's crazy. But at the same time, the whole world is doing this except you, black man, except you, black woman. Everybody's doing it. Even the people in the same uniform that look like you, they are going out and building their own little nations because they see that our nation is so dysfunctional. Why not go build their own nation and say, fuck all of you guys? Come on, man. These people, man. And oh my gosh. Some people.
I never heard that before. A gay nation under a constitution.
Yeah, they went and read the Constitution. I see three. They read that Constitution and said, "Hey, this is what fits us." And this person is pretty much telling Dr. Umar, "Hey, you guys have been oppressing us just as much." That's the undertone of this whole
Yes,
conversation. And
exactly.
Dr. Umar is begging him to say, "No, brother or sister or whatever.
Yes. Yeah.
No, we are all the same. We are all suffering under the system of white supremacy." See, this is the danger about the people who don't see or recognize white supremacy.
Yes. That's
They
right.
start to create a whole nother nation and say,
Yeah.
"Fuck white supremacy. IC3 and Born Rich is oppressing me."
Yeah. That's
And I'm
right.
like, and me and IC3 is like, "Wait, what? Us?"
What?
Like, no. What are you talking about, us? How are
Yeah.
we oppressing you? Well, you guys are talking shit and you guys don't agree with what, man, what are you talking about? These people make sure your fucking children, if you can have children, these people make sure your children learn who George Washington is. Learn who Thomas Jefferson is. Learn who are known, admitted slave owners.
Yeah.
They make sure you know their birthday, death date, who they married. They teach, they give you your fucking education, and you worried about Born Rich and IC3. You got a bigger fight to fight, family. But if you don't see that fight, then you gonna get smashed. You're gonna get smashed, man.
Yeah. This video clip, man.
It's
Born Rich,
crazy, right?
you've pulled out something here. Just listen to that guy speak. If you listen carefully, he's dropping some amazing bombs. Even Dr. Umar had to say, "What did you say? What?"
I
The
know.
Constitution.
Dr. Umar can't
Even
even
Dr. Umar's head. Look at his head. Look at his face. Dr.
he can't even
Umar's
get it
is like,
right.
what?
Dr. Umar can't even get it right, man. Dr.
Yeah.
Umar is like, "Please, brother, like
The
this is
intensity.
I am a Pan-Africanist and I am trying to put the LGBTQ team, the LGBTQ community on my team." But the
Yeah.
LGBTQ community is like, "No,
Yes.
you're
We
the
are separate.
oppressor. You're the
Yes.
oppressor." And Umar's
Amazing.
like, "No, brother, no, sister. White supremacy controls the 9 areas of human activity. So number 8 on that list was sex." You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man. This is crazy. I'll play it. Let me run it back. Let me
Yeah.
rewind a little bit, but let's
Yeah.
get through this.
Oh, man. I got to hear that again.
And all three of those that you mentioned, it sounds like they would benefit all black people, not just LGBTQ, correct?
Right.
I would say that every single one of those policies for me was drafted from the Constitution, from me constituting myself from the position of the queer and bi and gay members of our society. And that's what makes it more valuable for everybody else.
Huh? So I didn't understand that. Those policies will benefit all black people, correct? That includes gay and straight, correct?
Yes, I just made the important observation that when writing those policies, I didn't constitute myself from seeing myself as a straight black man.
No, not as a straight black man, but as a member of the a member of the black community, correct?
And identifying which identities in my community face the greatest systemic hardships and the greatest exclusion, intercommunity, intraracial, interracial, and it would be true that in all of those particular situations that there has to be some hyper focus on people who have disabilities, people who have social disabilities, people who have socially disadvantaged identities, and yes, those are LGBTQ people.
Okay, so you saying so Brandon, question Brandon, in your reparations bill, you have a special component of reparations just for the LGBTQ.
In the discourse, in the actual bill, no. But in the discourse that's going to lead to what will become a bill, yeah, there's a particular focus group for the interest of Black identifying, Black activists, Black abolitionists, queer identity. Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Thanks a lot for that, brother Brand.
There is an interest group for disabled persons, as there is an interest group for elder persons to contribute to this policy. But we begin at the level at which we see the most harm being done, and we cannot deny that in fact the group that you are choosing to discourse about today fit into that.
Got you, brother.
Wow.
Hold on. All right, let me say something, guys. Because I am an advocate for reparations, and I really enjoy what that person just said. Cut the fucking check, and then we'll deal with. Then we can have the homosexual conversation or whatever conversation. And I like them saying that, because I'm sure they can agree with. Black people are owed a debt. It's a debt that needs to be paid. Now, yes, the I ain't gonna say the white person, but the fucking homosexual person or whatever the person was said that, okay, let's go ahead and get this Black reparations first, and then it's a conversation that we need to have. Man, listen, if we have that conversation or not, we may not ever have that fucking conversation. But if we have that conversation or not, we're going to have to cut the check, period. And that is the thing about I guess the LGBTQ community, I see through. Cause it's like, let's cut the check. Let's get the check. Now, once we get the check, man, if that's what you want to do, go ahead. I can't stop that. But talk to me, I see through.
Yeah, see, reparations, everything really spins on the issue of reparations, all of it. Now, the cutting of the check, what is the most effective way to get reparations? So there's still there's two camps, and the most popular camp, like that gay guy was saying, is get the reparations within the system. The reparations within the system. Whilst I'm saying to get reparations effectively, you have to be a sovereign entity outside the system for the reparations to come from the white system of white supremacy to get paid outside into a new sovereign entity. How can you have reparations within the system of white supremacy? All it is just getting extra cheese or cake within the prison system. Or getting a larger cell. Do us justice. We've been sleeping on the floor in this prison system. But we
work hard, massa. So let us.
We worked hard and we ended up sleeping on the floor in this prison system. Give us a cell. You owe us.
Yeah, I understand, man. I understand. But then when you start talking like that, though, I see people's gonna ask you about the military, though. You see what I'm saying? That's the difference. So
how do you mean? Go on.
So when you start talking like, hey, I want more than a comfortable cell, and they say no, then what's plan B? This is what people say, hey, you need a military, because people with a strong military don't accept no in the prison. right? But you have to have a
All right, so
strong.
gang culture within the prison
I hate
gangs.
to say it like that, but yeah,
So if you get a
yeah.
strong enough prison gang, you can then start influencing things within the prison. But it's still in the prison.
You still in the prison? Absolutely.
So yeah, if you have gang culture and you organize yourselves within the prison, yes, you can dominate the pool tables.
or the phones. That's a
Yeah,
popular thing here. That's a popular thing here in America. They dominate the phones, the
there you go.
telephones, right?
Yeah,
Like the
yeah.
Crip. This is a Crip phone. For real. I know that sounds funny. IC3, that sounds funny. But when I start doing my podcast with my local brothers, they're gonna tell you about prison life, man. And prison
Wow.
life happens like that, IC3.
Right.
Oh my gosh. I'm happy I'm talking to you, IC3, because we can analyze the podcast that I do with these brothers. And we
Right.
can fucking equivocate this physical prison to this systemic prison that
Yes,
we're
that's right.
in. Yeah, that's gonna be dope. That's gonna be dope.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I see three, I'm finna hold on. Let me play the rest of this and I'm finna get up out of here, guys. It's fucking 5:00 in the morning. Let me get up out of here. And I hope y'all hit that like button, man. I don't know why I'm staying up for 5:00 in the morning if y'all ain't even hitting the like button. Oh, that video went off. The video's done. So
It's
I see
finished.
three.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's finished.
It's finished. So I see
Yeah.
three. My uncle, man. I fuck with you. I see three. I appreciate it, brother. Appreciate it, man. This was good shit. Good shit
Yeah.
tonight. Good shit
And
tonight.
we combine two things with the two major things for tonight. The uniform. We talked about the uniform, putting on the uniform. Then we talked about prison
Absolutely. Yeah,
and the
absolutely.
prison. And yeah, we talked about uniform and then prison. But you see, prison deals with uniform as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
You have to
Absolutely.
put on the prison uniform.
Absolutely.
You
Absolutely,
see?
man. And shout out to you, IC3. I ain't gonna lie, I was on some other platform and somebody said, is IC3 still around? So it's good to see you, IC3. It's good. It's good to see
We're
you,
all
bro.
working. We're all working together. Have a good day, yeah?
My brother, salute. Salute,
Yeah.
IC.
Take care. Goodbye.
Salute.
Bye-bye.
And salute to all of y'all in the chat, man. Salute to y'all, man. Y'all the fam. Salute to y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way out. Let me see, what time is it? All right, let me see what I got. Fuck it, y'all. Let's do a little freestyle. Let's do a freestyle that we get up out of here. All right. Let's do a little freestyle and we getting up out of here. And I love y'all, man. Y'all are so beautiful. Y'all are the most beautiful chat, right? The most beautiful chat that I ever seen before, man. Here we go.
I'm not gaming for me. I'm gaming for you.
Transcend humanity with Omen.
Me not know what this beat is. All right, let's go. Hey, y'all, make sure I hit that like button. Nito, hit that like button, Nito. Shout out to the cuisine. All right, let's go. Bop. Yeah. Just something like tonight, man. Something like tonight, man. There you go. Yeah. Hey, shout out to everybody here, everybody in attendance. Look, I was getting it on my own. I was getting it on my own. 16 and I'm grown. Nah, but I was getting it on my own. I was still selling 9 means with the Look, dimes with the I never seen it 9 green. Yeah, Light green, baby, I scream. Nighttime, and I skid it in the nighttime. You motherfuckers right round. I still get it right time. Did it in the nighttime. Hey man, guess what? Hey, listen, family. If nobody told you today that they love you, let me be the first one to tell you that I love you. I love you. I love you. Peace, peace, peace. You're beautiful.
I built this shit. Me. Brick by brick. And I'll be damned if I let you tear it down just because you don't like the way another nigga talk.